No more tears for someone else. 10 lessons to set yourself free from a love that controls you. Prologue. The night everything changed. The rain outside my apartment window matched the tears streaming down my face. Boston in autumn, when the city turned into a palette of amber and crimson, when couples strolled through the public garden hand in hand, when everyone seemed to be part of some beautiful story that I couldn't access. My story felt different. My story had me sitting cross-legged on my bed at 2:17 a.m., phone clutched in my hand, the blue light illuminating my tear-stained face as I waited for a message that might never come. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. My heart raced. Then nothing. I checked my last message to him, sent 5 hours ago. Hey, just checking if we're still on for tomorrow? Miss you. Simple. Casual. At least, that's what I tried for. Each word had been carefully selected after deleting and rewriting the message 7 times. I didn't want to seem needy. God, anything but needy. But I was. The truth was, I was hanging by a thread. The relationship, if you could even call it that, with David had consumed me for the past 8 months. We met at a friend's rooftop party in Back Bay. He'd approached me with a confidence I found magnetic, eyes the color of whiskey catching the sunset as he offered me a drink. Our conversation flowed effortlessly for hours, and when he'd asked for my number, I felt like I'd won some cosmic lottery. Our first date had been perfect: dinner at a small Italian restaurant in the North End, a walk along the harbor, a kiss that made my knees weak. I'd floated home that night, convinced that something magical had begun. And for a while it was magical, until it wasn't. The signs were subtle at first. A canceled date here, a delayed response there. The slow reduction of "can't wait to see you" to "yeah, sounds good." I made excuses for him. He had a demanding job at the investment firm. He was dealing with family issues. He wasn't good at texting. I'd convinced myself that what we had was worth the anxiety, worth the constant checking of my phone, worth the sinking feeling in my stomach when days would pass without hearing from him. My roommate, Zoe, had seen it all unfold. Just 4 hours ago, she'd stood in my doorway, concern etched on her face as she watched me check my phone for the 20th time that evening. "Layla," she'd said gently, "don't you think you deserve more than this?" I'd smiled weakly, offered some defense about how complicated relationships could be. But her words had planted a seed. Now, as Boston slept and I remained awake, prisoner to the device in my hand, I wondered when exactly I'd become this person. The girl who waited. The girl who made herself small. The girl whose mood hinged entirely on the attention of someone who clearly didn't value her time. I thought back to who I was before David. The woman who'd graduated top of her class from Emerson College. The writer who'd published pieces in respected literary magazines. The friend who gave thoughtful advice to others about self-respect and boundaries. Why'd I stop taking my own advice? Outside, the rain intensified, droplets racing down my window like runners competing to reach the bottom first. My phone remained silent. No new messages. No calls. Just the reflection of my face on the dark screen when it finally timed out. And something inside me, something that had been bending and bending for months, finally broke. I set my phone on my nightstand, face down. For the first time in what felt like forever, I didn't care if it lit up with his name. I pulled my journal from the drawer, the beautiful leather-bound one I'd bought myself to celebrate my new job at the publishing house, but had barely touched because all my energy had gone into deciphering David's mixed signals. My hands trembled slightly as I opened to a fresh page. The blank space stared back at me, full of possibility. I uncapped my pen and began to write. Tonight is the last night I cry over someone who doesn't cry over me. The words looked strange on the page. Bold, almost defiant. But as I stared at them, something settled in my chest. A calmness I hadn't felt in months. I continued writing, the words flowing faster than my tears had earlier. I don't know how to stop loving people who don't love me the same way. I don't know how to stop giving more than I receive. I don't know how to value myself enough to walk away from relationships that diminish me. But I want to learn. Tomorrow will be different. Tomorrow I will begin. I didn't know then exactly what that beginning would look like. I didn't have a roadmap for reclaiming myself from the emotional labyrinth I'd wandered into. But as I closed my journal and finally lay down to sleep, without checking my phone one last time, I felt something unfamiliar stir within me. Hope, perhaps, or resolve, or simply the quiet recognition that while I couldn't control whether someone chose me, I could control whether I continued to choose someone who didn't. Rain continued to fall outside my window, but inside, something had cleared. Something had changed. And in that change lay the possibility of everything. This is the story of what happened next. This is the story of how I learned to stop waiting, stop pleading, stop diminishing. This is the story of how I discovered that the love I so desperately sought from others had been within my reach all along, if only I'd been willing to give it to myself first. This is the story of how I stopped crying for someone else and started living for me. And maybe, just maybe it's your story too. Chapter 1. The night I spent staring at my phone, crying. I used to believe that love was measured in hours, specifically the hours spent waiting. 2 weeks before that rainy night, when I'd finally put my phone down, I'd experienced what I now recognize as the rock bottom of my relationship dependency. It was a Friday evening in late September, one of those perfect New England autumn nights when the air feels crisp with possibility. For everyone else, that is. For me, it was hour 3 of sitting on my living room floor, back against the couch, surrounded by the remnants of a dinner I'd barely touched. The television played some comedy special that was supposed to be hilarious, but I couldn't tell you a single joke from it. My attention was entirely consumed by the small device resting on my knee. Maybe his phone died, I said out loud to my empty apartment. The date had been planned for a week. Dinner at 7:30 at Julia, that intimate Italian place on Massachusetts Avenue that required reservations weeks in advance. I pulled strings through a colleague who knew the manager. I'd left work early to get ready. I'd worn the burgundy dress that made me feel beautiful, the one I'd splurged on during a rare moment of self-indulgence at Nordstrom. At 7:15, I'd texted David, just about to head out. Can't wait to see you. By 7:45, still in my apartment with no response, I'd sent, hey, running a bit late? No worries, just let me know when you're on your way. By 8:30, the reservation was lost, and I'd called him twice, both going straight to voicemail. At 9:15, I'd sent, getting a little worried. Everything okay? Now it was 10:40, and I was drafting and deleting message after message, oscillating between concern and anger, between did something happen to you? And this is completely disrespectful. I'd settled on, please just let me know you're all right. Sent. 3 gray dots appeared immediately, as if he'd been waiting for me to reach out again. My heart leapt. Sorry with the guys. Forgot about dinner. Rain check. 8 words. Not even a complete explanation. No apology that felt like he understood what he'd done. Just 8 words that casually obliterated an evening I'd been looking forward to all week. I stared at those 8 words until they blurred through my tears. Then I began to type what I thought was an appropriate response to being stood up. No problem at all. Of course we can rain check. Hope you're having fun with your friends. Red heart. I hit send and then lay down on my living room floor, phone clutched to my chest, and cried silently. I cried for the woman in the burgundy dress who'd carefully applied eyeliner that was now streaming down her face. I cried for the version of myself who thought that saying no problem to disrespect would somehow make me more lovable. I cried because I knew that this was wrong, and yet I couldn't imagine demanding better. My phone buzzed with a response. I fumbled to read it through my tears. Cool. Might come by later if that's okay. My heart rate quickened. The prospect of seeing him, even as an afterthought to his night, sent a rush of shameful relief through me. I checked the time. Almost 11 p.m. I glanced at my tear-streaked face in my phone's black screen. I should say no. I should tell him that I deserve better than to be his backup plan. Instead, I texted, sure, door's open. I hauled myself off the floor and ran to the bathroom. I washed my face, reapplied my makeup, and tried to revive my now flat hair. I tidied the apartment frantically, hiding the evidence of my lonely dinner and my tears. I lit candles, as if ambience could somehow compensate for the ache in my chest. And then I waited, and waited. Midnight came and went. I checked my phone to make sure it had service. I turned the volume all the way up. I walked to my window to look down at the street below, searching for his familiar figure approaching my building. At 1:17 a.m., I texted again. Still coming by? The message showed as delivered, but not read. I paced my apartment. I checked the news to see if there had been any accidents reported. I refreshed my social media feeds and saw that one of his friends had posted a story an hour ago. Shots at some bar downtown, David visible in the background, arm around a woman I didn't recognize. The floor seemed to tilt beneath me. I sat heavily on my couch, phone clutched in my hand so tightly that my knuckles turned white. The physical pain was almost a relief compared to what was happening in my chest and my mind. My thumbs hovered over the keyboard. I could confront him. I could ask who she was. I could finally stand up for myself and say that all of this, was unacceptable. Instead, I typed, "Hope you're having a good night. Text me tomorrow." I hit send and watched as those words, that pathetic plea for the barest acknowledgement, traveled from my phone to his. Marked as delivered, never marked as read. In that moment, I realized something that would later become crucial to my healing. I was trapped in a cycle that had very little to do with David and everything to do with me. The person keeping me in this pain wasn't him. It was me. I was the one who kept accepting the unacceptable. I was the one who kept lowering the bar until it was practically on the ground. I was the one who kept interpreting the bare minimum as evidence of love. I curled up on my couch, still in that burgundy dress, and stared at my phone until the first light of dawn crept through my windows. My eyes burned. My chest ached. My mind raced with invented scenarios. His phone died. He lost it. He was desperately trying to reach me, but couldn't. The mental gymnastics were exhausting. At 6:22 a.m., as the early morning light painted my apartment in shades of pale gold, my phone finally buzzed. Ended up crashing at Jake's. "Let's grab coffee this week." No explanation for standing me up. No acknowledgement of my multiple messages. No apology. Just the casual confidence of a man who absolutely knew, that I would say yes to coffee this week because I always did. Because I was so afraid of losing him that I'd accepted a relationship that was barely a relationship at all. I didn't respond right away. For the first time, I set my phone down and just sat with the pain, with the humiliation, with the recognition of how far I'd drifted from my own values. I sat with the understanding that somewhere along the way, I'd started to believe that this was what love looked like. Endless waiting, constant anxiety, crumbs of attention that I accepted as though they were feasts. My roommate, Zoe, found me like that an hour later when she returned from her overnight shift at the hospital. She took one look at me, still in last night's dress, eyes swollen from crying, and sat beside me without a word. She simply placed her hand on mine. "He stood you up," she said. It wasn't a question. I nodded, fresh tears spilling. "And you waited all night." Another nod. "Layla," she said gently, "I need you to hear me. You deserve so much more than this." "I know," I whispered. And for the first time, I think I actually did know. Intellectually, at least. My heart would take longer to catch up. "No," Zoe said, squeezing my hand. "I don't think you do know. Because if you knew, really knew, you wouldn't keep doing this to yourself." The words stung because they were true. I'd become an expert at knowing what I deserve in theory while accepting far less in practice. "What's wrong with me?" I asked, my voice small. "Why do I keep choosing people who don't choose me back?" Zoe sighed and leaned back on the couch. "That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? But I think you're asking the wrong thing. It's not what's wrong with you. It's what happened to you that made you believe this is what you're worth." Her words hung in the air between us. What had happened to me? When had I started believing that love was something to be earned through suffering? When had I decided that waiting by the phone, crying through the night, was a reasonable price to pay for connection? I thought back to my childhood, to my first boyfriend in high school, to all the relationships that had led me to this moment. There was a pattern there, a pattern I wasn't ready to fully examine, not yet. But I could feel its edges, sense its presence like a shape under a sheet. "I'm tired, Zoe," I finally said. "I'm so tired of feeling this way." "That's good," she replied. "Being tired of the pain is the first step to walking away from it." She got up and went to the kitchen, returning with 2 mugs of coffee. She handed me one and then picked up my phone from the coffee table. She held it out to me. "What are you going to say to him?" I took the phone and looked at his message again. "Let's grab coffee this week." For days ago, those words would have sent a thrill through me. Evidence that he still wanted to see me, that I hadn't been forgotten completely. Now they just felt hollow. "I don't know," I admitted. "Yes, you do," Zoe said with quiet confidence. "The Layla I know, the real Layla, she knows exactly what she deserves." I stared at the phone for a long moment. Then, with trembling fingers, I typed, "I think we want different things. I deserve someone who shows up, not just physically, but emotionally. I wish you well, David." My thumb hovered over the send button. Everything in me resisted. What if this was a mistake? What if he changed? What if this was my last chance at love? Zoe watched me, her expression a mixture of hope and concern. "It's okay to choose yourself, Layla. It's more than okay. It's necessary." I closed my eyes and hit send. The relief wasn't immediate. In fact, what followed was a wave of panic so intense that for a moment, I couldn't breathe. I set my phone down as if it had burned me. What had I done? I'd pushed away the person I'd been desperately trying to keep. I'd closed the door that I'd been holding open for months. "I feel sick," I whispered. "That's normal," Zoe said. "You're detoxing." From a person? From the idea of him. From the addiction to the highs and lows. From the fantasy that if you just waited long enough, suffered enough, he'd finally become the person you wanted him to be. My phone buzzed. David had responded. I looked at Zoe, terrified. "You don't have to read it now," she said. "Or ever, if you don't want to." But I knew I would read it. I picked up the phone with a shaking hand. "Your loss. Good luck finding someone who puts up with your neediness." The words were like a slap. But underneath the initial sting, something else emerged, clarity. This response, this immediate pivot to blame and insult rather than reflection or respect, confirmed everything. It confirmed that I'd been right to walk away. It confirmed that what I'd been calling love was actually something much more toxic. I showed the message to Zoe. She read it and then looked at me with a sad smile. And just like that, he shows his true colors. I nodded slowly. I think maybe he's been showing them all along. I just didn't want to see. We sat in silence for a few minutes, sipping our coffee as the morning light grew stronger, illuminating the dust particles floating in the air of my apartment. Outside, Boston was waking up, cars honking, people walking to work, life continuing as it always did. "What now?" I finally asked. Zoe set down her mug. "Now you heal. Now you figure out why you were willing to accept so little for so long. Now you learn to love yourself the way you wanted him to love you." It sounded impossible. And yet, as I sat there in my rumpled burgundy dress from the night before, eyes swollen from crying over a man who had never truly seen me, I felt something new stir inside me. Not hope exactly, not yet, but possibility. The possibility that there was a version of love that didn't require me to diminish myself. The possibility that I could learn to stop giving my power away to people who didn't deserve it. The possibility that I could stop spending nights staring at my phone, crying. "Okay," I said, and for the first time in months, my voice didn't shake when I spoke. "I want to learn." That was the first day, the first step, the beginning of a journey that would eventually lead me here, to these pages, to these lessons learned through tears and time, and ultimately, transformation. Because that morning, sitting on my couch with Zoe, still wearing the dress from a date that never happened, I made a promise to myself. No more nights spent staring at my phone, waiting for someone to decide I was worth their time. No more giving away my peace, my power, my worth. No more crying for someone else. That promise, like most important promises, was easier made than kept. I would break it many times in the weeks and months that followed. The path to valuing yourself is rarely straight or simple. But that morning was the first time I'd drawn a line, however faint, between what I'd been accepting and what I actually deserved. It was the beginning of everything that followed. And if you're reading these words, if you've ever found yourself crying over unanswered texts at 2 a.m., if you've ever made yourself small to fit into someone else's inconsistent affections, then perhaps this is your beginning too. Chapter 2. The signs a relationship is beginning to control you. The trouble with red flags is that they look so much like regular flags when you're wearing rose-colored glasses. 2 days after I'd sent that final text to David, I found myself sitting in a small cafe in Cambridge, across from my therapist, Dr. Kate Chun. I'd started seeing her 6 months earlier for what I'd called general anxiety, though I'd spent most of our sessions talking about David. It was only now, in the aftermath of our breakup, if you could even call it that I was beginning to see the connection. "So you finally ended things," Dr. Chun said, stirring her tea. The cafe was her suggestion, a change from her office that she thought might help me gain perspective. Around us, college students hunched over laptops, young professionals conducted informal meetings, and a few solitary readers lost themselves in books. Normal life, continuing while mine felt suspended in a strange limbo of grief and relief. I confirmed, wrapping my hand around my mug for comfort. "But I can't stop thinking about him. About us. About what happened." "That's natural," she said. "You're processing." "I'm obsessing," I corrected. "I keep going over everything, wondering if I made a mistake, if I was too demanding, if I should call him." "Layla," Dr. Chun interrupted gently. "Do you remember what you told me last week? Before you ended things." I thought back to our previous session, when I'd arrived late and flustered because I'd been waiting for David to call. I'd spent the hour defending him, explaining away his behavior, insisting that he was just busy, just stressed, just not good at communicating. I said that sometimes he makes me feel like I'm too much, I recalled. That maybe if I were more patient, more understanding, less needy, he would what? Love me properly, I finished, my voice small. Dr. Chun set down her spoon. Her gaze was kind but unflinching. "And what does loving someone properly look like to you?" The question caught me off guard. I'd spent so much time thinking about how to be loved that I'd rarely considered what it should actually feel like to receive it. "I don't know," I admitted. "Not like that, though. Not like I'm constantly auditioning for someone's attention." Dr. Chin nodded. "That's important insight. Now, I want to try something different today. Instead of focusing on the end of your relationship with David, let's go back to the beginning. When did you first meet?" I described that rooftop party 8 months ago, the initial chemistry, the perfect first date. As I spoke, I realized how much I'd been clinging to those early memories, using them to justify everything that came after. "And when did you first notice things changing?" she asked. I started to say it was about 3 months in, when he began canceling plans last minute. But then I stopped myself. There had been something earlier, hadn't there? Something I dismissed. "Actually," I said slowly, "there was this moment about 3 weeks after we started dating. We were at his place, and I got a text from my friend Elena about a writing workshop she thought I'd be interested in. It was the same night David and I had loose plans to hang out the following week. When I mentioned I might go to the workshop instead, he got not angry exactly, but cold. He said something like, 'I thought you were excited to see me, but I guess not.' Dr. Chin's expression remained neutral. 'And what did you do?' I canceled on Elena immediately. Told her I couldn't make it. And then I spent the next 20 minutes reassuring David that of course I wanted to see him. That nothing was more important. And how did he respond to that? He warmed up again. Said he was just looking forward to our time together. That he liked how I prioritized us. I paused, the memory shifting shape as I re-examined it. I remember feeling relieved that he was happy with me again, but also, I don't know, something fell off. That discomfort, Dr. Chan said, was your intuition trying to communicate with you. What was it saying? I closed my eyes briefly, try to reconnect with that moment. It was saying that something was out of balance, that I just made a choice based on fear rather than desire. Fear of what? Losing him, disappointing him, being abandoned. The words tumbled out before I could filter them. Dr. Chin nodded. That early interaction contained valuable information, a preview of the dynamic that would develop between you. Can you think of other early signs that something wasn't quite right? I took a sip of my coffee, now lukewarm, and let my mind wander back through the early days with David. The memories came slowly at first, then faster, like dominoes falling. About a month in, he made a comment about my outfit when we were going to meet his friends. Nothing overtly critical, just "you're wearing that," in this tone that made me feel inadequate. I changed 3 times before we left. Dr. Chun made a small note. What else? He would take hours to respond to my texts, but if I didn't reply to his within 15 minutes, he'd send follow-ups asking if I was okay or if I was ignoring him. MMM. She nodded for me to continue. When we'd go out with his friends, he'd tell stories about me that emphasized my flaws, like the time I got us lost in Beacon Hill because I read the map wrong. He'd frame it as affectionate teasing, but always made me feel small. I paused, a particularly painful memory surfacing. There was this night, maybe 2 months in, when I mentioned a male colleague who'd praised a piece I'd written. David immediately asked for his name, how often we worked together, whether I found him attractive. It felt intense, but then he followed it up by saying he just couldn't bear the thought of losing me, that he'd never felt this way before. I remember thinking how lucky I was that someone could care that much. You interpreted jealousy as love, Dr. Chen observed. I interpreted everything as love, I admitted. His possessiveness meant he valued me. His criticism meant he wanted the best for me. His occasional coldness meant I needed to try harder. The realization was like cold water. I'd been so desperate to be loved that I'd misread every warning sign as its opposite. Layla, Dr. Chen said gently, these are what we call yellow flags, early warning signs that a relationship may become controlling or emotionally unsafe. They're often subtle, which makes them easy to dismiss or misinterpret, especially when they're interspersed with positive experiences. But how do you know? I asked, frustration edging into my voice. In a moment, how do you know if something is a warning sign or just normal relationship stuff? That's an excellent question. She pulled out a small notebook from her bag and slid it across the table to me. I want you to start keeping track of situations that make you feel diminished, anxious, or like you're walking on eggshells. Not just in romantic relationships, but in all your interactions. The goal isn't to become paranoid, but to develop a better relationship with your intuition. That feeling you had early on with David that something was off. I took the notebook, running my fingers over its smooth cover. But what if my intuition is broken? What if I can't trust my own feelings? Your intuition isn't broken, she said firmly. It's just been overridden so many times that it's learned to whisper instead of shout. Our work is to help you hear it again. She took a sip of her tea before continuing. For now, let's try something concrete. I'm going to describe some common early warning signs of controlling relationships, and I want you to note if any resonate with your experience with David or with previous relationships. I flipped open the notebook to a blank page, pen poised. First, they move unusually quickly, pressuring for commitment before you've had time to truly know them. I thought back to David telling me he was falling in love after just 3 weeks, how special it had made me feel. I wrote, fast intensity with D, similar pattern with Michael in college. Second, they subtly isolate you, making negative comments about your friends or family, or making it difficult for you to spend time with others. D always had a reason why he didn't want to hang out with my friends. Called Zoe judgmental and Elena a bad influence. I started seeing them less to avoid conflict. Third, they create tests of your loyalty or affection that you always seem to fail. The Instagram incident got upset when I didn't like his photo within an hour of posting. Said it made him feel unimportant to me. Fourth, you find yourself apologizing often, even when you're not sure what you did wrong. I'm sorry became my default. Sorry for working late. Sorry for having plans. Sorry for being tired. Sorry for wanting reassurance. Fifth, your sense of self begins to shrink. Hobbies, opinions, and relationships that were once important to you start to feel secondary to maintaining the relationship. This one hit like a physical blow. I wrote, stop submitting to literary magazines. Declined book club. Put writing on hold because D said it took too much of my attention. Who am I now? As the list continued, inconsistent affection, subtle put-downs framed as jokes, unpredictable mood shifts that kept me constantly vigilant. The pattern became impossible to ignore. By the time Dr. Chen finished, my page was filled with examples, not just from my relationship with David, but from past relationships as well. I stared at the evidence of my own repeated pattern, feeling both exposed and strangely empowered. There it was in my own handwriting, proof that what I'd experienced wasn't just bad luck or isolated incidents, but a recognizable dynamic. Wow, I said finally. When you list it all out like that, it becomes clearer, Dr. Chen finished. These patterns can be hard to see when you're in them, especially because they often develop gradually. The metaphor I use with my clients is the boiling frog. If you put a frog in boiling water, it will jump out immediately. But if you put it in cool water and slowly heat it, the frog won't perceive the danger until it's too late. I was the frog, I said. You were. But Layla, she leaned forward, her expression earnest. You jumped out. Many people never do. I let that sink in. She was right. As painful as the past few days had been, as much as I doubted my decision, I had taken that crucial step. I had recognized, even if belatedly, that the water was too hot. I want to be clear about something, Dr. Chen continued. Identifying these patterns isn't about demonizing David or your exes. It's about understanding the dynamic you were caught in, a dynamic that both of you participated in, albeit from different positions of emotional power. I nodded slowly. I know. I played my part. I accepted the unacceptable. I stayed when I should have left. Try to frame it with more compassion, she suggested. You responded to a difficult situation with the emotional tools you had at the time. Now we're working on developing new tools. We spent the rest of the session discussing those tools, how to recognize my own boundaries, how to communicate them effectively, how to distinguish between healthy and unhealthy relationship dynamics. As we talked, I felt something shift inside me, a small but significant realignment like a chiropractic adjustment for my soul. When our hour was nearly up, Dr. Chen had one more question for me. Earlier, I asked what loving someone properly looks like to you, and you said you weren't sure. I'd like you to think about that over the next week. Not in terms of grand gestures or intense feelings, but in terms of day-to-day interactions. How does healthy love behave? How does it make you feel? It was a homework assignment I'd never considered before. I'd spent so much time studying the wrong example that I barely knew what the right one looked like. I'll try, I promised. As we gathered our things to leave, Dr. Chun offered one final thought. Layla, there's something important I want you to remember. The red flags you missed with David weren't missed because you're naive or desperate or any of the unkind labels you've been giving yourself. They were missed because you were taught, through previous relationships, through cultural messages, perhaps through your early family experiences, that love looks like anxiety, like work, like never quite measuring up. She closed her notebook and looked at me directly. Your task now isn't just to learn to recognize warning signs, but to unlearn the belief that love should feel like walking through a minefield. I let her words settle over me as we said our goodbyes, and I stepped out into the Cambridge afternoon. Harvard Square hummed with activity, students rushing between classes, tourists consulting maps, street performers drawing small crowds. I watched a young couple walk past, hands intertwined, laughing at some private joke. I wondered what their story was, whether they were still in the golden beginning or if they'd found a way to build something lasting and true. As I waited for the tea to take me back to my apartment, I pulled out the notebook Dr. Chan had given me and flipped to a fresh page. At the top, I wrote, "What does loving someone properly look like?" Below it, I added my first tentative answer. It looks like feeling more like myself, not less. It wasn't much, but it was a start. A tiny light in what had felt like darkness for so long. As the Red Line train rumbled into the station, I tucked the notebook into my bag, carrying that small truth with me, like a compass pointing toward a destination I couldn't yet see but was determined to find. That evening, alone in my apartment, I decided to do something I'd been avoiding. I went through my phone and deleted all my text conversations with David. Before doing so, I scrolled back to the very beginning, reading through our early exchanges. Can't stop thinking about last night. You're incredible. When can I see you again? He'd written after our first date. Pizza tonight? I need to see your face or I might die. 3 days later. Cancel my plans with the guys. Want you all to myself this weekend. Reading these messages now, with new awareness, I could see what I'd missed before, the intensity that had felt like passion but was actually a form of pressure, the possessiveness disguised as devotion, the subtle way he'd positioned himself as the prize to be won, even as he pursued me. As I continued scrolling, I watched our dynamic evolve through the digital record. Where are you? You usually text back by now. Who's Mike? Saw him comment on your Instagram. Thought you were too busy to go out tonight, but you're posting on social media? Sorry about yesterday. You just drive me crazy sometimes. No one's ever made me feel this way. Why you always make me feel like the bad guy? I'm trying so hard here. And my response is always accommodating, always soothing, always making myself smaller. Not Mike from work, Mike from college. Known him forever. Just friends. You're right, I should have texted. Got caught up in a work thing. Miss you. Of course I'm not upset. It's fine. No, you're not too much. I love how passionate you are. I know you're trying. I'm sorry if I made you feel bad. The pattern was so clear now, so painfully obvious. With each exchange, I've been erasing a little more of myself, contorting to fit whatever shape would keep his approval. And the most revealing texts of all were the ones I'd sent that he'd never responded to. Just checking in. Hope your day is going well. Hey, haven't heard from you today. Everything okay? I know you're busy, but just letting you know I'm thinking of you. Did I do something wrong? Messages sent into the void, each one making me feel a little more desperate, a little more pathetic, a little more convinced that I needed to try harder to be worthy of his attention. When I reach our final exchange, my boundary-setting text, and his dismissive, cruel response, I took a screenshot, not to torture myself, but to remind myself. Then I deleted everything else. As I set my phone down, I felt lighter. Not healed, not whole, but unburdened of carrying around the physical evidence of my own diminishment. It was a small act of reclamation, but a significant one. I moved to my bookshelf next, gathering the few items David had given me or left at my apartment. A sweatshirt I'd been sleeping in, a book he'd insisted I read, but I never had, a coffee mug from a weekend trip to Vermont. I put them all in a box that I labeled to donate and pushed it into the back of my closet. Another small act of reclamation. Finally, I sat down at my desk and opened my laptop. For months, my writing had taken a back seat to my relationship. My literary ambitions, once the driving force of my life, had been relegated to someday as I poured my creative energy into analyzing text from David, crafting the perfect responses, and constructing elaborate narratives about where our relationship was headed. I opened a blank document and stared at the cursor, blinking expectantly. The empty space felt both terrifying and full of possibility. I hadn't written anything personal in so long that I wasn't sure I remembered how. So I started with the truth, typing the words slowly. I am learning to recognize the signs of a relationship that begins to control you. Once I started, I couldn't stop. I wrote about the early warning signs I'd ignored with David. I wrote about the patterns Dr. Chun had helped me identify. I wrote about the gradual erosion of self that happens so subtly you don't notice until you look up one day and can't recognize your own life. I wrote until my eyes burned and my fingers cramped, until the sky outside my window had darkened completely and the only light in my apartment came from my laptop screen. When I finally stopped, I had 12 pages of raw, honest reflection. Not polished, not perfect, but real. I saved the document and titled it Signs. It wasn't meant for anyone else to read. It was for me, a record of my awakening, a map of where I'd been, and a compass for where I never wanted to go again. As I closed my laptop and got ready for bed, my phone buzzed with a text. My heart leapt, a Pavlovian response to the sound that had controlled my emotions for months, before I reminded myself that I didn't need to rush to check it, that I was no longer waiting for validation from David. When I did look, I saw it was from Elena. Hey stranger, haven't heard from you in a while. Still alive? A wave of shame washed over me as I realized how much I'd neglected my friendships during my relationship with David. Elena had been my writing buddy since college, the person who'd celebrated every small publication with me, who'd given honest feedback on my work when I needed it most. And I'd let our connection fade because David had made subtle comments about how much time I spent with her, about how her single lifestyle might be a bad influence. I texted back immediately, very much alive. And I owe you a massive apology and an even more massive glass of wine. Free tomorrow night? Her response came quickly. Well, look who remembered, she has friends. Wine tomorrow sounds perfect. My place, 7 p.m. Bring snacks and all the gossip. I smiled, my first genuine smile in days. This, too, was part of healing, reconnecting with the people I'd distanced myself from, rebuilding the support system I'd allowed to atrophy. As I set my alarm and climbed into bed, I thought about Dr. Chin's assignment to define what loving someone properly looks like. I reached for the notebook on my nightstand and added another line. It looks like more connection, not less. It expands your world rather than shrinking it. That night, for the first time in months, I fell asleep without checking my phone one last time, without the knot of anxiety in my stomach that had become so familiar I'd stopped recognizing it as pain. The silence of my phone no longer felt like rejection. It felt like peace. The healing had begun. Chapter 3. Being needed is not the same as being loved. 2 weeks after ending things with David, I found myself sitting across from Elena at her apartment in Somerville, surrounded by the comfortable clutter that had always made her space feel like a creative sanctuary. Plants cascaded from hanging macrame holders, bookshelves overflowed with dog-eared paperbacks, and her walls were covered in a collage of postcards, photographs, and pages torn from literary magazines, including, I noticed with a pang, my first published short story, which she had framed years ago. "I still can't believe you're actually here," Elena said, refilling our wine glasses. "I was starting to think you'd join a cult." I winced. "I'm so sorry I've been MIA. I was caught in the David vortex," she finished for me. "I know. It happens. The important thing is you escaped." She held up her glass. "To freedom." I clinked my glass against hers, but the toast felt hollow. Freedom was supposed to feel liberating, wasn't it? So why did I still feel so empty? "What's that face?" Elena asked, scrutinizing me over the rim of her wine glass. "That's not your I'm embracing my independence face. That's your I'm questioning all my life choices face." I sighed. Elena had always been able to read me with unnerving accuracy, which was one of the reasons I'd loved her. And if I was honest with myself, one of the reasons I'd pulled away during my relationship with David. Her clarity made it harder to maintain my delusions. "I'm just struggling," I admitted. "Part of me is relieved it's over, but there's this other part that keeps thinking about him, wondering if he's okay, if he misses me." "Of course he misses you," Elena said matter-of-factly. "You were his emotional support human." I frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means you were always there, always available, always putting his needs first. You were like emotional room service, available 24/7, always ready with exactly what he needed, never asking for anything in return." Her words felt like a splash of cold water. I opened my mouth to object, but Elena had already moved on. "Let me ask you something," she said, tucking her legs beneath her on the couch. "When you think about what you miss about David, what specifically comes to mind?" I took a sip of wine, giving myself time to reflect. "I miss the feeling that I mattered to someone, that someone was thinking about me, wanting me." "Okay, but what about him? What specific qualities do you miss?" My mind went strangely blank. I could picture David clearly, his whiskey-colored eyes, the half-smile that had charmed me that first night, the way he ran his hand through his hair when he was thinking. But when I tried to identify what I missed about his character, his soul, I came up empty. I don't know," I said slowly. "That's weird, right? I was obsessed with this man for 8 months, and I can't articulate what I loved about him besides how he made me feel when he chose me." "Not weird at all," Elena said. "Classic, actually. You weren't in love with David. You were in love with feeling needed." I shook my head. "That's not true. I loved him." "Did you? Or did you love the role you played his life? The fixer, the supporter, the one who would drop everything when he called? The one who never demanded reciprocity because just being chosen felt like enough?" Her questions hit so close to home that I felt defensive. "You're making me sound pathetic." "Not pathetic," Elena said, her voice softening. "Human. We all do it in different ways." "But Layla, there's a difference between being needed and being loved. Being needed is about what you can do for someone. Being loved is about who you are." I sat with that distinction, rolling it around in my mind like a new language I was trying to learn. "I think I've been confusing the two my whole life," I finally said. Elena nodded. "Most of us do. It's what we're taught, especially women. That love is proven through sacrifice, through putting others first. That the more you give, the more worthy of love you become. I thought about my relationship history, not just with David, but with every significant partner I'd had. A pattern emerged with such clarity that I wondered how I'd never seen it before. My tendency to overfunction, to become indispensable, to measure my worth by how much someone else needed me. You know what's ironic? I said, when I first met David, what attracted me to him was how confident and self-sufficient he seemed. I thought, here's someone who doesn't need me to take care of them. But somehow we still ended up in that dynamic. Because it's familiar to you, Elena suggested. It's the relationship model you know best. I nodded slowly, my mind drifting back to childhood memories I rarely examined. My dad traveled a lot for work when I was growing up. Mom was always waiting for him to call, waiting for him to come home, planning everything around his schedule. Her whole existence revolved around being available in case he needed her. And what did you learn from watching that? That love means being available. That it means organizing your life around someone else's needs. I closed my eyes briefly. That the person who needs the least has the most power. Elena reached across the couch to squeeze my hand. Bingo. So what's the alternative? I asked. How do you love someone without falling into that trap? I wish I had a simple answer, Elena said. I'm still figuring it out myself. But I think it starts with understanding that real love isn't about becoming someone's essential support system. It's about two whole people choosing each other again and again, not out of need, but out of desire. That sounds nice in theory, I said, but how do you know the difference? In the moment, how do you tell if someone loves you for who you are or just for what you do for them? Elena refilled our glasses, her expression thoughtful. I have this theory that you can tell by how you feel in the relationship. When you're just being needed, there's always this undercurrent of anxiety, this fear that if you stop giving, stop being useful, they'll stop wanting you around. But when you're genuinely loved, there's a baseline of security. You know that even on your worst days, when you have nothing to offer, you're still valued. Her words sent a shiver of recognition through me. That undercurrent of anxiety had been so constant in my relationship with David that I'd stopped noticing it, like background noise that only becomes apparent when it suddenly stops. I don't think I've ever had that, I admitted. That security, maybe not in romantic relationships, Elena agreed. But you have it with me, with Zoe, with your other real friends. You know, I don't keep you around because you're useful to me. I keep you around because you're Layla, and I love Layla. Her humor, her creativity, her ridiculous obsession with true crime podcasts, her terrible taste in reality TV shows. I laughed, feeling a warmth spread through me that had nothing to do with the wine. I do know that. With you guys, I never feel like I have to earn my place. Exactly. And that's what you deserve in every relationship. Romantic, platonic, professional, all of it. To be valued for your essence, not just your utility. We let that sink in for a moment, the truth of it settling between us like a tangible presence. So, Elena finally said, her tone lighter, "Tell me about what you've been writing lately." When I looked surprised, she added, "Zoe mentioned you've started again." "Just journaling, really," I said. "Processing everything that happened with David. Trying to understand the patterns I keep falling into." "That's how it starts," Elena nodded. "The best writing always comes from the questions that haunt us." She got up and went to her bookshelf, running her finger along the spines until she found what she was looking for. "Here, I've been meaning to give you this." She handed me a book, Women Who Love Too Much by Robin Norwood. The cover looked like it had been through several readers, the corners dog-eared, the spine cracked. "It's a classic for a reason," Elena said. "I read it after my disaster with Patrick. It was illuminating." I turned the book over, skimming the back cover. "When being in love means being in pain, this book can change your life," I read aloud. "Pretty much sums up the last 8 months. More like your entire dating history," Elena corrected gently. "David is just the most recent symptom of the pattern." I couldn't argue with that. I tucked the book into my bag, promising myself I'd start it that night. "Thank you," I said. "Not just for the book, but for seeing me, even when I tried to disappear." Elena smiled. That's what real love does. It sees you, even when you're lost. Later that evening, curled up on my couch with Elena's book, I found myself underlining passages that felt like they were written specifically for me. Women who love too much are not loving men simply because they like them, enjoy their company, or even respect or admire certain qualities in them, but rather because they are emotionally dependent on a relationship with a man. For women who love too much, relationship addiction fills a need to escape from inner emptiness. But like any addiction, it creates consequences that far outweigh its temporary benefits. And the one that hit me hardest: when we have moved from one painful relationship to another, it's not because we enjoy suffering. It's because we're trying to achieve a different outcome from a situation similar to the one that hurt us deeply in childhood. I set the book down, my mind reeling. Was that what I'd been doing? Unconsciously recreating the emotional patterns of my childhood in hopes of somehow healing them? Was my attraction to unavailable men like David just an attempt to finally win the attention and validation I'd craved from my father? The thought was uncomfortable, but also oddly freeing. If my relationship patterns were learned rather than innate, then they could be unlearned. If my tendency to confuse being needed with being loved was a conditioned response, then I could recondition myself. I picked up the notebook Dr. Chan had given me and turned to a fresh page. At the top, I wrote, "Being needed is not the same as being loved." Beneath it, I began listing the differences as I understood them. Being needed centers around what you do for someone, creates anxiety about maintaining your usefulness, requires constant proof that you're worthy of attention, feels like a temporary state that could end if you stop performing, leads to diminishing yourself to fit someone else's needs, gives power to the person who needs you less. Being loved centers around who you are, creates security about your place in someone's life, doesn't require constant proof or performance, feels like a stable state that endures through changes and challenges, encourages you to grow and express your full self, balances power through mutual respect and care. Looking at the list side by side, I felt a mix of clarity and grief. The contrast made it painfully obvious that what I'd experienced with David, and with most of my previous partners, fell firmly into the being needed category. I'd mistaken utility for intimacy, dependency for connection. But there was also hope in this realization. Now that I could see the difference, I could make different choices. I could learn to recognize and reject relationships built on need rather than love. I could begin to dismantle the belief that my worth was tied to what I could do for others. I turned the page in my notebook and wrote a question. If I'm not defined by how much someone needs me, then who am I? It was a terrifying question, but also an exhilarating one. Without the familiar framework of being someone's emotional support, who might I become? What parts of myself, long neglected while I focused on meeting others' needs, might finally have room to grow? As I pondered these questions, my phone buzzed with a text. I felt the familiar surge of hope. Maybe it's David, followed immediately by shame at my own predictability. 3 weeks of no contact, and still my first thought was of him. I checked the screen. It wasn't David. It was a message from Alan, my editor at the literary magazine where I occasionally published. "Hey Layla, hoping you might have something new for us? It's been a while since your last submission, and readers still mention that piece about your grandmother. No pressure, just checking in." I stared at the text, feeling a complicated mix of emotions. On one hand, it was nice to be reminded that my writing had resonated with people. On the other hand, it highlighted how long I'd been creatively dormant, how much of myself I'd put on hold while trying to sustain my relationship with David. I started to type a polite deflection. "Thanks for thinking of me, but I don't have anything ready right now," when I stopped myself. Why was my instinct still to diminish my own needs and possibilities? Maybe I didn't have anything ready for publication, but I had been writing again. My journals were full of raw material that, with work, could become something worth sharing. Instead, I wrote, "Thanks for reaching out, Alan. I'm actually in the middle of a new project. Can I send you something in a few weeks?" His response came quickly. "Absolutely. Looking forward to it." I set my phone down, feeling a small but significant shift inside me. For months, My creative energy had been channeled into analyzing David's texts, anticipating his needs, managing his moods. What might be possible now that all that energy could be redirected back into my own life, my own work? The question felt like stepping onto a path I'd abandoned long ago, familiar but overgrown, requiring effort to clear the way forward. But for the first time in a long time, I felt ready for that effort, ready to rediscover parts of myself that had nothing to do with being needed by someone else. The following Monday, I met Dr. Chen at her office rather than the cafe. There was something comforting about the muted colors and clean lines of her professional space, a sense of containment that felt necessary for the deeper work we were beginning to do. "I've been thinking a lot about what you said last time," I told her after we'd settled into the comfortable chairs that faced each other across a small coffee table. "About unlearning the belief that love should feel like walking through a minefield." She nodded encouragingly. "And I think I've been confusing being needed with being loved," I said, the insight still feeling fresh despite the hours I'd spent contemplating it. "I've been gravitating toward relationships where I can be indispensable because it makes me feel secure, like if someone needs me badly enough, they won't leave." "That's a profound realization," Dr. Chen said. "What do you think that pattern began?" I told her about the conversation with Layla, about the connections I'd started making to my parents' relationship, to my father's frequent absences, and my mother's constant waiting. "There was this moment when I was about 13, I said, a memory surfacing that I hadn't examined in years. My dad was supposed to come home from a business trip in time for my piano recital. I'd been practicing for months. Mom and I got dressed up, drove to the recital hall, and kept saving a seat for him. He never showed. I paused, feeling the echo of that old disappointment. When we got home, he had called and left a message, some problem with his flight, nothing he could do. And I remember my mom saying, 'Your father works so hard for this family. The least we can do is understand when he can't be here.' Like it was our job to accommodate his absence, to need him less so he could focus on more important things." Dr. Chen's expression was gentle but neutral. "And what message did you internalize from experiences like that? That love means being understanding when someone can't show up for you. That you prove your love by not asking for too much." I took a deep breath. "That the person who needs you least has the most value." She nodded. "These early experiences create what we call relationship blueprints, models for how we expect love to function. If your blueprint shows one person consistently accommodating another's needs while sublimating their own, that's what will feel normal to you in your adult relationships." "So how do I change the blueprint?" I asked. "I don't want to keep repeating this pattern." "First, by becoming aware of it, which you're already doing," Dr. Chen said. "And then by consciously creating new experiences that contradict the old model. This can happen in therapy, in friendships, eventually in romantic relationships. Any connection where you practice relating differently." "Like how?" "Like expressing your needs directly instead of hiding them. Like allowing yourself to receive without feeling you have to give something in return. Like noticing when you're slipping into caretaking mode and choosing a different response." She leaned forward slightly. "The key is practice. Your old patterns are like well-worn paths in a forest, the easiest routes to take because they've been traveled so many times. Building new patterns means forging new paths, which requires conscious effort until they become as familiar as the old ones." I nodded, thinking about how automatically I'd slipped into the caretaker role with David, how natural it had felt to organize my life around his needs. Creating different patterns would take vigilance, awareness I wasn't accustomed to bringing to my relationships. "Last week, you asked me to think about what loving someone properly looks like," I said. "I've been working on that. I'd love to hear your thoughts." I pulled out my notebook and opened to the lists I'd made after talking with Elena. As I shared my observations about the differences between being needed and being loved, Dr. Chen listened attentively, occasionally nodding. "This is excellent work, Layla," she said when I finished. "You're developing a clearer understanding of what healthy love entails. The next step is to apply these insights to your actual relationships, not just romantically, but in all areas of your life." "That's the hard part," I admitted. I I can understand it intellectually, but in the moment, when someone asks something of me, my default is still to say yes, to prioritize their needs over my own. Of course it is, Dr. Chun said matter-of-factly. You've had decades of practice at that response. Change doesn't happen overnight. It happens through consistent small choices that gradually alter your patterns. She reached for a pad of paper on the side table and drew a simple diagram. A straight horizontal line with a wave pattern above and below it. Think of this middle line as your new path, a balanced way of relating where your needs matter as much as others. The wave represents your journey. Sometimes you'll dip below into old patterns of overgiving. Sometimes you might swing to the opposite extreme of protecting yourself too rigidly. The goal isn't perfection. It's a general trend toward balance, with self-awareness when you veer off course. I studied the diagram, appreciating its simplicity. It made the process seem more manageable somehow. Not a perfect straight line, but a series of adjustments, a dynamic balance rather than a fixed state. I want to give you a small assignment for this week, Dr. Chin said. Each day, I'd like you to practice saying no to one request or invitation that doesn't align with your own needs or values. It doesn't have to be dramatic, just a simple, I'm not able to do that, or that doesn't work for me right now. The goal is to build your tolerance for prioritizing yourself without guilt. The suggestion made me instantly anxious. What if I disappoint people? You will, she said simply. That's part of having boundaries. The question is whether disappointing others occasionally is worth the cost of consistently disappointing yourself. Her words settled over me like a challenge. I'd spent so much of my life trying to be accommodating, trying to be the person others could depend on, that the idea of intentionally declining requests felt almost dangerous. But hadn't my pattern of always saying yes, always being available, led me straight into relationships where I gave everything and received little in return? Hadn't it created the perfect conditions for someone like David to take without ever having to reciprocate? I'll try, I promised, both to Dr. Chun and to myself. That's all I ask, she said with a warm smile. And remember, this isn't about becoming selfish or uncaring. It's about finding balance, about being able to give from a place of genuine choice rather than compulsion or fear. As our session wound down, Dr. Chin had one more question for me. When was the last time you felt truly seen and valued for who you are, not for what you could do for someone? I thought about it, sifting through memories of various relationships. With my friends, I said finally. With Elena and Zoe. They know my flaws, my quirks, my annoying habits, and they love me anyway. They don't need me to be perfect or useful. They just want me to be me. That's the feeling to remember, Dr. Chin said. That's your reference point for what genuine love feels like. Not anxious, not desperate, not conditional on your performance. Just acceptance of your whole, imperfect, authentic self. I nodded, holding on to that feeling like a compass. If I could recognize it with my friends, perhaps I could learn to recognize its absence or presence in other relationships too. As I left Dr. Chin's office and walked through Boston Common toward the T station, the autumn air carried the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke. Students lounged on the grass. Tourists snapped photos. A street musician played guitar near the entrance to the public garden. Life continuing in all its ordinary beauty. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from a colleague asking if I could cover her shift at the bookstore where I work part-time. My immediate instinct was to say yes, to be the reliable one, the team player. But I paused, remembering Dr. Chin's assignment. Sorry, I can't this time. I have plans I can't change. Hope you find someone. I hit send and waited for the wave of guilt that usually followed any act of self-prioritization. It came, but not as strongly as I'd expected. And alongside, it was something new, a quiet satisfaction at having honored my own needs. Those plans were nothing more elaborate than an evening alone with my writing and my thoughts. But they were important to me. That was enough. As I descended into the Park Street station, I felt a subtle shift in my perception, like adjusting the focus on a camera to reveal details that had been blurry before. For years, I'd been viewing love through a distorted lens, mistaking dependency for connection, utility for worth. Now, slowly, frame by frame, a clearer image was emerging. Being needed was not the same as being loved. The recognition of that simple truth felt like the first real step toward breaking a pattern that had shaped my entire romantic history. I was ready to learn what came next. Chapter 4. Let them. You don't need to control him. If you could change anything about David, what would it be? It was a month after our breakup, and Dr. Chin's question caught me off guard. We'd been discussing my progress with setting small boundaries in my daily life, saying no to extra work projects, declining social invitations when I needed rest, expressing preferences rather than automatically deferring to others. These small acts of self-advocacy had felt uncomfortable at first, but were gradually becoming easier. Now, with this sudden return to the topic of David, I felt myself tense. Why are we talking about him? I asked. I thought the point was to move forward. We are moving forward, Dr. Chin assured me. But examining your past relationship patterns can provide valuable insights into your expectations and assumptions about love. So if you could have changed anything about David, what would it have been? I leaned back in my chair, allowing myself to consider the question. The list came easily, flowing from some deep reservoir of unspoken frustrations. I would have changed how inconsistent he was with communication, how he could go from texting me constantly to disappearing for days, how he'd make plans and then cancel at the last minute, how he'd get defensive whenever I tried to talk about our relationship. I paused, realizing I was just getting started. His flirting with other women in front of me, his drinking when he went out with his friends, the way he never really asked about my day or remembered important things about my life. Dr. Chin nodded, letting me continue. The way he'd withdraw emotionally whenever we got closer, how he turned everything into a joke when I tried to be serious, his inability to apologize without making excuses. I stopped, suddenly aware of how long my list had grown. I guess I wanted to change a lot. That's a substantial list, Dr. Chun observed neutrally. Now let me ask you something else. How much energy did you spend trying to change these things? I thought about the carefully worded texts I'd send, attempting to elicit more consistent communication without seeming needy. The times I'd casually mention my discomfort with his flirting, phrasing it as a joke so he wouldn't feel criticized. The way I'd adjust my own schedule to accommodate his last-minute changes, hoping my flexibility would somehow inspire him to be more reliable. Too much, I admitted. I was constantly strategizing, trying to figure out how to bring up issues without triggering his defensiveness, monitoring my own reactions so I didn't seem too emotional, convincing myself that if I was just patient enough, understanding enough, he'd eventually become the partner I needed. And did these efforts work? No, I said, the truth of it settling heavily. Nothing changed. Or if it did, it was temporary, just enough to keep me hoping. Dr. Chin nodded. This pattern is remarkably common. We enter relationships with a vision of who the other person could be, rather than accepting who they actually are. Then we exhaust ourselves trying to shape them into that vision. She reached for a book on her shelf and opened to a page she had clearly referenced many times, based on the crease in the spine. I'd like to introduce you to a concept that many of my clients find helpful. It's called Let Them. She handed me the book, pointing to a highlighted passage. When we try to control another person's behavior, even with the best intentions, we create tension, resistance, and resentment. Let them is the practice of releasing our grip on others' choices, allowing them to be exactly who they are, and then making our own choices from that place of clarity. I read the passage twice, letting the words sink in. So it's about giving up? Not at all, Dr. Chin said. It's about recognizing the difference between what you can control and what you can't. You can't control another person's behavior, priorities, or feelings. What you can control is how you respond to them and what boundaries you set for yourself. She took back the book and closed it. Think of it this way. When you're constantly trying to change someone, you're not actually in a relationship with them. You're in a relationship with your idea of who they could become. Meanwhile, the real person in front of you feels unseen and unable to meet your expectations. But isn't it normal to want your partner to grow and improve? I asked. To want a better relationship? Absolutely, Dr. Chun agreed. The key distinction is between supporting someone's own journey of growth versus trying to orchestrate it according to your preferences. One comes from love, the other from fear. I considered this. So, with David, instead of trying to make him communicate more consistently or be more considerate, you could have simply let him be exactly who he was, someone with inconsistent communication patterns and a tendency to prioritize his own needs, Dr. Chun completed, and then made your decisions based on that reality rather than the potential you imagined. The concept felt both revolutionary and uncomfortable. It challenged my deeply held belief that love should transform people, that if I just loved someone enough, was patient enough, they would eventually become who I needed them to be. This feels like giving up power, I said. Actually, it's reclaiming power, Dr. Chin corrected. When you're trying to change someone else, your happiness depends on their cooperation. When you accept them as they are and make choices based on that reality, the power returns to you. She leaned forward slightly. Let's try something concrete. Think of someone in your current life who does something that frustrates you, someone other than David. I thought immediately of my mother, who had developed a habit of calling me multiple times a day since my breakup, often with thinly veiled suggestions about how I should be handling it. My mom, I said. She's been hovering since David and I broke up, calling constantly, offering unsolicited advice, sending me articles about getting back out there. And how have you been handling this? Trying to get her to stop, I admitted. I've explained that I need space, that I'm not ready to date again, that her advice, while well-intentioned, isn't helpful right now. But she keeps doing it anyway. So your strategy has been to try to change her behavior, Dr. Chin observed. How's that working for you? I grimaced. Not great. She might ease up for a day or two, but then she's right back to it. And I end up feeling frustrated and unheard. What would it look like to let them in this situation? I consider the question. I guess I'd accept that this is how my mom responds to my pain, that she's uncomfortable with my discomfort and tries to fix it with advice and distraction, that this is more about her anxiety than my needs. That's insight into her behavior, Dr. Chin nodded. Now, what would be your response from that place of acceptance? I could stop trying to change her approach. Stop explaining why her advice isn't helpful. Just say thanks, Mom, and change the subject. I paused, a new possibility emerging. Or I could let her calls go to voicemail when I'm not in the right headspace, then call back when I am. I could set a boundary without expecting her to understand or approve of it. Exactly, Dr. Chin smiled. You're letting her be who she is, a well-meaning but anxious mother who expresses love through advice, while still taking care of your own needs. The concept began to crystallize in my mind. Let them wasn't about becoming passive or accepting poor treatment. It was about seeing reality clearly and responding to it authentically rather than trying to bend that reality to my preferences. I want to try applying this to my relationship with David, I said, feeling a new curiosity about our dynamic, to understand what I was trying to control and why. That's excellent, Dr. Chin encouraged. When we examine past relationships through new frameworks, we often discover patterns we can shift in future ones. I took out my notebook and opened to a fresh page. At the top, I wrote what I tried to control with David and what let them would have looked like. For the next several minutes, I reflected on our relationship, identifying the various ways I tried to shape David's behavior to match my needs. I tried to control his communication style, texting at strategic times to prompt responses, crafting messages designed to elicit specific reactions, hiding my disappointment when he was unresponsive. Let them alternative, accept his inconsistent communication as who he is. Decide if that works for me. I tried to control his level of commitment, accepting crumbs of attention, hoping it would lead to more, being endlessly flexible to accommodate his schedule, never expressing my full needs for fear of scaring him away. Let them alternative, be clear about what I want in a relationship. Let him choose if he wants to meet that or not. I tried to control his emotional responses, walking on eggshells to avoid triggering his defensiveness, taking responsibility for his moods, suppressing my own feelings to maintain peace. Let them alternative, allow him to have his reactions, set boundaries around how I'm willing to be treated. As the list grew, I felt a mixture of clarity and regret. How much energy had I wasted trying to orchestrate a connection that couldn't be forced? How much of myself had I compromised in the process? What I'm realizing, I said, looking up from my notebook, is that I was trying to control David because I was afraid. Afraid that if I accepted who he really was, I'd have to admit we weren't right for each other. Afraid of being alone. Afraid that I wouldn't find someone else. Fear is often at the root of control, Dr. Chen nodded. We try to manage our environment, including other people, to protect ourselves from pain or loss. But it doesn't work, I said, the insight landing with full force. Trying to control him didn't prevent the pain, it prolonged it. It kept me invested in a relationship that wasn't meeting my needs because I was always focused on its potential rather than its reality. That's profound insight, Layla, Dr. Chun said warmly. And it points to the core of what Let Them is really about, living in truth rather than wishful thinking. She glanced at the clock, noting that our session was nearing its end. For this week, I'd like you to practice applying this concept in your daily life. Notice when you're trying to control others' behavior, even in small ways, and experiment with letting go, with allowing them to be who they are while taking care of your own needs. I nodded, already thinking of situations where this might apply. With my mother's hovering, with colleagues whose work styles differed from mine, with friends whose life choices I sometimes silently questioned. One more thing, Dr. Chen added. Remember that let them applies to yourself as well. Part of this journey is learning to let yourself be who you are, with all your complex feelings, needs, and imperfections, rather than trying to control yourself into being what you think others want. This edition caught me by surprise. I've been so focused on how I tried to control others that I hadn't considered how much energy I spent trying to control myself, to be less needy, less emotional, more accommodating, more perfect. That might be the hardest part, I admitted. Usually is, Dr. Chen smiled, but it's also the most liberating. That evening, I met Zoe and Elena for dinner at a new Vietnamese restaurant in Emmett Square. As I walked from the tea station, the crisp October air carried hints of wood smoke and fallen leaves. Cambridge in autumn had a particular quality, an energy of renewal and possibility that permeated the college town as students and professors returned, as syllabi were distributed and fresh notebooks were opened to their first clean pages. I felt that same sense of beginning as I considered Dr. Chen's concept of let them. It offered a new approach not just to romantic relationships, but to all my connections, a way of engaging that honored both others' autonomy and my own needs. The restaurant was warm and bustling when I arrived, the air fragrant with lemongrass and star anise. Zoe and Elena had already secured a table by the window and waved me over. As I slid into the booth beside Elena, I felt a rush of gratitude for these friendships that had survived my retreat into my relationship with David. You look different, Zoe observed, studying my face. More present. I feel different, I admitted. Today in therapy, I had this realization about how much energy I've spent trying to control the people in my life, especially David, try to shape them into who I needed them to be instead of accepting who they actually were. Oh, I know that dance, Elena groaned. That if I just handle this exactly right, he'll finally understand tango. Exhausting. Completely exhausting, I agreed. And it never worked. Not once. So what's the alternative? Zoe asked, ever the pragmatist. I share Dr. Chen's concept of let them, the practice of releasing our grip on others' choices and making our own decisions based on the reality of who they are, not our idealized version of who they could be. It's not about becoming passive. I explained as our food arrived, steam rising from bowls of pho and plates of fresh spring rolls. It's about redirecting your energy from trying to change them to making choices that honor your own needs. I like this, Zoe nodded, her nurse's appreciation for practical solutions evident. It's like, stop trying to get someone to give you what they don't have. Exactly, I said, relief washing over me at being so easily understood. If David couldn't or wouldn't be consistent, no amount of perfect text messages or strategic patience from me was going to change that. I would have saved myself months of frustration if I'd just accepted that reality and made my decisions accordingly. So this applies to all relationships? Elena asked, twirling rice noodles around her chopsticks. Not just romantic ones. That's what Dr. Chen suggested. I nodded. That I notice when I'm trying to control others in any context and experiment with letting go. Elena's eyes lit up with sudden recognition. Oh my God, I do this with my parents constantly. Every conversation becomes this elaborate chess game where I'm trying to guide them towards saying or doing what I want, instead of just accepting that they're never going to be the emotionally available people I wish they were. And I do it with my sister, Zoe added. Always trying to get her to be more responsible, more organized. As if my disapproval is going to succeed where 3 decades of life experience haven't. We exchanged knowing glances, recognizing a shared pattern despite our different circumstances. There was something comforting about this recognition, the understanding that my tendency toward control wasn't a personal failing, but a common human response to uncertainty and vulnerability. The tricky part, I mused, dipping a spring roll in a peanut sauce, is figuring out the difference between accepting someone as they are and accepting poor treatment, between letting go of control and letting go of standards. I think it comes down to honesty, Zoe suggested. With yourself, primarily. Are you staying in a situation hoping someone will change, or are you staying because you genuinely accept who they are right now? And boundaries, Elena added. You can let someone be exactly who they are while still being clear about what you will and won't tolerate in your life. I nodded, appreciating their insights. That's what I'm beginning to understand. Let them isn't about lowering my expectations. It's about facing reality squarely and making choices from that place of clarity rather than wishful thinking. As our conversation shifted to other topics, Elena's latest writing project, Zoe's adventures in online dating, the upcoming winter holidays, I found myself observing our dynamic through this new lens. How we naturally adjusted to each other's communication styles, how we respected each other's differences without trying to change them, how we maintained our individual identities while still supporting one another. This, I realized, was what healthy connection looked like. Not the anxious striving to shape others into what we needed, but the peaceful acceptance of who they actually were, combined with the self-respect to make our own choices accordingly. It felt like a revelation, this simple but profound shift in perspective. On my walk home from the restaurant, I decided to take a detour through Harvard Square, drawn to its lively evening energy. Street performers entertained small crowds. Students hurried between libraries and coffee shops. Couples strolled hand in hand through the gentle autumn night. I found myself wondering about their stories, about the invisible dynamics of control and surrender playing out in their relationships. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a text from my mother, right on cue. Just checking in, sweetie. Saw this article about healing after breakups. Thought of you. Attached was a link to yet another well-intentioned but unwanted piece of advice. My instinctive response was irritation, followed by the familiar urge to explain, again, why these constant check-ins and suggestions weren't helpful. I'd had this conversation with her multiple times, each attempt ending with temporary understanding that quickly evaporated. But now I had a different framework to apply. What would let them look like in this situation? Instead of trying to change my mother's behavior, I could accept that this was her way of showing love and concern, that her anxiety about my happiness manifested as advice-giving and hovering, that she was doing the best she could with the emotional tools she had. And from that place of acceptance, I could choose my response based on my own needs rather than trying to manage hers. I typed, "Thanks, Mom. Love you. Had a great dinner with Zoe and Elena tonight. Talk tomorrow." Simple. Appreciative of her intention without engaging with the content. No attempt to educate, change, or manage her approach. Just acceptance of who she was, combined with a boundary that protected my own peace. As I hit send, I felt a subtle but significant shift, a loosening of tension I hadn't even realized I was carrying. There was something profoundly liberating about releasing the responsibility for someone else's behavior, about directing my energy toward my own choices rather than their transformation. I continued my walk, passing through the heart of Harvard Square. Outside the Coop bookstore, a young woman played violin, her case open for donations. I paused to listen, dropping a few dollars into her case as her bow danced across the strings. The melody was hauntingly beautiful, complex and a little melancholy, but with an underlying current of resilience. It struck me as the perfect soundtrack for this moment in my life. The recognition of past patterns, the grief of what had been lost, but also the hope of what might be possible with this new understanding. As I turned toward home, my phone buzzed again. My mother's response: "Sounds lovely, sweetie. Call when you can. Sleep well." Hugs and kisses. No pushing for more information. No additional articles or suggestions. Just a simple acknowledgement and expression of love. Perhaps let them worked both ways, creating space for others to be themselves without the pressure of my expectations, while simultaneously creating space for me to be myself without the weight of theirs. Over the next few weeks, I found myself applying the let them principle in various contexts, with results that surprised me. At work, I stopped trying to change my colleague Mark's disorganized approach to shared projects and instead adjusted my own workflow to account for his last-minute style. With my neighbor who played music too loudly, I stopped leaving passive-aggressive notes and instead invested in good headphones and occasionally asked politely if he could lower the volume before my important calls. Each situation became an opportunity to practice, to notice when I was slipping into control mode, to shift toward acceptance of what was, and to make choices that honored my own needs without requiring others to change. It wasn't always easy. There were moments when acceptance felt like surrender, when letting someone be who they were meant, acknowledging that what they offered wasn't what I wanted or needed. There was grief in that recognition, the grief of releasing expectations, of letting go of the idea that if I just found the right approach, the right words, the right timing, I could shape reality to match my desires. But there was also a growing peace, a settling into the truth of what was rather than the anxiety of what might be. And as I practiced externally with others, I began to turn that same compassionate acceptance inward, toward the parts of myself I've been trying to control or change. During my next session with Dr. Chun, I share these experiences, both the challenges and the breakthroughs. What I'm finding hardest, I admitted, is applying this to my thoughts about David. I keep going back and forth between two extremes, blaming him entirely for the relationship's failure or blaming myself for not being good enough to inspire him to change. Dr. Chin nodded thoughtfully. Both positions come from the same underlying assumption, that someone was supposed to change. Either he should have changed to meet your needs, or you should have changed to be worthy of his love. Yes, I agreed, seeing the connection. Either way, I'm still stuck in the belief that love requires transformation. And what would let them look like when applied to your perspective on that relationship? I considered the question. I guess, accepting that neither of us was wrong or right. That we were two people with different needs, different capacities, different ways of giving and receiving love. That no amount of effort on either side could bridge those fundamental differences. That sounds like truth to me, Dr. Chun said gently. And truth, while sometimes painful, is always the path to healing. I nodded, feeling the rightness of this perspective settling in my body. There was loss in acknowledging the unbridgeable gap between David and me. But there was also freedom. Freedom from the endless loop of if only and what if that had kept me tethered to a relationship that had ended months ago. I have a new question for us to explore, Dr. Chin said, shifting slightly in her chair. When you think about your pattern of trying to control others and relationships, what were you ultimately seeking? What need were you trying to meet? The question caught me off guard. I've been so focused on the mechanism of control that I hadn't deeply considered its purpose. Security, I think, I said slowly. If I could just get them to behave in predictable ways, to give me what I needed consistently, I'd feel safe. Love. And did it work? Dr. Chin asked, though we both knew the answer. No, I admitted. The more I tried to control the relationship, the more insecure I felt. The more effort I put into orchestrating the perfect dynamic, the less authentic the connection became. That's the great paradox, Dr. Chin observed. We try to control others to create security, but true security comes only from accepting what we cannot control and building our choices on that foundation of truth. She let that sink in before continuing. There's another element worth exploring. When we're focused on changing others, we're often avoiding something within ourselves, some uncomfortable emotion or unmet need that feels too overwhelming to address directly. I thought about my relationship with David, about the energy I'd poured into analyzing his behavior, crafting the perfect responses, trying to shape his perception of me. Had that external focus been a way of avoiding something inside myself? I think I said slowly, I was avoiding the fear that if someone saw the real me, all of me, including my neediness, my anxiety, my insecurities, they wouldn't stay. So instead of risking that vulnerability, I tried to become whatever I thought they wanted. And when that inevitably failed, I focused on changing them instead of accepting my own humanity. Dr. Chin's expression softened. That's profound insight, Layla. And it points to what might be the most important application of let them, learning to let yourself be exactly who you are with all your beautiful complexity, rather than trying to control yourself into some idealized version you think will be more lovable. The truth of her words brought unexpected tears to my eyes. How exhausting it had been, this constant self-monitoring, this endless internal editing. Always calculating the most strategic way to express a need, always filtering my authentic reactions through the lens of will this drive them away. I don't think I know how to do that, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. How to just be myself without trying to manage everyone's response to me. It's a practice, Dr. Chun said gently. Just like letting others be who they are. It happens one moment, one interaction at a time. The key is awareness. Noticing when you're contorting yourself to manage someone else's perception or reaction, and then consciously choosing a more authentic response. She handed me a tissue, which I accepted gratefully. For this week, I'd like you to experiment with letting yourself be seen. Not in any dramatic way, but in small, everyday moments. Express a preference without justifying it. Share a feeling without managing the other person's response to it. Allow your authentic self to show up, even if it creates discomfort. I nodded, simultaneously drawn to and intimidated by this assignment. It was one thing to let others be who they were. It was another level of vulnerability entirely to let myself be seen without the protective armor of people-pleasing and performance. To start small, Dr. Chan encouraged as if reading my thoughts. This isn't about radical transformation overnight. It's about little moments of truth that gradually build a more authentic way of being in the world. As our session ended, and I gathered my things to leave, Dr. Chun offered one final reflection. The beautiful irony of let them, she said, is that when we stop trying to control others and ourselves, when we allow the truth of who we all are to exist without resistance, we often find the very connection and security we were seeking all along. Not because anyone has changed to meet our expectations, but because authentic connection can only happen between authentic selves. I carried those words with me as I left her office and stepped into the late afternoon light. Outside, Boston bustled with pre-holiday energy, shop windows beginning to display their Christmas decorations, people hurrying between errands bundled against the November chill, the scent of cinnamon and pine beginning to permeate the air. In this city of nearly 700,000 people, each with their own complex inner world, their own needs and fears and desires, how many were caught in the exhausting cycle of trying to control what couldn't be controlled? How many were pouring their precious life energy into reshaping others rather than accepting the reality of who those others actually were? And how would all our relationships transform if we embraced the simple but revolutionary practice of let them, of releasing our grip on others' choices while taking full responsibility for our own? As I walked toward the tea station, these questions expanded in my mind, connecting to everything I'd been learning about love and control and authenticity. There was something profoundly liberating about this perspective, the recognition that I didn't need to change anyone to be worthy of love, and that true connection could only happen when I stopped trying. The path forward wasn't about becoming more strategic or finding someone more malleable than David had been. It was about developing the courage to see reality clearly, to let others be exactly who they were, and to make choices from that place of truth rather than wishful thinking. It was about learning, finally, that controlling others never brought the security I craved, but letting them go might. Chapter 5. Stop testing their love. The cold snap arrived in Boston during the first week of December, transforming the city overnight into a winter tableau. I'd always loved this particular transition. The way frost etched delicate patterns on window panes, the crispness of the air that made each breath visible, the holiday lights reflecting off fresh snow. There was something cleansing about it, as if the city were being reset, all its edges sharpened and defined. That morning, bundled in my heaviest coat, I met my friend Tasha for coffee at our favorite cafe in Porter Square. We'd known each other since college. 3 years at Emerson where we'd bonded over shared literary ambitions and a mutual tendency toward introspection. Unlike Elena and Zoe, who had witnessed the David saga up close, Tasha had been living in Chicago until recently, experiencing my relationship drama primarily through sporadic phone calls and text updates. So, she said once we'd settled at a small table by the window, steam rising from our mugs, bring me up to speed. Last I heard, you were done with David, but still processing. Where are you now? Still processing, I admitted with a small smile. But differently. I've been working with Dr. Chun on understanding patterns I've been repeating in relationships. The whole David situation was just the latest iteration of something I've been doing for years. Tasha nodded, unsurprised. She'd been there for several of my relationship cycles, had watched the same story play out with different characters. Any revelations? She asked. I shared what I'd been learning, about confusing being needed with being loved, about trying to control others instead of accepting them as they were. Tasha listened attentively, occasionally nodding in recognition. That all resonates, she said when I'd finished. But there's something else I've noticed in your relationships, something you haven't mentioned. What's that? She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. The tests, Layla. You're always testing the people you date. I felt a defensive response rise immediately. What do you mean, tests? Like with David, she said gently. Remember when you told me you deliberately didn't respond to his text for a day because you wanted to see how many times he'd reach out? Or when you mentioned a male colleague just to gauge his reaction? Or when you'd purposely arrive late to see if he'd wait for you? Each example landed like a small revelation. I did remember those incidents, but I hadn't categorized them as tests in my mind. They felt more like strategies, information gathering, ways of determining where I stood. I wouldn't call those tests, I said, though my conviction was already wavering. I was just trying to understand the relationship. Tasha's expression remained kind, but unwavering. By creating artificial situations to see how he'd respond. That's the definition of a test, Layla. I took a sip of my coffee, buying time as I processed her observation. Had I really been testing David? Testing all my partners? The suggestion made me uncomfortable, yet I couldn't dismiss it outright. There was truth here, hovering at the edges of my awareness. Even if you're right, I finally said, isn't it normal to want reassurance? To want to know where you stand with someone? Of course it is, Tasha agreed. The question is how you seek that information. Do you ask directly? Or do you create scenarios designed to prove or disprove someone's feelings for you? Put that way, the answer was uncomfortably clear. I rarely asked directly for reassurance or clarification. Instead, I developed an elaborate system of indirect methods, subtle provocations, and maneuvers designed to elicit responses that I could then interpret as evidence of care or its absence. I see your point, I conceded. But it's not like I planned these things consciously. They just happened. I believe that, Tasha said. Most of our patterns operate below the surface until someone points them out. And honestly, I recognize it because I used to do the same thing. Still do. Sometimes, even though I know better. Her admission softened my defensiveness. So how did you recognize it in yourself? My therapist pointed it out, she said. She helped me see that my tests were actually a form of self-sabotage. a way of confirming my worst fears about love while avoiding the vulnerability of direct communication. Self-sabotage. The term resonated uncomfortably. Was that what I'd been doing? Setting up scenarios where David and my previous partners were likely to fail, thus confirming my belief that I wasn't truly lovable? Let me ask you something, Tasha continued, breaking into my thoughts. When you were testing David, when you were gathering information, did you ever feel good about it? Did it ever actually create more security or clarity in the relationship? I thought back to those moments, the intentional delays in responding to texts, the casual mentions of other men, the subtle provocations. Each had been designed to elicit a specific response: increased attention, jealousy, reassurance. But even when I got the reaction I was seeking, the relief was always temporary. And more often, these maneuvers backfired, creating distance rather than connection. No, I admitted, it never really helped. Even when he passed the test, I'd just set up another one. And eventually, he stopped trying to pass them at all. Tasha nodded, understanding in her eyes. That's the thing about relationship tests. They're designed to be failed. Because the person administering them is usually looking for confirmation of their deepest fears, not evidence to contradict them. Her words hit me with the force of recognition. How many times had I interpreted ambiguous responses in the most negative light possible? How often had I seen what I expected to see, evidence of disinterest, abandonment, rejection, rather than what might actually have been there? I think I need another coffee for this conversation, I said, only half joking. As Tasha went to get us refills, I pulled out my notebook, the one Dr. Chan had given me that had become my constant companion over the past months. I flipped to a clean page and wrote at the top, "Testing in relationships." When Tasha returned, I was ready to explore this pattern more honestly. Okay, so I test people. Help me understand why. What am I really looking for? She set our fresh coffees down and settled back in her chair. In my experience, tests are usually about trying to get indirect answers to questions we're afraid to ask directly. Questions like, do you really care about me? Am I important to you? Would you choose me over others? Will you abandon me if I'm honest about my needs? Each question she listed felt like it had been pulled directly from my subconscious. These were exactly the assurances I'd been seeking through my elaborate strategies with David and previous partners. But why not just ask those things directly? I wondered aloud. 2 reasons, Tasha said. First, we're afraid of the answers. If you ask someone directly if they care about you, and they say no, or they hesitate, or their answer is lukewarm, you have to face that reality. But if you test them and they fail, you can tell yourself they just didn't understand what you needed or they weren't paying attention. I nodded, recognizing the protective mechanism she was describing. And second, she continued, we've been conditioned to believe that love that has to be asked for isn't real love. That if someone truly cares, they should just know what we need without us having to specify it. They should be willing to prove their feelings without prompting. The mind-reading expectation, I murmured, remembering a term Dr. Chun had used in one of our sessions. The idea that if someone really loves you, they'll anticipate your needs without you having to express them. Exactly, Tasha agreed. It's a common belief, but it's also completely unrealistic. No one can read minds, no matter how much they care. I thought about my relationship with David, about all the times I'd expected him to intuitively understand what I needed, and then felt disappointed, even betrayed, when he didn't. About how I treated his failure to pass my unspoken tests as evidence of his lack of investment, rather than simply his inability to decipher codes I hadn't given him the key to. I think I owe David an apology, I said quietly. Tasha tilted her head, studying me. Maybe, but you also owe yourself one. These patterns didn't develop in a vacuum, Layla. They came from somewhere. Understanding their origin isn't about excusing them, but it is about having compassion for why they emerged in the first place. Her words reminded me of Dr. Chen's approach, the balance between taking responsibility for unhealthy patterns while also recognizing their roots in earlier experiences. I thought about my relationship with my father, about the unpredictability of his attention, about learning to gauge his mood before asking for anything, about how, in his presence, I developed a finely tuned awareness of what would please or displease him, a skill that later morphed into the testing behaviors Tasha was now calling out. It started with my dad, I said slowly. I learned early that asking directly for attention or affection was risky. It could be rejected. But if I achieved something impressive or acted a certain way, I might earn his approval without having to risk the vulnerability of asking for it. Tasha nodded encouragingly. That makes perfect sense. You develop a strategy to get your needs met within a relationship where direct requests weren't safe or effective. The problem is that you're still using that strategy with people who aren't your father, in contexts where direct communication might actually work better. I felt something shift inside me, a piece of understanding clicking into place. My testing behaviors weren't random or inherently malicious. They were adaptations, survival mechanisms developed in a specific relationship context. They had served a purpose once, but now they were interfering with the authentic connections I truly wanted. So how do I stop? I asked. If this pattern is so ingrained that I don't even recognize when I'm doing it, how do I change it? Awareness is the first step, Tasha said. Now that you can see the pattern, you'll start to catch yourself before or during these tests. Then you can make a different choice. Like what? Like asking directly for what you need instead of creating a scenario to test if someone will offer unprompted. Like expressing your insecurities openly rather than setting up situations to see if they're justified. She paused, then added with a small smile, like accepting that mind reading is not a reasonable expectation in relationships. I chuckled, acknowledging the truth in her gentle teasing. Fair enough. But scary, Tasha. Being that direct, that vulnerable. Terrifying, she agreed. But also liberating. Because here's the thing about tests. They keep both people in the dark. The person being tested doesn't know the rules or what's really being measured. And the person administering the test never gets clear, reliable information because the scenario is artificial from start. I considered this, seeing the profound inefficiency of the system I'd been operating under. No wonder my relationships had felt so exhausting, so full of miscommunication and misconnections. I'd been using a method of obtaining information that was designed to fail. Thank you for this, I said sincerely, for being honest with me. I'm going to bring it up with Dr. Chun at our next session. Tasha reached across the table to squeeze my hand. That's what friends are for, calling each other on our bullshit with love. We moved on to other topics after that. Tasha's new job in Boston, my tentative return to writing, our plans for the upcoming holidays. But the conversation about testing lingered in my mind, illuminating past interactions in a new light and raising questions about how I might approach future relationships differently. Testing behaviors in relationships, Dr. Chin said thoughtfully when I brought up the topic at our next session. That's an insightful observation from your friend. It hit home, I admitted. Once Tasha pointed it out, I started seeing examples everywhere in my past relationships. All these little traps I'd set up, these scenarios designed to prove how much someone cared or didn't care. Can you give me some specific examples from your relationship with David? Dr. Chin asked. I shared several instances, deliberately not responding to his text to see how many times he'd reach out, mentioning plans with male friends to gauge his reaction, saying I was fine when I was clearly upset to see if he would press for the truth, arriving late to dates to test if he would wait. And what were you trying to learn through these tests? Dr. Chin asked once I'd finished. Whether he really cared, I said simply. Whether I mattered to him. Whether he would fight for the relationship if I pulled away. Dr. Chin nodded. Those are important questions, and it's natural to want reassurance about them. The issue lies in how you are seeking answers. Through manipulation rather than communication. I acknowledged. I wouldn't use a term as charged as manipulation, Dr. Chin said gently. These behaviors aren't malicious. They're protective strategies, ways of gathering information while minimizing your vulnerability. The problem is that they ultimately undermine the very connection you're trying to evaluate. I appreciated her framing, the recognition that my testing behaviors weren't intentionally harmful, even if their impact had been damaging. It made it easier to examine them without the weight of shame. I've been thinking about where this pattern came from, I said. I told Tasha it probably started with my relationship with my father, how unpredictable his attention was, how I learned to read his moods and adjust my behavior accordingly. That's likely a significant factor, Dr. Chen agreed. When children don't receive consistent attention and affection, they often develop indirect strategies to get their needs met. But there may be more recent influences as well. Our culture is full of messages that romanticize testing behaviors in relationships. What do you mean? Think about the romantic comedies we watch, the songs we listen to, the advice columns we read, she explained. How often do they suggest that real love means anticipating someone's needs without them having to ask? How many plot lines revolve around elaborate scenarios designed to test a partner's devotion? These cultural narratives reinforce the idea that love should be proved through tests rather than expressed through direct communication. I thought about my favorite movies and books, about how they often portrayed mind reading as the ultimate expression of love. The hero who shows up just when the heroine needs him, bearing exactly what she was longing for but never articulated. The grand gesture that demonstrates perfect understanding without any explicit communication. You're right, I said. We're constantly fed this idea that if someone really loves you, they'll just know what you need. That asking directly somehow makes the response less meaningful. Exactly, Dr. Chen nodded. It's a pervasive belief, but it's fundamentally flawed. No one, no matter how attuned or caring, can consistently anticipate another person's unexpressed needs. Real intimacy isn't built on mind reading. It's built on clear, compassionate communication. I let that sink in, feeling both challenged and relieved by this perspective. There was something freeing about releasing the expectation that love should involve telepathy, about accepting that direct requests didn't diminish the value of what was given in response. So how do I change this pattern? I asked. Tasha mentioned awareness as the first step, but what comes after that? Awareness is indeed crucial, Dr. Chen confirmed. Start by noticing when you're tempted to create a test rather than communicate directly. What's happening in that moment? What are you really seeking to know? What vulnerability are you trying to avoid? She paused, letting me consider these questions, then continued. Once you're aware, you can interrupt the pattern and make a different choice. Instead of setting up an indirect test, practice expressing your need or concern openly. That sounds terrifying, I admitted. It is, she acknowledged with a small smile. Direct vulnerability is much scarier than indirect testing because it removes the protective layer of deniability. When you ask directly for reassurance or clarification, you risk receiving an answer you don't want to hear. But you also open the possibility for real connection, for an answer you can actually trust. I nodded, recognizing both the risk and the potential reward of this approach. I'd like to suggest an exercise, Dr. Chen said. For the next week, practice noticing when you're tempted to test someone in your life. Not just romantically, but in any relationship. When you catch yourself, pause and ask, what am I really trying to learn here? Then, consider how you might get that information through direct communication instead. Okay, I agreed, though the prospect made me nervous. I'll try. Remember, she added, this isn't about perfection. It's about practice. You're rewiring patterns that have been reinforced for years. So be patient with yourself when the old strategies resurface. I appreciated her emphasis on patience. So much of my growth over the past months had felt like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, progress interspersed with returns to familiar patterns. It helped to frame this as a practice rather than a test I could pass or fail. As our session came to a close, Dr. Chun offered one final thought. There's something powerful about releasing the need to test others' love, she said. Not only does it create space for more authentic connection, but it also frees you from the exhausting role of relationship examiner. When we're constantly testing, we're never fully present. We're always evaluating, analyzing, looking for evidence to confirm our hopes or fears. Imagine the energy that could be redirected toward actually experiencing the relationship rather than assessing it. Her words resonated deeply. How much of my time with David had been spent in that evaluative mode? Monitoring his responses, interpreting his behavior, setting up scenarios to gauge his investment. How rarely had I been fully present, simply experiencing our connection without the overlay of assessment. That sounds like freedom, I said quietly. It is, Dr. Chun smiled. And it's available to you one conscious choice at a time. That evening, I found myself at dinner with Zoe, Elena, and Tasha, a rare gathering of my closest friends who usually had conflicting schedules. We'd secured a table at a cozy Italian restaurant in the North End, the kind of place where the owner knew half the customers by name and the garlic bread arrived without being ordered. As we settled in with glasses of wine, the conversation flowed easily from work updates to holiday plans to Elena's recent adventures in online dating. I felt a wave of gratitude for these friendships that had survived my retreat into my relationship with David, for the women who had welcomed me back without recrimination when I finally emerged. Speaking of dating, Zoe said, turning to me, "Are you thinking about getting back out there yet? It's been, 3 months since David?" I felt an immediate tightening in my chest, an old, defensive reaction to any suggestion that I move on. But instead of deflecting or changing the subject, I decided to practice the direct communication Dr. Chun and I had discussed. "I'm not ready yet," I said simply. "I'm still processing a lot of what happened with David, still working on understanding patterns I don't want to repeat. I think I need more time before I involve someone else in that journey." My friends nodded, accepting this answer without pushback. There was something liberating about stating my position clearly, without justification or elaboration, just the truth as I knew it. "That makes sense," Elena said. "There's no rush." Besides, Tasha added with a wink, "Boston winter is the worst time to date. Everyone's bundled up and hibernating. Spring is when the good prospects emerge." We all laughed, the moment of seriousness passing naturally into humor. As the conversation shifted to other topics, I found myself relaxing more fully into the evening, into the pleasure of these connections that didn't require testing or performance. Until halfway through our meal, when my phone buzzed with a text. I glanced at it automatically and felt my stomach drop when I saw David's name on the screen. "Hey Layla, been thinking about you. Can we talk sometime?" 6 months ago, this message would have sent me into a tailspin of analysis and reaction. I would have crafted the perfect response, something casual but not too casual, interested but not too eager. I would have deliberately waited before replying, calculating the optimal interval to convey that I wasn't sitting around waiting for his contact, but also wasn't indifferent to it. I would have seen his text as the beginning of a test, both his test of my availability and my test of his intentions. I would have been fully in assessment mode, analyzing every word choice, every timing decision, every subsequent exchange for evidence of what he really wanted. But now, with the awareness Tasha had helped me access and the framework Dr. Chen had provided, I could see the potential trap more clearly. I could recognize the temptation to slip back into old patterns of indirect communication and relationship testing. "Everything okay?" Elena asked, noticing my expression. "It's David," I said, deciding again to practice directness. "He wants to talk." My friends exchanged glances, their protective instincts visibly activating. "What are you going to say?" Zoe asked. I considered the question, aware of multiple competing impulses within me. Part of me wanted to ignore the message completely, to make him wait as I had waited so many times. Part of me wanted to respond immediately with enthusiasm, to see if he would match it or pull away. Part of me wanted to craft a message so perfect, so calibrated, that would force him to reveal his true intentions. All of these were testing strategies, I realized. All of them were about creating artificial scenarios to extract information indirectly rather than engaging authentically. "I'm going to be honest," I said, making the decision as I spoke. "I'm going to tell him that I'm not interested in reconnecting right now, that I'm focusing on my own growth, and that I wish him well." "Just like that?" Tasha asked, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "No games, no tests, no strategic delays?" "Just like that," I confirmed. "Direct communication, remember? Your latest lesson to me." She raised her glass in a small toast. "I'm impressed. That's growth right there." I composed the message carefully, not from a place of strategy, but from a place of truth. "Hi, David. I appreciate you reaching out. I'm doing well, but not interested in reconnecting at this point. I'm focusing on my own journey right now. I wish you all the best. Before I could overthink it, I hit send. Then I put my phone face down on the table and took a deep breath. Done, I said. That felt different. Different good or different bad? Elena asked. I considered the question. There was a clarity to the interaction that felt unfamiliar but refreshing. No elaborate expectations, no hidden agenda, just a direct exchange of information. Different good, I decided. Scary but good. Like I'm finally participating in my own life instead of creating tests for it to pass. My friends nodded, understanding the significance of this small but meaningful shift. To authentic communication, Zoe said, raising her glass. May it save us all from the hell of relationship mind games. We clinked glasses, the moment feeling somehow ceremonial. A marking of my commitment to this new approach, witnessed and supported by the women who knew me best. My phone buzzed again, but I didn't rush to check it. Whatever David's response, it wouldn't change the truth of my own position. For perhaps the first time in our entire relationship, I wasn't using our interaction as a test of his feelings, of my worth, of the relationship's potential. I was simply communicating human to human with honesty and respect. Later that night, when I finally read his reply, I understand. Take care of yourself, Layla. I felt a sense of closure rather than disappointment. There was no hidden meaning to decipher, no test results to analyze. Just two people acknowledging where they stood and parting with clarity. It was I realized what I had been seeking all along through my elaborate testing behaviors. Clear information about where I stood in relation to another person. The irony was that I had only found it when I stopped testing and started communicating directly. That night, before sleep, I added a new entry to my notebook. Testing someone's love never actually proves anything except your own insecurity. Real certainty doesn't come from how they respond to your tests. It comes from consistent, direct communication over time. Today, I chose directness over testing. It wasn't perfect or easy, but it was true. And truth, it turns out, is so much less exhausting than games. As I set the notebook aside and turned out the light, I felt a quiet but significant shift within me, a loosening of the grip that testing behaviors had held on my relationships. It wasn't a complete transformation. I knew these patterns would resurface, especially in moments of vulnerability or uncertainty. But I had taken a step toward a different way of connecting, toward relationships built on direct communication rather than indirect assessment. And that step, small as it was, felt like freedom. Chapter 6. The Past Wounds That Make You Get Swept Away. The holiday season in Boston brought with it a particular kind of emotional intensity, a heightened awareness of connection and its absence, of traditions maintained and disrupted, of the gap between idealized family gatherings and their more complicated realities. As Christmas approached, I found myself caught in this familiar tension, preparing for my annual trip home to Connecticut to spend the holiday with my parents. How are you feeling about going home? Dr. Chun asked during our last session before the break. Outside her office window, snow fell softly over Beacon Hill, muffling the usual city sounds and creating a sense of intimate quiet in the room. Anxious, I admitted, more than usual this year. Why do you think that is? I consider the question. I think because I'm more aware now. Before, I could go home and slip into old patterns without really noticing. Now I see them happening, but I'm not entirely sure how to respond differently. Dr. Chin nodded. That's a common experience when we're doing this kind of work. Awareness comes before change, which means there's often an uncomfortable period where you can see the patterns but haven't yet developed new responses to them. Exactly, I said, relieved by her understanding. And home is where those patterns are strongest. It's like the moment I walk through my parents' door, I become a version of myself I thought I'd outgrown. More anxious, more eager to please, more attuned to subtle disapproval. That makes perfect sense, Dr. Chin said. Our families are where we first learn how relationships work, what was safe to express, what earned approval, what led to rejection. Those lessons become deeply ingrained, almost like muscle memory, and they're naturally triggered when we return to the environment where they were formed. I thought about this. The way my childhood home contained not just physical artifacts of my past, but emotional ones too. The way certain rooms, certain tones of voice, certain family dynamics could instantly transport me back to earlier versions of myself. I've been thinking a lot about how my relationship with my parents shaped my patterns with David, I said. It's becoming clearer how much overlap there is. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that, Dr. Chin encouraged. I took a deep breath, organizing the connections I've been noticing over the past weeks. My dad is very inconsistent with his attention. When he's present, he's fully there, interested in what I'm doing, generous with praise. But then he withdraws completely, focuses on work or his own interests, and becomes emotionally unavailable. And how did you respond to that pattern as a child? I learned to cherish the moments of connection and not to expect consistency. I became hyper-attuned to signs that his attention was shifting away, and I developed strategies to try to maintain it. Being entertaining, being impressive, never expressing needs that might feel burdensome. Dr. Chin nodded. And with David? Same pattern, I said, the parallel now glaringly obvious. His attention was intoxicating when I had it, but it would vanish unpredictably. I spent our entire relationship trying to calibrate my behavior to maximize the good moments and minimize the disappearances, being the perfect girlfriend who was fun and supportive and never too needy. And your mother? Dr. Chin prompted. I thought about my mom, her anxious vigilance, her careful management of my father's moods, her tendency to smooth over conflicts rather than address them directly. She taught me, through her example, that love means anticipating someone else's needs and adjusting yourself accordingly. That maintaining the relationship is the woman's responsibility. That direct expression of dissatisfaction is too risky. Better to hint and hope they understand. As I articulated these patterns, I felt a complex mix of emotions. Sadness for the child who had learned these lessons, compassion for the parents who had taught them unknowingly, and a growing determination to break these cycles in my own life. What you're describing, Dr. Chun said gently, are what we might call your attachment wounds, the early experiences that shaped your expectations and behaviors in close relationships. Understanding these wounds is crucial because they continue to influence your choices until they're brought into awareness and gradually healed. So how do I heal them? I asked, the question that had been forming in me for months finally finding its voice. How do I stop repeating these patterns? It's a process, Dr. Chun said, not a single intervention. It involves several aspects: recognizing the wounds and their impact, developing compassion for the younger you who adapted as best she could, creating new experiences that contradict the old lessons, and practicing different responses when the old patterns are triggered. She paused, then added, your trip home actually presents an opportunity for this work. You'll be in the environment where these patterns originated, with the people who were part of their formation. That makes it both challenging and potentially transformative. What do you suggest I do while I'm there? I asked, already feeling apprehensive about the prospect of confronting these dynamics in their original setting. First, maintain your awareness, Dr. Chin said. Notice when you slip into familiar roles or reactions. Second, practice small experiments with responding differently. Not dramatic confrontations, but subtle shifts in how you engage. And third, remember that your parents' patterns are not about you personally. They reflect their own wounds and adaptations. I nodded, appreciating the practical guidance. And what about when I get triggered? When I find myself reacting from those old wounds, despite my best intentions? That will happen, Dr. Chin acknowledged. When it does, try to observe your reaction with compassion rather than judgment. Each time you notice a pattern, even if you can't change it in the moment, you're strengthening your capacity to eventually respond differently. As our session drew to a close, Dr. Chun offered one final thought. The most important thing to remember, Layla, is that while these wounds developed in relationship with others, healing them isn't dependent on others changing. Your parents may never shift their patterns, but you can still develop new ways of responding to them. Ways that honor both your history and your hope for different future relationships. I left her office with a mixture of trepidation and possibility. watching as my boots made fresh tracks in the new snow. There was something fitting about heading home at this particular moment in my healing journey, a return to the source with new eyes, new understanding, and perhaps the beginning of new responses. 3 days later, I found myself standing in my childhood bedroom, surrounded by artifacts of earlier versions of myself. Debate trophies lined one shelf, dog-eared copies of beloved books filled another, and faded photographs documented the evolution from awkward adolescent to polished college graduate. My mother had preserved the room almost exactly as I'd left it when I moved out for college, as if keeping it ready for the girl I had been to return at any moment. I set my suitcase on the bed and moved to the window, looking out at the familiar Connecticut landscape, the neat suburban yards now blanketed in snow, the holiday decorations adorning each house with mathematical precision, the sense of contained order that had both comforted and constricted me growing up. My parents' house in West Hartford embodied a particular kind of upper-middle-class stability, everything in its place, every surface gleaming, every potential source of discord carefully managed. It was a home built on appearances, on the successful maintenance of a specific image both within and outside its walls. "Layla," my mother's voice called from downstairs. "Your father will be home in an hour. I thought we'd have dinner at 7. "Sounds good," I call back. "I'll be down in a few minutes." I turned from the window and caught sight of myself in the mirror on my old dresser. At 32, I looked both different from and remarkably similar to the teenager who had once scrutinized her reflection in that same glass. There were subtle changes, fine lines beginning at the corners of my eyes, a more defined sense of self in my posture, but the essential features remained unchanged. I wondered if the same could be said for my internal landscape. How much had I truly evolved from the girl who had stood in this room, practicing smiles and conversation topics, preparing herself to be pleasing and undemanding at family gatherings? How deep did the changes I'd been working on with Dr. Chen really go? As I unpacked, I mentally prepared for the evening ahead. My father, returning from his dental practice, would be tired but eager to hear about my life in Boston, at least initially. My mother would have prepared a perfect meal, would monitor the conversation for potential tensions, would subtly steer us away from controversial topics. We would perform the dance we had perfected over decades, each playing our assigned role with practiced precision. But this time, I was determined to bring awareness to that dance, to notice the patterns as they unfolded, and to experiment, in small ways, with different steps. When I went downstairs, I found my mother in the kitchen, arranging a cheese plate with mathematical precision. At 58, Janet Hayes remained strikingly beautiful, her shoulder-length blonde hair perfectly colored to hide any gray, her slim figure maintained through disciplined diet and exercise, her clothing carefully selected to project casual elegance. She looked up as I entered, her face brightening with what I recognized as both genuine pleasure and relief that I had arrived on schedule. "There you are," she said, leaning in to kiss my cheek. "How was the drive? The traffic on I-84 can be awful this time of year." "It wasn't too bad," I said, accepting the glass of wine she offered me. "I left early to avoid the worst of it." "Smart girl," she nodded approvingly. "Always planning ahead." There it was, the first note in our familiar melody. My mother's approval of my competence, my quiet pleasure at receiving it. I took a sip of wine and consciously noted the pattern, neither judging it nor immediately trying to change it. "Can I help with anything?" I asked, gesturing to the multiple dishes in various stages of preparation. No, everything's under control," she said, waving me toward a stool at the kitchen island. "Just keep me company. Tell me about work. Are you still at the publishing house and the bookstore?" I nodded, settling onto the stool. "Both, yes. The publishing job is going well. I've been given more responsibility with manuscript selection. And the bookstore is still my creative outlet. Keeps me connected to what people are actually reading." My mother nodded, but I could see the slight reservation in her eyes, the persistent belief that at my age, I should have settled into a more prestigious single career rather than balancing two jobs, however fulfilling I found them. "And you're still writing yourself?" she asked, her tone carefully neutral. "I am," I said. "More consistently lately, actually." I've been working on a series of personal essays about relationships and growth. One of them might be published in The Atlantic next spring. This was new information. The essay was still being considered, nothing confirmed, but I shared it partly from genuine excitement and partly, I realized, from an old desire to offer evidence of my success, something my father particularly responded to. The Atlantic, your father will be impressed, my mother said, confirming my analysis. We always knew you had talent, but that's quite an achievement. I felt the familiar glow of validation, the sense that I had successfully offered something worthy of approval. Then I noticed the pattern, how quickly I had reached for an achievement to share, how readily my mother had affirmed its value primarily through my father's anticipated response. It's still not definite, I clarified, but it feels good to be writing regularly again. I step away from it during my relationship with David, and getting back to it has been healing. My mother's hands paused briefly in their work at the mention of David. She had never met him. Our relationship had evolved and dissolved without ever reaching the stage of family introductions. But she had heard about him during our weekly phone calls, had pieced together the significance of the relationship from the frequency with which I mentioned him, then later from the conspicuous absence of his name in our conversations. Have you, she began carefully, been in touch with him at all? No, I said simply. That chapter is closed. In the past, I might have elaborated, might have either minimized the relationship's importance or overemphasized my contentment with its end, depending on what I sensed my mother needed to hear. But now I simply stated the truth without embellishment, a small experiment in directness. My mother nodded, seeming slightly unsure how to respond to this uncharacteristic brevity. Well, there will be others, she finally said. You're young, successful, beautiful. The right man will come along when you least expect it. I recognized the script, the reassurance that attached my worth to my appeal to men, the implication that finding the right man remained a primary goal despite my other achievements. In the past, I would have nodded along, perhaps adding something self-deprecating to moderate any impression of overconfidence. Instead, I tried something different. I'm not really focused on that right now, I said. I'm learning a lot about myself, about patterns I want to change before I get into another relationship. It's been valuable time. My mother glanced up from the salad she was assembling, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Well, that sounds healthy, she said, though her tone suggested slight bewilderment at this approach. Self-improvement is always worthwhile. I could sense her recalibrating, trying to place my response within her understanding of how these conversations were supposed to go. Before she could formulate a new direction, we heard the sound of the garage door opening, my father arriving home. Right on time, my mother said with evident relief, the momentary awkwardness forgotten in the shift to her next role. Why don't you pour your father scotch? You know he likes that when he first gets home. Without thinking, I moved to the liquor cabinet, selecting my father's preferred brand and a crystal tumbler. This was part of our routine, the drink prepared and waiting, one small way we eased his transition from work to home, from public to private life. As I poured the amber liquid, I became aware of what I was doing, the automatic shift into the role of supportive daughter, the unquestioned assumption that my father's comfort took priority, the collaborative effort my mother and I made to create a frictionless environment for him. Not inherently problematic, perhaps, but worth noticing, especially in how it might connect to my patterns with David and other men. William Hayes entered the kitchen with the confident stride that had characterized him throughout my childhood. Tall, silver-haired, projecting the authoritative presence that had made him successful both in his dental practice and in the various community organizations where he held leadership positions. His face brightened when he saw me, genuine affection warming his typically reserved features. "There's my girl," he said, enfolding me in a brief but warm embrace before accepting the scotch I offered. Right on time, as always. How was the drive? Not bad, I said, noticing how I automatically straightened my posture, brightened my tone, became the version of myself I knew he responded to best. Competent, positive, untroubled. Excellent. And how's the big city treating you? Making your mark on the publishing world. Here it was, the opening for me to present my achievements, to give him something to be proud of. I felt the familiar pressure to perform, to justify my life choices through evidence of success rather than expressions of fulfillment. Work is going well, I said, but the most significant growth has been personal lately. I've been doing a lot of self-reflection, working with a therapist, understanding patterns that haven't served me well. The words emerged before I had fully planned them, an experiment in authentic sharing rather than performance. My father took a sip of his scotch, his expression registering mild surprise at this unexpected direction. Therapy, he echoed, the word carrying a hint of the generational skepticism I'd anticipated. What prompted that? In the past, I might have quickly pivoted, might have downplayed the emotional aspects and emphasized the practical benefits, improved work performance, better stress management. Instead, I decided to maintain my authenticity. My relationship with David ended in a way that made me realize I keep choosing similar types of men and repeating the same patterns, I said. I wanted to understand why, to break that cycle before moving into another relationship. My father's expression shifted through several subtle changes. Initial discomfort with this emotional territory, a reflexive impulse to offer a solution, and finally, something that looked surprisingly like respect. That takes courage, he said after a moment. Looking at yourself that honestly. His response caught me off guard. An acknowledgement of emotional work as valuable, a recognition of the strength required for self-examination. It was not what I had expected, and it momentarily disrupted my script for how this interaction would unfold. Thank you, I said simply, allowing myself to receive his approval without immediately seeking more of it. The moment was interrupted by my mother announcing that dinner was ready. As we moved to the dining room, a formal space reserved for holidays and special occasions, I felt a subtle shift in the family dynamic. My small experiments with authenticity hadn't dramatically altered our patterns, but they had introduced a new possibility, a slight variation in our familiar dance. Throughout dinner, I continued my practice of awareness, noticing how automatically I deferred to my father's opinions on politics and current events, how readily I helped my mother maintain a pleasant atmosphere, how carefully I edited my stories about life in Boston to emphasize the positive and minimize any struggles. I didn't radically change these behaviors that would have felt forced and potentially disruptive, but I observed them with new clarity, occasionally introducing small moments of more authentic sharing. When my father asked about my financial situation, a topic that typically triggered my defensive assurances that I was managing well despite my modest income, I responded with simple honesty. It's tight sometimes, I admitted. Boston is expensive, and publishing doesn't pay particularly well. But I'm careful with money, and I find ways to make it work. Instead of immediately offering advice or expressing concern, my father nodded thoughtfully. You've always been resourceful, he said, and you're investing in work that matters to you. That's worth something beyond the paycheck. Again, his response surprised me. An acknowledgement of values beyond financial success, a respect for my choices that I hadn't fully appreciated he possessed. I wondered how much of our relationship had been shaped by my assumptions about what he wanted from me rather than his actual expectations. Later, as we moved to the living room for coffee and dessert, my mother broached the topic of holiday plans. Will you be able to stay through New Year's? She asked, a note of hopeful expectation in her voice. Your aunt and uncle are hosting their annual party, and everyone would love to see you. In previous years, I would have immediately agreed, postponing my return to Boston to accommodate family expectations regardless of my own preferences. But now, aware of this pattern, I paused to check in with my authentic response. I was planning to head back on the 30th, I said. I promised Elena I'd be at her New Year's gathering, and I have some writing I want to focus on before work starts again. I watched my mother's face register disappointment, followed by the beginning of what I recognized as her negotiation strategy. The subtle guilt, the emphasis on family obligations, the implication that my priorities were somehow misaligned. But everyone will be asking about you, she began. And you see your Boston friends all the time, whereas family. I felt the familiar pull to acquiesce, to prioritize her comfort over my preference. But instead of immediately relenting, I maintained my position while acknowledging her feelings. "I know it's disappointing," I said, "and I love seeing the extended family. But I've made commitments in Boston that are important to me too. I'll definitely be here next year." My mother glanced at my father, clearly expecting him to join her gentle pressure campaign. But he surprised me again. "Janet, Layla has her own life in Boston," he said mildly. "We're lucky she can be here through Christmas. Let's enjoy that time." My mother's expression registered brief surprise before she composed herself. "Of course," she said. "We just miss you, that's all." "I miss you too," I said, meaning it. For all the complicated dynamics, for all the patterns I was working to change, there was genuine love in our family. Imperfect, sometimes awkwardly expressed, but real. As the evening wound down, I found myself reflecting on the subtle shifts that had occurred. Not dramatic confrontations or revelations, but small moments of increased authenticity, slight adjustments in our usual roles. I had expressed preferences, acknowledged challenges, resisted the automatic performance of the perfect daughter role, and my parents had, in their own ways, responded with unexpected flexibility. Later, in the quiet of my childhood bedroom, I opened my notebook and began to write. First night home. Noticed many patterns. My automatic shift into the pleasing daughter role, my readiness to prioritize dad's comfort, mom's management of emotional atmosphere, my impulse to perform achievement rather than express authentic experience. But also notice possibilities for change. Small experiments with more direct communication, with stating preferences, with remaining authentic even when it creates slight discomfort. And surprising responses, moments of flexibility and acceptance I hadn't anticipated. Well, I'm beginning to understand about my wound patterns. 1. I learned early that consistent male attention is earned through performance, achievement, competence, pleasantness, rather than freely given based on inherent worth. I've recreated this dynamic with David and other men, working to earn attention that should be freely given in a healthy relationship. 2. I absorbed mom's approach to maintaining relationships through emotional management, anticipating others' needs, smoothing over conflicts, suppressing my own preferences to keep peace. I've brought this pattern into my romantic relationships, becoming the emotional manager rather than an equal participant. 3. I developed hypervigilance to subtle signs of withdrawal or disapproval, especially from dad, whose attention could shift suddenly from present to absent. This created my tendency to constantly monitor relationship dynamics, to feel anxious when I can't read someone's emotional state, to interpret normal variations in attention as potential abandonment. 4. I internalized the message that direct expression of needs or disappointments is risky, that it's better to hint, to hope understanding will come without the vulnerability of clear requests. This created my pattern of testing rather than communicating, of hoping someone will intuit what I need rather than stating it directly. These aren't just intellectual insights anymore. I can feel them in my body, in my automatic responses, in the tightening of my chest when certain dynamics emerge. But I can also feel the possibility of different responses, the tiny spaces opening between stimulus and reaction where new choices might live. As I closed my notebook and prepared for bed, I felt a complex mixture of emotions. Grief for the ways these early patterns had shaped my relationship choices, compassion for the child who had developed these adaptations as best she could, and a cautious hope about the possibility of new patterns emerging. The work wasn't about blaming my parents or rewriting history. It was about understanding how early experiences had shaped my expectations and behaviors in relationships, about developing awareness of these patterns so that they no longer operated unconsciously, about gradually creating new experiences that might heal old wounds. Looking around my childhood bedroom, at the debate trophies and academic awards, the carefully preserved mementos of achievement, I could see how fully I had internalized the message that love was earned through performance rather than freely given. I could trace a direct line from this belief to my relationship with David, to the exhausting effort I had made to be whatever I thought would secure his attention and affection. Tomorrow would bring more family time, more opportunities to notice patterns and experiment with small changes. It wouldn't be perfect, Decades of dynamics couldn't shift in a single holiday visit. But each moment of awareness, each tiny choice to respond differently, was a step toward healing the wounds that had shaped my relationship choices for so long. As I drifted toward sleep, Dr. Chen's words came back to me. While these wounds developed in relationship with others, healing them isn't dependent on others changing. My parents might never fully shift their patterns, but I could still develop new ways of responding, ways that honored both my history and my hope for different future relationships. The past couldn't be changed, but it could be understood. And in that understanding lay the seeds of transformation. The remaining days of my Christmas visit unfolded with a mixture of familiar patterns and small moments of change. Christmas Eve brought the annual ritual of midnight service at the Episcopal church my parents had attended for decades, where I saw former neighbors and family friends who had known me since childhood. Christmas Day centered around gift exchanges and my mother's elaborate dinner, attended this year by my father's brother and his family. Throughout these gatherings, I continued my practice of awareness, noticing when I slipped into performance mode, when I automatically deferred to others' preferences, when I carefully edited my self-expression to maintain harmony. Sometimes I maintained these patterns, recognizing that holiday gatherings weren't always the ideal setting for experimental behavior. Other times, I gently introduced more authentic responses, with results that varied from slight awkwardness to surprising moments of deeper connection. On the morning of my departure, I came downstairs to find my father alone in the kitchen, making coffee in the systematic way that characterized all his activities. He looked up as I entered, his expression softening into a smile. "Early riser, just like your old dad," he said, gesturing toward the coffee maker. "Want a cup?" "Please," I nodded, settling onto a stool at the island. "Mom still asleep?" "You know her. Never up before 8 if she can help it." He poured 2 mugs of coffee, sliding one toward me along with the cream I preferred. "All packed." "Almost," I said. "Just a few last things to throw in." We sipped our coffee in companionable silence for a moment, the early morning light casting long shadows across the kitchen. There was something peaceful about this time. No performances required, no audience to impress, just the simple ritual of coffee shared between father and daughter. "I've been thinking about what you said," my father said eventually. "About therapy, about understanding patterns." I looked up, surprised by this opening. "Oh," he nodded, his expression thoughtful. "It made me reflect on patterns I may have passed on to you without realizing it. My own father was not demonstrative. Approval came through achievement, not just existence. I suspect I've continued that tradition in ways I didn't fully recognize. The acknowledgement caught me completely off guard. This was not a man given to introspection about emotional dynamics, at least not in conversation with me. I felt a sudden tightening in my throat, unexpected emotion rising at his rare vulnerability. "I think," I said carefully, "we all carry forward patterns from our own childhoods, often without realizing it. I'm just trying to become more aware of mine, so I can make different choices moving forward." My father nodded, his gaze dropping to his coffee mug. "I'm proud of you for that," he said. "Not just for your accomplishments, though those too, but for this kind of emotional courage. Looking at yourself honestly isn't easy." The words landed with surprising weight, as if some long-held tension was finally releasing. All my life, I had worked for my father's approval, had oriented my achievements at least partly toward earning his regard. Yet here he was, offering appreciation not for my external successes, but for the internal work that had no visible trophies or accolades. "Thank you," I said simply, allowing myself to receive this gift without qualification or deflection. We lapsed back into silence, but it was a different quality of silence now. Open rather than constrained, holding possibility rather than limitation. Something had shifted between us, some tiny renegotiation of our historic roles that created space for new understanding. When it was time to leave, my parents walked me to my car, my mother fussing over whether I had enough snack for the drive, my father checking that my tires had sufficient pressure for winter roads. These familiar rituals of parental care, practical rather than emotional, carried their own form of love, imperfect but genuine. As I hugged them goodbye, I felt a new clarity about my relationship with them. Not a dramatic revelation, but a subtle reframing. They had given me what they could from what they themselves had received. The patterns that had shaped me, for better and worse, hadn't emerged from malice or indifference, but from their own emotional inheritances, their own unhealed wounds, their own best attempts at love. Understanding this didn't erase the impact of those patterns on my relationships. It didn't magically heal the wound of believing love must be earned through performance rather than freely given. It didn't immediately transform my tendency to become whatever I thought another person wanted rather than remaining authentically myself. But it did offer compassion for them, for myself, for the intergenerational transmission of relationship patterns that continued until someone developed the awareness to interrupt them. It offered a way of holding my history that neither denied its influence nor remained imprisoned by it. As I drove back toward Boston, the Connecticut countryside gradually giving way to the denser development of Massachusetts, I thought about the concept of attachment wounds, how they develop, how they shape our adult relationships, how they might gradually heal through awareness and new experiences. My relationship with David hadn't failed because there was something inherently unlovable about me, or because he was a uniquely unsuitable partner. It had followed a script written long before we met, a pattern of insecure attachment meeting avoidant attachment, of performance meeting inconsistency, of unspoken needs meeting unpredictable responses. Understanding this didn't diminish my responsibility for my choices within that relationship, but it did offer context, a broader perspective that allowed me to see our dynamic as part of a larger pattern rather than an isolated failure. As I crossed the border into Massachusetts, snow began to fall again, large, lazy flakes that drifted past my windshield and accumulated on the highway shoulders. There was something cleansing about snow, about the way it temporarily transformed the landscape, covering the familiar with a new perspective. That was what this journey of awareness felt like. Not an erasure of the past, but a new layer of understanding that changed how I perceived it. The wounds were still there, the patterns still active, but they no longer defined the entire landscape. There was space now for something new to emerge. Back in my Boston apartment that evening, I unpacked and settled in, grateful for the quiet after days of family interaction. As I prepared for bed, I found myself reflecting on a passage from one of the books Dr. Chun had recommended, about how attachment wounds begin to heal not through intellectual understanding alone, but through corrective emotional experiences that contradict early lessons. I thought about what those corrective experiences might look like in my life. Relationships where love wasn't contingent on performance, where authentic expression was welcomed rather than managed, where needs could be directly stated without fear of abandonment. I couldn't create those experiences through sheer force of will. I couldn't control how others would respond to my emerging authenticity. But I could continue the practices I'd begun, noticing patterns, experimenting with new responses, bringing compassion to the places where old wounds still shaped my choices. And perhaps most importantly, I could recognize that the work of healing wasn't about becoming someone new, someone without history or vulnerability. It was about integrating that history into a more conscious, chosen way of relating, one that acknowledged the past without being defined by it. As I drifted toward sleep, I found myself returning to the image of snow falling over a familiar landscape, not erasing what lay beneath, but offering a fresh perspective, a new way of seeing what had always been there. The wounds that made me vulnerable to being swept away in unhealthy relationships weren't gone, but they were increasingly visible, increasingly held in awareness rather than unconsciously acted upon. And in that visibility lay the beginning of transformation. Not a dramatic reinvention, but a gradual, compassionate integration of past and present, of wound and healing, of the patterns that had shaped me and the choices that might reshape my future. Chapter 7. Let go of expectations and love will feel lighter. January in Boston arrived with its characteristic intensity, bitter winds that sliced through layers of clothing, Sidewalks transformed into treacherous pathways of ice and slush, and a particular quality of light that seemed both crystalline and fragile. The holiday decorations came down, leaving the city looking somehow more honest in its winter state, stripped of ornament and facing the season on its own terms. I had always found a certain beauty in January's stark reality. After the forced cheer and complicated emotions of the holiday season, there was something refreshing about this return to ordinary life, to the rhythm of work and friendship without the overlay of tradition and expectation. "How was your time with family?" Dr. Chun asked during our first session of the new year. Her office felt especially welcoming after the 2-week break, the familiar environment where I had begun to untangle the knots of my relationship patterns. Surprisingly illuminating, I said. I was more aware of the dynamics than ever before. How quickly I slip into performing the role of perfect daughter, how my dad's approval still shapes my behavior, how my mom manages everyone's emotions. But I also experimented with being more authentic, with small moments of expressing my true preferences instead of automatically deferring. And how did that go? Better than I expected, I admitted. There were awkward moments, sure, but also some genuine connections. My father actually acknowledged his role in shaping some of my patterns, how his own upbringing taught him to express love through approval of achievement rather than unconditional acceptance. Dr. Chin nodded, a smile of appreciation crossing her features. That's significant, both your experimentation with new responses and your father's moment of insight. These small shifts can create openings for deeper change over time. That's what it felt like, I agreed. Not a dramatic transformation, but tiny fissures in old patterns that might eventually lead to something new. As we continue this work, Dr. Chin said, I'd like to introduce another concept that many clients find helpful in reshaping relationship patterns. It's about expectations, specifically how our unexamined expectations often create suffering in relationships. I felt an immediate resonance with this topic. How many times had I built elaborate expectations about how David or previous partners should behave, should communicate, should express love, only to feel devastated when reality failed to match these unspoken standards? I think I know something about unhelpful expectations, I said wryly. Dr. Chin smiled. Most of us do. Expectations are natural. Our minds are constantly anticipating future scenarios based on past experiences and cultural messages. The problem isn't having expectations. It's how we relate to them. When we hold expectations as rigid requirements for our happiness, we create conditions that almost guarantee disappointment. Like expecting someone to text back within a certain time frame, I offered, thinking of my endless anxiety over David's response times. Or expecting them to remember important dates without reminders. Or expecting them to intuitively know what support we need without us having to ask. Exactly, Dr. Chin nodded. Those are all common examples. And when these expectations aren't met, what happens? I thought about the countless times I'd stare at my phone, watching minutes turn to hours with no response from David, my anxiety and hurt mounting with each passing moment. We suffer, I said simply. We interpret the unmet expectation as evidence of something significant, that we're not important enough, that they don't really care, that the relationship is failing. Yes, Dr. Chin agreed. We assign meaning to the gap between expectation and reality, and that meaning usually confirms our deepest fears about ourselves and our relationships. She reached for a sheet of paper and drew a simple diagram. 2 parallel lines with a space between them. This gap, she said, pointing to the space between what we expect and what actually occurs, is where most relationship suffering happens. The wider the gap, the more intense the suffering. I studied the diagram, appreciating its elegant simplicity. So the solution is to lower our expectations? I asked, though the suggestion felt somehow unsatisfying. A surrender rather than growth. Not necessarily, Dr. Chin said. It's not about lowering expectations to the point of accepting poor treatment. It's about examining our expectations, understanding where they come from, determining which ones are reasonable in a particular relationship, and, most importantly, holding them more lightly. holding them more lightly. I repeated, considering what that might mean in practice. Not abandoning standards altogether, but not being rigidly attached to specific outcomes. Precisely, she nodded. When we hold expectations lightly, we create space for reality to unfold in ways we might not have anticipated, ways that might actually be better than what we had imagined. The concept resonated with me, though I could already sense the challenge of implementing it. My relationship with David had been built on a foundation of unexamined expectations. Expectations about how love should be expressed, how conflicts should be resolved, how attention should be distributed. When reality failed to match these expectations, I had either redoubled my efforts to reshape the relationship to my specifications or descended into anxiety and resentment. I think this connects to the let them principle we discussed previously, I said, making the connection. When I try to control someone else to meet my expectations, I create tension. But if I can accept who they actually are and how they actually behave, I can make clearer decisions about whether the relationship works for me. That's an excellent connection, Dr. Chen affirmed. Releasing rigid expectations is a natural extension of letting others be who they are. Both practices create more space for authentic connection rather than performance and control. She paused, then added, I'd like to suggest an exercise that many clients find helpful in working with expectations. For the next week, notice when you feel disappointed, frustrated, or anxious in any relationship. Then ask yourself, what expectation is not being met in this moment? Just bringing awareness to the often unconscious expectations can create more choice in how you respond. I'll try that, I agreed, already imagining how this lens might illuminate my daily interactions. Not just romantic ones, but friendships, family relationships, and work dynamics as well. One more thing, Dr. Chun said as our session was drawing to a close. As you explore your expectations, try to distinguish between what I call outcome expectations and process expectations. Outcome expectations focus on specific results or behaviors, a text within a certain time frame, a particular type of gift, a specific phrase or gesture. Process expectations focus on broader patterns of respect, care, and integrity, being treated with kindness, having your boundaries honored, experiencing general reliability. And the difference is important because outcome expectations are more likely to create suffering, she explained. They're too specific, too rigid, too dependent on another person conforming to your precise vision. Process expectations leave more room for individual expression while still maintaining standards for how you deserve to be treated. As I left her office and walked through the January afternoon, the concept of expectations continued to unfold in my mind. How many of my disappointments, with David, with previous partners, with family members and friends, had stemmed from rigid, often unconscious expectations about how others should behave. How much suffering had I created by interpreting the gap between expectation and reality as evidence of failing relationships, rather than simply different approaches to connection? The snowbanks that line the streets have begun to take on that distinctly urban winter appearance. No longer pristine white, but mottled with dirt and debris, compressed by pedestrians into irregular shapes. There was a metaphor there, I thought, about how our initial idealized visions of relationships inevitably encounter the mess and complexity of real human connection, how the challenge is not to maintain that pristine whiteness, but to find beauty and value in what actually emerges. Expectations, I announced, settling into a booth at the Thinking Cup on Newberry Street. It was Saturday afternoon, and I'd arranged to meet Layla for coffee to catch up after the holiday break. The cafe hummed with the weekend energy of people escaping their apartments despite the cold, seeking connection and excellent espresso in equal measure. Elena looked up from her cappuccino, amusement flickering across her features. Hello to you too. No small talk today, I see. I laughed, unwinding my scarf and signaling to a barista for my usual order. Sorry, I've just been thinking about this concept from therapy all week, and you're my designated processing partner today. Lucky me, Elena said, but her smile was genuine. Unlike Zoe, who sometimes grew impatient with my analytical deep dives, Layla shared my love of turning ideas over from multiple angles. It was one of the foundations of our friendship, this mutual appreciation for examining life's complexities rather than simplifying them. So, expectations, she prompted once my coffee had arrived, and we'd exchanged abbreviated holiday recaps. What revelations have you had? I shared what I'd been learning with Dr. Chun about how unexamined expectations create suffering in relationships, about the distinction between outcome and process expectations, about the practice of noticing the gap between expectation and reality before assigning meaning to it. I've been trying to catch myself all week, I explained, noticing when I feel disappointed or anxious, and then identifying what expectation wasn't being met. It's been illuminating, to say the least. Give me an example, Layla encouraged. I thought for a moment. Well, yesterday at work, I sent Jonathan, my boss, a manuscript evaluation that I put a lot of effort into. I had this expectation that he'd respond quickly with appreciation for my thoroughness. When hours passed with no response, I noticed myself feeling increasingly irritated, making up stories about how he doesn't value my contributions. And what was the reality? He was in meetings all day and hadn't even seen the email, I said, shaking my head how easily I'd constructed an entire narrative on the flimsiest foundation. He responded this morning with exactly the appreciation I'd been hoping for, but I'd already spent hours in unnecessary suffering because of my rigid expectation about his timeline. Layla nodded thoughtfully. I do that all the time, especially with dating app messages. If someone doesn't respond within my arbitrary acceptable window, I decide they're not interested or they're playing games when they might just be busy or thoughtful about their response. Exactly, I agreed. And the more emotionally invested we are, the more meaning we assign to these gaps between expectation and reality. With David, every delayed response became evidence that I wasn't a priority, that he was losing interest, that the relationship was failing. Which might have been true in the end, Layla pointed out, but probably not every single time he took 3 hours to text back. Precisely, I said. I was interpreting normal variations in attention and communication through the lens of my deepest insecurities, and then reacting to those interpretations rather than to what was actually happening. Layla stirred her cappuccino, considering this. So, the solution is to have no expectations? That seems unrealistic. That's what I initially thought too, I admitted. But Dr. Chun suggested it's not about eliminating expectations completely. It's about holding them more lightly, being aware of them, examining where they come from, and not attaching our entire sense of the relationship to whether they're met in exactly the way we envisioned. Holding them more lightly, Layla repeated, testing the phrase. I like that. It acknowledges that we'll naturally have expectations, but we don't have to be tyrannized by them. And it leaves space for reality to surprise us. I added, remembering another point Dr. Chun had emphasized. When we're rigidly attached to specific expectations, we miss opportunities for connection that might unfold differently than we imagined, but be equally valuable. Layla nodded, her expression thoughtful. I think this applies to creative work too. When I start a new writing project with too fixed an expectation of what it should become, I often end up frustrated and blocked. But when I hold my vision more loosely, allowing the work to evolve in unexpected directions, that's when the most interesting material emerges. Her parallel resonated deeply. Yes, it's the same principle, creating space for something authentic to emerge rather than forcing reality to conform to our preconceptions. We sat with this insight for a moment, sipping our coffees and watching the stream of people entering and leaving the cafe, each carrying their own sets of expectations, their own gaps between anticipated and actual experience, their own interpretations of those gaps. I've been thinking about expectation in another context too, I said eventually. With my parents during the holiday visit, I realized how many expectations I bring to those interactions. Expectations that are so ingrained, I barely recognize them as optional rather than inevitable. Like what? Like expecting my father's approval to come primarily through recognition of achievement. Like expecting my mother to manage everyone's emotional experience. like expecting myself to perform the role of perfect daughter. I paused, seeing these dynamics with fresh clarity. These expectations aren't just preferences. They become a script that we all follow without questioning whether it still serves us. Elena nodded. Family expectations are especially powerful because they're formed before we have the awareness to examine them. They feel like gravity, just the way things are rather than one possibility among many. Exactly, I agreed. And changing them feels threatening, like we're violating some fundamental contract. When I expressed some authentic preferences during this visit, small things like not staying through New Year's, it created genuine discomfort at first, a sense that I was breaking the rules. But you did it anyway, Elena noted approval in her voice. I did, I confirmed. And what was interesting was that after that initial discomfort, there was actually more authentic connection. By disrupting our usual script, I created space for something more real to emerge. Elena smiled. That's the paradox, isn't it? We cling to expectations because we think they keep us safe, but often they're actually preventing the very connection we're seeking. Her observation landed with the force of truth. How often had my rigid expectations of David, of previous partners, of family members, of myself, actually undermined the possibility of genuine connection? How much energy had I invested in trying to make reality conform to my preconceived notions rather than being present with what was actually unfolding? I'm realizing, I said slowly, that my relationship with David was built on a foundation of expectations that neither of us had fully examined. I expected him to provide consistent validation without me having to ask for it. He expected me to accept his inconsistency without question. We were both trying to force the other into roles that aligned with our unspoken needs, creating a cycle of disappointment and resentment. And if you had been able to recognize and discuss those expectations? Elena asked. I considered the question. Maybe we would have realized sooner that we wanted fundamentally different things from a relationship. Or maybe we would have found a middle ground that worked for both of us. Either way, we would have been relating to each other as we actually were, not as we wished each other to be. That's the key, isn't it? Elena said, seeing the person in front of you rather than the person you've constructed in your mind. Yes, I agreed. And being seen for who you actually are, not who someone needs you to be to fulfill their expectations. As our conversation continued, exploring these ideas from different angles, I felt a sense of spaciousness opening within me. A releasing of the tight grip I'd maintained on how relationships should unfold, how love should be expressed, how others should respond to my needs. Not an abandonment of standards, but a softening of rigid requirements, a willingness to let reality surprise me. When we eventually parted ways, hugging goodbye outside the cafe, before heading in different directions, I carried that sense of spaciousness with me. A new lens through which to view not just past relationships, but potential future ones as well. Over the next few weeks, I continued the practice Dr. Chun had suggested, noticing when I felt disappointed or anxious in relationships and identifying the underlying expectations that weren't being met. What began as a conscious exercise gradually became more automatic, a new form of self-awareness that helped me pause between expectation, reality, and interpretation. I noticed expectations everywhere, in how I approached work projects, in what I anticipated from friendships, in my reactions to family phone calls, in my responses to the most mundane interactions with baristas and cashiers. Some were reasonable, grounded in basic standards of respect and consideration. Others were arbitrary, shaped by personal preferences I had elevated to universal requirements. Still others were completely unconscious, revealing themselves only when reality failed to conform to their specifications. One evening in early February, I found myself at a small gallery opening in the South End with Zoe, who had been invited by a friend whose photographs were being featured. The space was intimate and crowded, the white walls adorned with stark black and white images of urban landscapes transformed by unusual weather conditions. Boston Common during a summer flood, the harbor partially frozen in winter, Beacon Hill shrouded in dense fog. As we moved through the gallery, glasses of cheap wine in hand, I found myself particularly drawn to a series of photos documenting the aftermath of a major snowstorm. In one image, a row of cars was buried up to their windows, transformed into unidentifiable mounds of white. In another, a park bench had become a snow sculpture, its familiar form rendered strange and new by winter's transformation. "These are remarkable," I said to Zoe, who had been circulating more actively, greeting acquaintances and chatting with the artist. "There's something about how they show the city we think we know becoming something else entirely." "That's exactly what Hannah was exploring," Zoe nodded. "How weather disrupts our expectations of familiar environments, forces us to see them differently." The parallel to what I'd been learning about expectations in relationships wasn't lost on me. How often had I resisted the weather of another person's authentic self because it disrupted my expectations of how they should behave? How frequently had I missed the beauty or value in what was actually present because it didn't match what I had anticipated? As we continued through the exhibit, I found myself engaging with the images on multiple levels, appreciating their artistic merits, while also seeing in them a reflection of my own journey toward holding expectations more lightly, toward allowing reality to reveal itself on its own terms rather than demanding it conform to my preconceptions. Later, as we walked to a nearby restaurant for dinner, Zoe asked about my recent therapy insights. Unlike Elena, who enjoyed theoretical explorations for their own sake, Zoe, with her nurse's practicality, preferred focusing on actionable changes. I shared what I'd been learning about expectations, emphasizing the practical applications rather than the conceptual framework. "So, it's about not setting yourself up for disappointment," she summarized as we settled at our table, a small candle flickering between us. "About being more realistic about what people can actually give you." "That's part of it," I agreed. "But it's not just about lowering expectations to avoid disappointment. It's about recognizing which expectations are serving us and which are creating unnecessary suffering, and about holding all of them more lightly, being open to what actually emerges rather than rigidly attached to our preconceived notions." Zoe considered this, skepticism evident in her expression. "But isn't it important to have standards? To know what you want and not settle for less?" "Absolutely," I nodded. Dr. Chun makes a distinction between what she calls process expectations and outcome expectations. Process expectations are about how you're treated, with respect, kindness, honesty, consideration. Those are essential standards that shouldn't be compromised. Outcome expectations are about specific behaviors or results. Texting back within a certain time frame, expressing love in particular ways, remembering important dates without reminders. "And those are the ones to hold more loosely," Zoe said, understanding dawning, "because they're about preferences rather than fundamental values." "Exactly," I confirmed. "The problem comes when we elevate our personal preferences to moral imperatives, when we interpret someone's different communication style or expression of care as evidence that they don't value us, rather than simply as a different approach to connection." Zoe nodded slowly, the distinction seeming to resonate. "I think I do that with Luke sometimes," she admitted, referring to the ER doctor she had been dating for several months. "I expect him to unwind after difficult shifts the way I would by talking it through. But he needs quiet time to process. When he doesn't want to immediately discuss what happened, I take it personally like he's shutting me out when he's just decompressing in his own way." "That's a perfect example," I said. "It's not that either approach is wrong. They're just different. The suffering comes when you interpret his different style as a rejection rather than as his authentic need." As our conversation continued through dinner, I was struck by how universally applicable these principles seemed. How everyone, regardless of their specific relationship history, struggled with the gap between expectation and reality, with the meaning assigned to that gap, with the challenge of holding preferences lightly while maintaining essential standards. By the time we parted ways later that evening, I felt a deepening conviction that this work with expectations was not just about healing past relationship wounds, but about creating a foundation for healthier connections moving forward. Connections based on seeing and accepting what was actually present rather than demanding conformity to unexamined expectations. I had a dream about David last night, I told Dr. Chun during our next session. February's gray light filtered through her office windows, the bare branches of the trees outside, creating intricate patterns against the clouded sky. What happened in the dream? She asked. We were at a cafe, not one that exists in reality, but dream logic made it seem familiar. He was trying to tell me something important, but every time he spoke, I couldn't hear him over the noise of the espresso machine. I kept asking him to repeat himself, and he was growing increasingly frustrated. Eventually, he just got up and left, and I woke up feeling this profound sense of misconnection. Dr. Chin nodded thoughtfully. What do you make of this dream? I considered the question, having already reflected on the dream throughout my morning. I think it's about expectations, about how my rigid expectations of how communication should happen actually prevented real connection. The espresso machine represents all the noise of my preconceptions, my unexamined assumptions about how David should express care or interest. That noise made it impossible for me to hear what he was actually trying to convey. That's a powerful interpretation, Dr. Chin said, appreciation evident in her voice. Dreams often crystallize insights that are emerging in our conscious awareness, giving them symbolic form that can deepen our understanding. It made me realize, I continued, how much of my suffering in that relationship, and previous ones, came from trying to force reality to match my expectations rather than truly engaging with what was actually being offered. Can you say more about that? I thought for a moment, trying to articulate the clarity that had been growing in me over recent weeks. With David, I had such specific expectations about how love should be expressed. Through constant communication, through remembering details I'd mentioned, through prioritizing time with me over other activities. When he didn't meet these expectations, I interpreted it as evidence that he didn't care deeply enough, rather than recognizing that he simply had a different approach to connection. And now, Dr. Chin prompted, now I'm questioning how many of those expectations were actually serving me, and how many were creating unnecessary suffering. I said, I still believe in having standards for how I deserve to be treated. But I'm recognizing how often I elevated personal preferences to moral imperatives, demanded specific behaviors rather than focusing on the underlying values they represented. Dr. Chin nodded encouragingly. That's an important distinction. When we focus too rigidly on specific expressions of care, we miss the many ways someone might authentically demonstrate value and commitment that don't match our preconceived notions. Like the love languages concept, I suggested, referencing a framework I'd read about years earlier. We all have different primary ways of expressing and receiving love, and problems arise when we expect others to prioritize the same expressions we do. That's a useful model, Dr. Chin agreed. The key insight is recognizing that different expressions can reflect the same underlying care and commitment. When we expand our definition of how love might be demonstrated, we create more possibilities for genuine connection. I thought about David again, how he had shown care in ways I'd often overlooked because they didn't match my expectations, how he had remembered the names of literary agents I admired and sent me articles about them, how he had always made space for my writing materials on his desk when I worked at his apartment, how he had never rushed me when I was processing difficult emotions, even when he didn't know how to respond. These expressions hadn't negated the genuine issues in our relationship. The inconsistency, the emotional withholding, the fundamental incompatibility in needs for intimacy and autonomy. But my rigid expectations had prevented me from fully appreciating the forms of care he did offer, had created a narrative of complete emotional neglect that wasn't entirely accurate. I'm not excusing the ways David and I weren't good for each other, I clarified. But I can see now how my rigid expectations created additional suffering beyond the actual mismatch in our relationship styles. That's an important insight, Dr. Chin said. It's not about rewriting history to erase genuine incompatibilities or problematic dynamics. It's about developing a more nuanced understanding of what happened, one that allows for both genuine issues and missed opportunities for connection. She paused, then added, this awareness doesn't just help you make sense of past relationships. It creates a foundation for approaching future relationships differently, with more openness to how care might be expressed, with more flexibility about specific behaviors while maintaining clarity about essential values. The idea of future relationships still felt distant, theoretical rather than imminent. But I could sense how this work with expectations was gradually reshaping how I might approach connection moving forward, with less rigid preconceptions, with more openness to what might emerge, with clearer distinction between fundamental standards and personal preferences. I've been practicing what you suggested, I told Dr. Chun, noticing when I feel disappointed or anxious and identifying the expectation that wasn't met. It's been illuminating to see how many expectations I carry without even realizing it, assumptions so ingrained they feel like objective reality rather than subjective preferences. And has that awareness changed how you respond in those moments? She asked. I nodded. It creates a pause between the unmet expectation and my reaction, a space where I can ask whether this expectation is serving me, whether it's reasonable in this context, whether there might be value in what's actually happening even if it doesn't match what I anticipated. That pause is crucial, Dr. Chen affirmed. It's where choice lives, the opportunity to respond consciously rather than react automatically from old patterns. As our session continued, we explored other dimensions of expectations, how they shape not just how we perceive others, but how we present ourselves, how the fear of disappointing others' expectations can lead to performance rather than authenticity, how releasing rigid expectations of ourselves might be as important as releasing them of others. By the time our hour ended, I felt a deepening integration of these insights. Not just intellectual understanding, but a felt sense of how holding expectations more lightly created space for more genuine connection with others and with myself. For our next session, Dr. Chen suggested as I gather my things to leave, I'd like you to reflect on a related question. How might releasing rigid expectations influence your approach to new relationships? Not just romantic ones, but friendships, professional connections, family dynamics, all the various ways we engage with others. I nodded, already feeling the question beginning to unfold in my mind. I'll think about that, I promised. As I left her office and stepped into the February afternoon, the air had a particular quality that sometimes emerges in late winter, a subtle shift in temperature and light that hints at spring's eventual arrival, not immediately visible, but perceptible nonetheless. It felt metaphorically apt, this barely discernible transition from one season to another, this promise of growth, not yet manifest, but beginning to stir beneath the surface. On my walk home, I found myself noticing the city with fresh eyes. The architectural details I usually hurried past, the interactions between strangers on street corners, the unexpected beauty of light reflecting off puddles of melted snow. Without consciously intending it, I was practicing what I'd been learning, releasing rigid expectations of what I should notice or appreciate, allowing reality to reveal itself on its own terms. There was something profoundly liberating about this practice, this loosening of the tight grip I'd maintained on how experiences should unfold, how connections should develop, how love should be expressed. Not an abandonment of discernment or standards, but a softening that created space for the unexpected, the unplanned, the authentically human rather than the idealized. As I turned onto my street, I felt a sense of lightness that had been gradually building over these weeks of exploration, a lifting of the burden of rigid expectations I had carried for so long without even recognizing their weight. There was freedom in this releasing, this opening to what might emerge rather than demanding reality conform to my specifications. The path forward wasn't about having no expectations that seemed neither possible nor desirable. It was about holding them lightly, examining them regularly, distinguishing between essential standards and arbitrary preferences, creating space for reality to surprise me with its own particular beauty and value. Love might indeed feel lighter when not weighted down by the burden of rigid expectations, not diminished in significance, but more spacious, more capable of encompassing the full complexity of human connection in all its unpredictable, unscripted glory. Chapter 8. You don't need to earn love through hard work. The first hints of spring arrived in Boston by mid-March. Crocuses pushing through patches of snow in the public garden, the days stretching noticeably longer, cafes setting out a few tentative tables on sunnier afternoons. The city seemed to collectively exhale after winter's long constraint, a palpable energy of anticipation humming beneath the lingering chill. I felt a similar sense of transition within myself, a gradual thawing of old patterns, a tentative emergence of new possibilities. The past months of work with Dr. Chun had created subtle but significant shifts in how I understood myself and my relationships. I was becoming more aware of the conditioned beliefs that had shaped my approach to connection, more able to create space between trigger and response, more capable of choosing new behaviors rather than automatically repeating old ones. I've been thinking about something you said in our last session, I told Dr. Chun as we settled into our usual places in her office. Spring light filtered through the windows, casting soft patterns across the rug between us, about how releasing expectations might influence my approach to future relationships. She nodded encouragingly. What's emerged for you around that? I've realized that underneath many of my expectations is a more fundamental belief that love is something I have to earn through effort and performance. The words felt vulnerable as I spoke them, exposing a core assumption I'd carried for as long as I could remember. That if I work hard enough, if I'm attentive enough, if I anticipate needs well enough, I'll finally be worthy of consistent love and attention. Dr. Chin's expression was thoughtful. That's a profound insight, Layla. The belief that love must be earned rather than freely given shapes many relationship patterns, particularly the tendency to overfunction, to prioritize others' needs above your own, to accept crumbs of affection as payment for your efforts. Exactly, I said, feeling the truth of her words resonate through me. With David, I was constantly working, analyzing his moods, anticipating his needs, adjusting my behavior to maximize his comfort and minimize any burden I might represent. It was exhausting, but it felt necessary. Like the moment I stopped performing, the relationship would evaporate. And did all that effort secure the connection you were seeking? Dr. Chen asked, though we both knew the answer. No, I admitted. If anything, it created the opposite effect. The more I worked to earn his love, the less authentic our connection became. I wasn't showing up as myself, but as whoever I thought he wanted me to be. And he wasn't responding to the real me, but to the performance I was presenting. Dr. Chen nodded. This belief, that love must be earned through performance, is one of the most common and damaging core assumptions I encounter in my work. It creates relationships based on transaction rather than authentic connection. Relationships where one person is constantly working to deserve what should be freely given. Where does that belief come from? I asked, though I already had theories based on our previous explorations of my family dynamics. Often from early experiences, Dr. Chun confirmed. Children naturally interpret their circumstances through a self-centered lens. Not out of selfishness, but because they're developmentally oriented to see themselves as the cause of what happens around them. When parental love or attention seems conditional or inconsistent, children often conclude that they must not be working hard enough to earn it, rather than recognizing that the parent's capacity to give may be limited by their own issues. I thought about my father, his sporadic presence, his attention contingent on achievement, his withdrawal when faced with emotional complexity, and my mother, her love expressed through service rather than direct affirmation. Her own worth seemingly tied to how well she anticipated and met others' needs. I learned from both my parents that love is a performance, I said slowly. From my father, I learned that attention is earned through achievement and competence. From my mother, I learned that care is demonstrated through constant anticipation of others' needs, through making yourself useful and undemanding. Those are powerful lessons, Dr. Chin acknowledged, especially when they're absorbed before you have the capacity to question them. They become the water you swim in. Assumptions so fundamental you don't even recognize them as beliefs rather than facts. So how do I change this belief? I asked. If it's so deeply ingrained that it operates automatically, Dr. Chin leaned forward slightly, her expression both compassionate and determined. It's a process, not a single intervention. It begins with awareness, recognizing when you're slipping into earning mode, noticing the anxiety that arises when you consider simply being yourself rather than performing. Then it involves gradually creating new experiences that contradict the old belief. Relationships where you practice showing up authentically and discover that genuine connection is possible without constant effort. I nodded, appreciating both the challenge and the possibility in what she described. I've started noticing it in friendships, I admitted, how I sometimes slip into performance there too, being the perfect listener, the reliable supporter, the one who never asks for too much. It's subtler than in romantic relationships, but the pattern is similar. That awareness is crucial, Dr. Chin affirmed. And friendships can actually be wonderful laboratories for practicing new patterns. Contexts where you can experiment with being more authentic, with asking directly for what you need, with allowing yourself to be supported rather than always being the supporter. The suggestion resonated with possibilities I'd already been considering. My friendships with Elena, Zoe, and Tasha had deepened over recent months as I'd practiced being more genuine, more willing to show vulnerability rather than just competence. There was still a reflexive anxiety when I considered being fully unguarded, still a voice that whispered I might lose their regard if I wasn't consistently useful and undemanding. But I was learning to recognize that voice as a conditioned belief rather than an accurate assessment of reality. I'd like to suggest an exercise, Dr. Chun said, breaking into my thoughts. For the next week, try to notice moments when you slip into earning mode in any relationship, when you feel like you have to perform to deserve connection or care. Just bringing awareness to these moments can gradually loosen the grip of the underlying belief. I'll try, I agreed, though I suspect I'll find it everywhere once I start looking. Dr. Chin smiled. That's often the case with core beliefs. They tend to influence multiple domains of life, not just romantic relationships. The goal isn't to eliminate all effort from relationships. Healthy connections do require engagement and attention. The goal is to distinguish between authentic care, freely given, and performance motivated by the fear that you're not inherently worthy of love. As our session continued, we explored other dimensions of this belief, how it connected to perfectionism, to difficulty receiving without immediately giving in return, to the exhaustion that comes from constantly trying to prove worthiness through effort. By the time our hour ended, I felt both challenged and inspired by this new awareness, the recognition of a core belief that had shaped so much of my relationship history, and the possibility of gradually transforming it through conscious practice. That weekend, I found myself in the Harvard bookstore browsing the new releases section when my phone buzzed with a text from my mother, just checking in on my busy girl. Dad, and I were wondering if you've given any thought to coming home for Easter? I felt the familiar tightening in my chest, the automatic shift into calculations about what the right response would be, what would please her, what would maintain my status as the good daughter. The awareness exercises with Dr. Chun had made me increasingly conscious of how quickly I moved into performance mode, particularly with my parents. Before responding, I took a moment to check in with my authentic feelings about the invitation. Did I actually want to make the trip to Connecticut for Easter, or was I considering it primarily to meet expectations and avoid disappointing my parents? The answer wasn't immediately clear. There was genuine affection mixed with obligation, real connection alongside performance. I decided to buy myself time. Hi, Mom. Nice to hear from you. Let me check a few things and get back to you about Easter. How are you and Dad doing? As I slipped my phone back into my pocket, I noticed a book display featuring titles about relationships and personal growth. Among them was a book I recognized from Dr. Chen's shelf, The Dance of Connection by Harriet Lerner. I picked it up and opened to a random page where a passage immediately caught my eye. Many of us have learned that it is our job to make relationships work, that if only we care enough, love enough, are sensitive enough, attentive enough, accommodating enough, nurturing enough, and forgiving enough, we can ensure our relationship's success. This is a burdensome fiction that keeps us overworking, overfunctioning, and ultimately exhausted. The words resonated so powerfully that I felt a slight dizziness, as if the book had somehow accessed my most private thoughts. This was exactly the pattern I'd been exploring with Dr. Chun. The belief that through sheer effort and performance, I could earn and secure love that might otherwise be withheld. I purchased the book without hesitation, then walked to a nearby cafe where I could read undisturbed. Over the next hour, sipping tea and occasionally looking up to watch the weekend bustle outside the window, I absorbed chapter after chapter that seemed written specifically for me, about the patterns of overfunctioning in relationships, about the anxiety that drives constant performance, about the possibility of more authentic connection based on mutuality rather than one-sided effort. One passage in particular stopped me in my tracks. Real intimacy is not achieved through doing everything right or by making ourselves endlessly available. It grows from mutual respect, from allowing the other person their separateness, and from maintaining our own integrity even when doing so creates tension. Paradoxically, it is often our willingness to risk the relationship, to stand for our truth even when it's uncomfortable, that creates the possibility of deeper connection. I thought about my relationship with David, about how my unwillingness to risk displeasing him had actually undermined the possibility of genuine intimacy. I had been so focused on performing perfectly that I'd never allowed him to know the real me, with all my complexity, my needs, my occasional messiness. And I had never given him the opportunity to love that authentic self, to demonstrate whether he could value me beyond my usefulness and accommodation. As I continued reading, my phone buzzed again with another text from my mother. Just saw a perfect Easter dress at Nordstrom that would look lovely on you. Thinking of ordering it. What size are you wearing these days? The question carried familiar undertones. The subtle evaluation of my appearance, the assumption that I would want to present myself a certain way for family gatherings, the implication that my physical presentation was a shared domain rather than a personal one. In the past, I would have provided the information automatically, perhaps with some self-deprecating comment to deflect any potential criticism about my size. Instead, I paused and checked in with my authentic response. Did I want my mother to buy me an Easter dress? Did I want to engage in this particular ritual of femininity and presentation? The answer, I realized, was no. Not because there was anything inherently wrong with the gesture, but because it represented a pattern I was working to change, a dynamic where my mother's vision of me took precedence over my own preferences. I typed, "That's very thoughtful, Mom, but I'd prefer to choose my own clothes. Thank you for thinking of me, though." As I hit send, I felt the familiar anxiety of setting a boundary with someone I'd been conditioned to please. But beneath that anxiety was something else, a quiet satisfaction in practicing authenticity rather than automatic accommodation. I wasn't being unkind or rejecting connection. I was simply showing up as myself rather than performing the role of perfect daughter. When my mother responded a few minutes later, "Of course, dear. Just wanted to help," I felt both the slight tension in her response and my own reflexive guilt. But I also recognized an opportunity to deepen our connection rather than retreat to familiar patterns. I typed, "I know you want to help, and I appreciate that. I'd love to hear what's new with you and Dad instead. How was the community board meeting he was nervous about?" This gentle redirection, from my appearance to their lives, from performing daughter to interested adult child, felt like a small but significant shift in our dynamic. I wasn't rejecting connection. I was inviting a different kind of engagement, one based on mutual interest rather than one-sided performance. As I left the cafe later that afternoon, book tucked securely in my bag, I felt a growing clarity about the challenge ahead. Changing the belief that love must be earned through performance wouldn't happen overnight. It had been reinforced through decades of experience, had become a neural pathway of such depth and familiarity that my mind traveled it automatically without conscious direction. But awareness was the beginning of change. Each time I noticed the pattern, each time I created even a small space between trigger and response, each time I experimented with showing up authentically rather than perfectly, I was gradually creating new possibilities, new neural pathways that might, with practice, become as accessible as the old ones. I want to show you something, Elena said, setting a stack of papers on the coffee table between us. It was Sunday afternoon, and I'd invited her over to my apartment for tea and conversation, a regular ritual we'd established in recent months. I glanced at the papers curiously. "What is it?" "The first 2 chapters of my novel," she said, a mixture of pride and vulnerability in her voice. "The one I've been talking about for, basically forever without actually writing. I finally started, and I wanted you to be the first to read it." I felt immediately honored by her trust and excited to engage with her work. Elena had been talking about this novel concept for years, a story about sisters separated in childhood, reuniting as adults, each carrying pieces of a family history neither fully understood. She was a talented writer whose short stories had been published in several literary journals, but the novel had remained an aspiration rather than a reality until now. "Elena, that's amazing. I'd love to read it," I said, reaching for the pages with genuine enthusiasm. "Not now," she said quickly, placing her hand over mine to stop me. "I mean, you can take them home, but I wanted to talk first." She looked uncharacteristically nervous. "The thing is, I need a favor, and it's kind of a big one." "Okay," I said, intrigued. "What kind of favor?" She took a deep breath. "I'm applying for the Jennings Fellowship, the one that funds a year of writing time. The deadline is next Friday, and I need someone to review my application materials, especially the project description. I know it's a lot to ask on short notice, but there's no one whose literary opinion I trust more than yours." The request was indeed substantial. The Jennings was a prestigious fellowship with a notoriously complex application process. Reviewing her materials properly would require several hours of focused attention during an already busy week. But my immediate impulse was to say yes without hesitation, to prove my value as a friend through this tangible service. Then I caught myself. This was exactly the pattern I'd been working to recognize with Dr. Chen. The automatic shift into earning mode. The reflexive assumption that my worth as a friend depended on being endlessly available and helpful regardless of my own needs or limitations. Instead of responding automatically, I paused and checked in with my authentic reaction. Did I genuinely want to take on this task right now? What other commitments did I already have this week? Was there a middle ground between flat refusal and complete accommodation? "I'd love to help," I said finally, "but this coming week is actually pretty packed with work deadlines. Could I look at the project description by Wednesday? And then if you need more input on the other materials, we could discuss timing for those." Elena's expression registered surprise, not offended, but clearly not expecting any qualification of my assistance. In our friendship, I had always been the one who dropped everything to help, who prioritized her needs above my own constraints. "Of course," she said after a brief pause. "Wednesday for the project description would be really helpful, and we can figure out the rest depending on how your week goes." I felt a flicker of anxiety. Had I damaged our connection by not being immediately and completely available? Was she secretly hurt or disappointed? The old belief system whispered that love had to be earned through constant performance, that any limitation or boundary risked the withdrawal of affection. But Elena's next words dispelled that fear. "Actually, I should apologize for the last-minute request," she said, her tone warm. "I've been sitting on this for weeks, convincing myself the draft wasn't ready to share. Classic procrastination. It's not fair to put that time pressure on you." Her response, taking responsibility rather than expressing disappointment, created a moment of revelation for me. By setting a reasonable boundary, I had actually created space for a more balanced interaction, one where my needs were legitimate considerations rather than irrelevant factors. I wasn't required to earn Elena's friendship through unlimited accommodation. Our connection could withstand the reality of mutual needs and limitations. "No apology necessary," I assured her. "I'm genuinely excited to read both your chapters and the fellowship application. I just want to give them the attention they deserve, which might be challenging if I try to do everything at once this week." Elena nodded, visibly relaxing. "That makes perfect sense. And honestly, it's reassuring to see you setting boundaries. I've been a little worried about how much you've always taken on for everyone else including me. Her observation caught me by surprise. "You've been worried about that?" "Of course," she said, as if it were obvious. "Layla, you're incredibly generous with your time and energy, which is one of the things I love about you. But sometimes it seemed like, I don't know, like you don't think you have a right to prioritize your own needs. Like you try and earn everyone's affection through constant service." The accuracy of her assessment took my breath away. I had been so convinced that my performance was necessary to maintain connection that I hadn't considered how transparent that pattern might be to those who truly cared about me, or how it might actually concern them rather than please them. "That's exactly what I've been working on in therapy," I admitted. "This belief that love is something I have to earn through effort and performance, rather than something I might deserve simply for being myself." Elena's expression softened with understanding. "That makes so much sense, given what you've shared about your family dynamics. But from the outside, it's been clear that you often give beyond what's sustainable, like you're trying to pay for connection that should be freely offered." Her insight, delivered with compassion rather than judgment, created a powerful moment of validation. The pattern I'd been exploring with Dr. Chin wasn't just a subjective experience. It was an observable dynamic that affected my relationships in ways I hadn't fully appreciated. "I'm trying to change that," I said, "to distinguish between authentic giving that comes from genuine desire and performance that comes from fear of losing connection. It's not always easy to tell the difference." "I can imagine," Elena nodded. "These patterns run deep. But for what it's worth, I value you for who you are, not just what you do for me. And I'd rather have a friendship where we're both honest about our capacity than one where either of us is performing beyond our limits." Her words landed like a revelation, direct confirmation that the authentic connection I was seeking was actually possible, that I could be valued for my essence rather than just my utility. It was one thing to explore these concepts theoretically with Dr. Chun. It was another to experience their truth directly in a significant relationship. As our conversation continued, shifting to other topics, Elena's novel progress, my recent insights about expectations, our shared frustration with Boston's public transportation, I felt a subtle but significant shift in our interaction. I was more present, less concerned with performing friendship perfectly, more willing to express authentic thoughts even when they didn't align perfectly with hers. And remarkably, this authenticity seemed to deepen our connection rather than threaten it. By bringing my genuine self to the interaction, with all my complexity, my occasional contradictions, my real limitations, I was creating space for real intimacy rather than the appearance of closeness. When Elena left later that afternoon, our goodbye hug felt different. Not the performance of affection, but its genuine expression, not a gesture designed to maintain connection, but the natural manifestation of real care. As I closed the door behind her, I felt a quiet sense of discovery. Perhaps love didn't have to be earned through exhausting effort after all. Perhaps it could grow naturally in the soil of authentic presence, mutual respect, and honest expression. "Let's talk about how the earning pattern shows up in your work life," Dr. Chin suggested during our next session. April had fully arrived, bringing with it blossoms in the public garden and a palpable energy of renewal throughout the city. I considered her question, reflecting on my dual professional roles, the part-time position at the publishing house and the weekend shifts at the independent bookstore that supplemented my income and fed my love of literary community. "It's everywhere," I admitted. "At the publishing house, I'm constantly going above and beyond, taking on additional manuscripts, staying late to meet deadlines, making myself available for emergencies that aren't really emergencies. I have this fear that if I'm not exceptionally valuable, I'll be replaced, that my worth is tied entirely to my output." Dr. Chin nodded. "And at the bookstore? Similar pattern, but different manifestation," I said. "There, it's less about productivity and more about being the perfect colleague, covering other people's shifts without hesitation, never expressing frustration with difficult customers, always being the one who stays to close, even when it's not technically my responsibility." "And what do you believe would happen if you performed at a merely competent level rather than an exceptional one?" Dr. Chin asked. if you set reasonable boundaries around your time and energy? The question made me uncomfortable, revealing fears I hadn't fully articulated even to myself. I believe I become dispensable, I said slowly. That without exceptional performance, there would be no reason to keep me around, to value me, to choose me over someone else who might be willing to do more. That's the core of the earning belief, Dr. Chen observed. The assumption that your inherent value is insufficient, that you must constantly prove your worth through exceptional service or performance. It creates what we might call a provisional self, a sense that you're always one disappointment away from losing connection or approval. Her description resonated painfully. How exhausting it had been, living with that constant internal pressure, the sense that I was never quite secure in anyone's regard, that every relationship and opportunity remained conditional on my continued performance. It was like perpetually balancing on a high wire, knowing that a single misstep could send me plummeting from grace. So how do I change this? I asked. In practical terms, what does it look like to stop trying to earn love and recognition through constant performance? It begins with small experiments, Dr. Chen suggested. Opportunities to test the belief that your value depends entirely on your output or service. For example, what might happen if you declined an additional manuscript at work, citing your current workload? Or if you occasionally said no to covering someone else's shift at the bookstore? The suggestions made me immediately anxious, evidence of how deeply ingrained the earning pattern had become. But I also recognized the potential value in these experiments, the opportunity to discover that my worst fears might not materialize, that I might still be valued even when setting reasonable boundaries. I'll try, I promised, though uncertainty must have shown in my expression. Remember, Dr. Chen added gently, the goal isn't to stop being helpful or hardworking. It's to distinguish between authentic contribution that comes from genuine desire and compulsive performance motivated by the fear that you're not inherently worthy of connection or recognition. I nodded, appreciating the distinction. This wasn't about becoming selfish or withholding. It was about developing a healthier relationship with giving and performance, one based on genuine choice rather than anxious compulsion. There's another dimension to this pattern that's worth exploring, Dr. Chen continued. The difficulty in receiving without immediately giving in return. That's definitely true for me, I acknowledged. I get so uncomfortable when someone does something for me without an obvious way to reciprocate. It feels unbalanced, like I've incurred a debt that needs to be repaid immediately. That discomfort comes from the same core belief, Dr. Chen explained. If you believe your value must be constantly earned through performance, then receiving without immediately giving creates an intolerable vulnerability, a moment where you're not actively proving your worth through service. I thought about recent experiences, how anxious I'd felt when a colleague brought me coffee without warning, how quickly I'd insisted on paying when Zoe treated me to lunch, how uncomfortable I became when receiving praise that I couldn't immediately justify through tangible accomplishment. So part of changing this pattern is learning to receive graciously, I said, understanding dawning, to allow others to give without immediately reciprocating, to accept care without feeling I must earn it through equal or greater service. Exactly, Dr. Chen confirmed. Gracious receiving is a skill that many people with the earning pattern find challenging, but it's essential for balanced relationships. This willingness to sometimes be in the position of recipient rather than provider, to allow others the joy and satisfaction of giving without immediately shifting back to the provider role. As our session continued, we explored practical strategies for interrupting the earning pattern, noticing the anxiety that arose when I considered setting boundaries, practicing small experiments with saying no or deferring assistance, developing greater comfort with receiving without immediate reciprocation. By the time our hour ended, I felt both challenged and inspired by these possibilities, the potential to gradually transform a core belief that had shaped so much of my approach to relationships and work. The opportunity to apply these insights came sooner than I expected. The following day at the publishing house, My supervisor, Jonathan, approached my desk with a familiar expression that signaled an additional request coming my way. "Layla, I hate to ask this given your current workload," he began, "but Melissa is out unexpectedly this week, and we have the Davidson manuscript that needs initial evaluation by Friday. You've worked with this author before, so you'd be perfect for this. Any chance you could take it on?" My automatic response, the one conditioned by years of earning behavior, would have been immediate agreement regardless of my actual capacity. The pattern was so ingrained that I felt the yes forming before I'd even considered whether taking on this additional work was reasonable or sustainable. But in that moment, I remembered Dr. Chin's suggestion about small experiments, opportunities to test whether my value truly depended on limitless accommodation. I paused, creating space between request and response, and checked in with my authentic reaction. The truth was that my current workload was already substantial. 2 other manuscripts requiring detailed evaluation by next week, plus the regular administrative tasks that kept the department functioning. Adding the Davidson manuscript would mean late nights, weekend work, and a level of stress that would impact my well-being and the quality of my evaluations. "I appreciate your confidence in me," I said carefully, "but I'm concerned about my capacity given the Walker and Johansson manuscripts that are due next week. What about Martin? He has experience with Davidson's previous work as well." The words felt foreign in my mouth. This calm assertion of limits, this suggestion of an alternative rather than immediate accommodation. I felt the familiar anxiety rising. What if Jonathan was disappointed? What if this refusal was noted in my performance evaluation? What if this single boundary led to diminished opportunities in the future? But Jonathan's response defied my catastrophic expectations. "You're right," he nodded thoughtfully. "You do have a full plate already, and Martin would be a good alternative. I'll check with him." He paused, then added, "I appreciate you being straightforward about your capacity. Better to know that up front than to have you overextended and stressed." As he walked away, I sat with the profound surprise of this interaction. Not only had my reasonable boundary been accepted without negative consequences, but it had actually been appreciated, recognized as professional responsibility rather than selfishness or limitation. The world had not collapsed when I set a boundary. My value had not evaporated when I acknowledged my limits. It was a small moment in the grand scheme of things, but it represented a significant data point contradicting my core belief that love and recognition must be earned through unlimited performance. This single interaction wouldn't transform decades of conditioning, but it offered tangible evidence that an alternative approach might be possible, that I might be valued for my discernment and honesty as much as for my unlimited accommodation. Throughout the following days, I continued these small experiments, practice in interrupting the earning pattern that had shaped so much of my approach to relationships and work. When a friend suggested dinner at a restaurant that was far outside my budget, I suggested an alternative rather than stretching my finances to avoid disapproval. When my mother called with detailed questions about my Easter plans that carried implicit expectations, I gently redirected the conversation to what would actually work for me rather than immediately conforming to her vision. Each of these moments created data that gradually challenged my core belief, evidence that setting reasonable boundaries didn't lead to rejection, that acknowledging limitations didn't result in abandonment, that being authentic rather than perfectly accommodating often led to deeper connection rather than its loss. There were still moments of intense anxiety, still situations where I automatically slipped into earning mode without conscious awareness. The pattern was too deeply ingrained to transform overnight. But awareness was growing, and with it, the capacity to sometimes choose a different response, to engage from authenticity rather than compulsive performance, to value myself enough to honor my own needs alongside others. On a surprisingly warm Saturday in late April, I found myself walking along the Charles River with Tasha, watching rowing teams glide across the water with precise, synchronized movements. The riverside paths were crowded with people emerging from winter hibernation, joggers, dog walkers, families with young children, all basking in the generous spring sunshine. So I did something terrifying this week. I told Tasha as we paused to watch a formation of geese overhead. I submitted one of my essays to that literary contest Elena mentioned, the one with the theme of transformative relationships. Layla, that's fantastic, Tasha exclaimed, genuine excitement in her voice. Which essay? The one about recognizing patterns or the one about expectations? Actually, neither, I admitted. I wrote something new about this core belief I've been exploring in therapy, this idea that love is something I have to earn through constant performance rather than something I might deserve simply for being myself. Tasha nodded thoughtfully. That resonates. I've seen that pattern in you for years. How hard you work in every relationship. How uncomfortable you get when you're not the one giving or helping. Her observation, similar to Elena's recent comment, reinforced how visible this pattern had been to those who knew me well, even as I had believed it was simply my natural approach to relationships rather than a conditioned response to early experiences. What made you decide to submit your writing? Tasha asked. You've been talking about getting back to it for months, but this is the first concrete step I've heard about. I considered her question, reflecting on the complex mix of motivations that had led to this action. Partly it was the theme. It aligns so perfectly with what I've been exploring. But honestly, it was also about practicing what I'm learning, about creating something from authentic expression rather than performance, and then releasing it without attaching my entire worth to how it's received. Tasha smiled, understanding in her eyes. So the act of submission itself is part of the healing. Exactly, I nodded. In the past, I either wouldn't have submitted at all, too afraid of rejection, or I would have approached it as another earning opportunity, another chance to prove my worth through external validation. This time, I try to focus on the value of the expression itself, regardless of outcome. That's powerful, Tasha said. And whether or not you win the contest, that shift in approach is its own kind of success. We continued our walk, the conversation flowing to other topics, Tasha's recent promotion at work, a mutual friend's engagement, plans for the upcoming summer months. But as we talked, I found myself aware of a subtle but significant difference in how I was showing up in this interaction. Less concerned with performing friendship perfectly, more present with my authentic responses, more willing to occasionally direct the conversation toward my interests rather than deferring entirely to hers. And remarkably, this authenticity seemed to enhance rather than diminish our connection. By bringing my genuine self to the interaction, with all my complexity, my occasional contradictions, my real thoughts and feelings, I was creating space for true intimacy rather than its carefully constructed appearance. When we eventually parted ways near Harvard Square, I continued walking alone, enjoying the vibrant energy of Cambridge on a spring afternoon. As I passed a small park where children played on swings and slides, their laughter carrying on the warm breeze, I found myself reflecting on the nature of unconditional love. Those children weren't performing for the adults who watched over them. They were simply expressing their authentic joy, curiosity, occasional frustration. And they were loved not for what they achieved or provided, but simply for existing, for being exactly who they were in each moment. Somewhere along the way to adulthood, I had lost touch with that fundamental truth, that love in its purest form isn't earned through exhausting effort, but freely given in response to authentic being. I had constructed an elaborate system of performance designed to secure what might have been offered freely if I'd simply allowed myself to be genuinely seen. The pattern wasn't entirely my creation. It had been shaped by specific experiences with inconsistent attention, by cultural messages about women's value residing in service, by family dynamics that emphasized achievement over authentic expression. But regardless of its origins, I now had the awareness to gradually change it, to experiment with showing up authentically rather than perfectly, to risk being seen in all my complexity rather than only in carefully curated performance. As I turned toward home, the late afternoon light casting long shadows across the streets of Cambridge, I felt a quiet sense of possibility. Not a dramatic transformation, but the subtle opening of a new path, one where love might be experienced as gift rather than payment, where connection might emerge from authentic presence rather than exhausting performance. The belief that love must be earned through constant effort was deeply ingrained, reinforced through decades of experience. It wouldn't change overnight, wouldn't yield easily to intellectual understanding alone. But each small experiment in authenticity, each experience of being valued beyond my utility, each moment of setting a reasonable boundary without catastrophic consequences, all of these gradually created new data that challenged the old belief, new neural pathways that might, with practice, become as accessible as the familiar routes of earning and performing. The work wasn't about becoming someone new. It was about returning to something original, the authentic self that had been gradually obscured beneath layers of performance and accommodation. It was about rediscovering the capacity to receive love, not as payment for service, but as natural response to genuine presence. As I reached my apartment building and climbed the stairs to my second-floor unit, I thought about the essay I'd submitted to the literary contest. Regardless of how it was received, whether it won recognition or disappeared into the vast sea of submissions, the act of creating it had been valuable, the expression of authentic experience worth the vulnerability of potential rejection. Perhaps that was the essence of a shift I was seeking. This willingness to express authentically without guaranteeing positive reception, to offer my genuine self without the exhausting performance designed to ensure approval. To believe, even tentatively, that I might be worthy of love and recognition not because of what I accomplished or provided, but simply because of who I was. As I settled into my apartment, making tea and opening windows to let in the spring breeze, I felt both the challenge and possibility of this new approach to connection, the anxiety that arose when I considered abandoning familiar strategies of earning approval, alongside the freedom that might come from releasing that constant pressure to perform. The path forward wasn't about perfect transformation. It was about practice, about noticing the earning pattern when it emerged and experimenting with alternatives, about gradually collecting experiences that contradicted the core belief that love must be constantly earned through exhausting effort. I opened my notebook to a fresh page and wrote, "I am worthy of love not because of what I do, but because of who I am." The words felt simultaneously true and almost unbearably vulnerable, a declaration of inherent value that contradicted decades of conditioning. But perhaps that was precisely why they needed to be written, to be seen, to be gradually integrated into a new understanding of myself and my relationships. I looked at the sentence for a long moment, then added beneath it, "And this truth applies not just to others, but to how I relate to myself as well." That addition felt significant. The recognition that the most fundamental relationship requiring transformation was the one with myself. If I could begin to value my own inherent worth beyond achievement and service, perhaps external relationships would naturally shift to reflect that internal change. Outside my window, the day was softening toward evening, golden light giving way to the gentle blue of dusk. Within me, something similar was occurring, a gradual transition from the harsh demands of performance toward the gentler possibility of authentic presence, from the exhausting belief that love must be earned toward the revolutionary idea that it might be freely given and received. The change wouldn't happen overnight, wouldn't unfold in a neat linear progression. There would be steps forward and back, moments of breakthrough and regression. But awareness had been awakened, and with it, the possibility of gradually transforming a core belief that had shaped so much of my approach to love and connection. Perhaps I didn't need to earn love through hard work after all. Perhaps it could simply be received as a natural response to authentic being, a gift freely given rather than a payment laboriously earned. And in that recognition lay the seeds of profound liberation from performance, exhaustion, and the constant anxiety of conditional worth. The beginning of a new way of relating to others and to myself. Chapter 9. You'll meet the right person when you're truly yourself. May in Boston arrived with a particular kind of magic. Cherry blossoms lining Commonwealth Avenue. Outdoor cafes setting up tables on sidewalks. The public garden erupting in riotous color. After the long constraint of winter, the city seemed to exhale collectively, everyone moving with a lighter step that comes with warmth and sunlight. I felt a similar lightening within myself, a gradual release of patterns that had once seemed fixed and inevitable. The work with Dr. Chun was creating subtle but significant shifts in how I approach relationships, how I understood my own worth, how I engaged with others without the exhausting performance of earning love through constant effort. "I have news," I told Dr. Chun as we settled into our regular places in her office. The windows were open, allowing a gentle breeze to circulate alongside the distant sounds of the city, a backdrop to our conversation that felt appropriately alive and dynamic. "What's your news?" she asked, her expression welcoming. "My essay won second place in that literary contest I mentioned," I said, still slightly disbelieving. "The one about transformative relationships, where I wrote about the pattern of trying to earn love through performance." "Layla, that's wonderful," Dr. Chun said warmly. "Congratulations." "Thank you," I smiled. But what feels even more significant than the recognition is how I responded to it. In the past, external validation like this would have become immediate evidence of my worth, proof that I was valuable because of what I'd accomplished. This time, it felt like appreciation for something I'd expressed, not validation of my inherent value. Dr. Chin nodded thoughtfully. "That's a profound shift, this decoupling of accomplishment from intrinsic worth. What do you think has contributed to that change?" I considered the question, reflecting on the internal shifts that have been gradually occurring over these months of exploration. "I think it's the growing awareness that my value doesn't depend on performance or achievement, that I'm worthy of connection simply because I exist, not because of what I produce or provide. It's still a tentative belief, still easily shaken, but it's taking root in a way that feels foundational." "That is indeed foundational," Dr. Chun affirmed. "When we internalize the understanding that our worth isn't contingent on performance, it transforms not just how we relate to accomplishment, but how we approach connection more broadly." "That's what I'm noticing," I agreed. "I'm becoming more comfortable showing up authentically in relationships rather than performing whatever role I think will secure approval. It's still scary sometimes, this vulnerability of being seen as I am rather than as I think others want me to be, but it also feels liberating." Dr. Chin smiled. "That liberation is what becomes possible when we release the exhausting effort of maintaining a performative self. When we trust that we're worthy of connection as we authentically are, we create the possibility of much deeper intimacy, the experience of being truly seen and accepted rather than merely approved of for our performance." Her words resonated with experiences I'd been having across various relationships, moments of greater authenticity with friends, family members, colleagues. Small shifts in how I express preferences, set boundaries, revealed vulnerabilities. Not dramatic transformations, but incremental changes that were gradually altering the quality of my connections. I've been thinking about how this applies to romantic relationships, specifically, I said, about how my pattern of performing rather than authentically being shaped my connection with David and previous partners. About how different future relationships might be if I approach them from this foundation of intrinsic worth rather than earned value. "That's an important application," Dr. Chin nodded. "How do you imagine those future relationships might differ?" I thought about the question, envisioning possibilities that felt both exciting and slightly terrifying. "I think I would choose differently. Instead of being drawn to people who activate my earning pattern, who offer inconsistent attention that feels familiar because it mirrors early experiences, I might be attracted to those who appreciate my authentic self, who offer consistent regard not as payment for performance, but as response to genuine connection." "And how would you show up differently in those relationships?" Dr. Chin asked. "I'd express needs directly rather than hinting and hoping," I said, the answer emerging with surprising clarity. "I'd set boundaries around behaviors that don't work for me instead of endlessly accommodating. I'd reveal vulnerabilities alongside strengths, complexity alongside competence. I'd be real, present, authentic rather than strategic." As I articulated these possibilities, I felt both the challenge they represented, the courage required to abandon familiar strategies, however dysfunctional, and the profound potential they contain for deeper, more sustainable connection. These insights reflect significant growth, Layla, Dr. Chin said. This capacity to imagine relating from authenticity rather than performance, from intrinsic worth rather than earned value, creates foundation for genuinely transformative relationships, not just romantically, but across all domains of connection. I nodded, appreciating her acknowledgement while also recognizing the gap that remained between intellectual understanding and embodied experience. I could envision this different approach to relationship in theory. Implementing it consistently in practice would be an ongoing journey of awareness and choice. I want to suggest a slight reframing, Dr. Chin said. You mentioned approaching future relationships differently, but in many ways, you're already in the process of transforming your existing relationships, with friends, with family members, with colleagues. These current connections provide ongoing opportunities to practice authenticity, to experiment with vulnerability, to experience being valued for who you are rather than what you do. Her observation landed with the force of truth. I had been thinking of these shifts primarily in terms of future romantic relationships, but the laboratory for this transformation was already available in my daily interactions, in the connections that constituted my current life. You're right, I acknowledged. I've been practicing in small ways with Elena, with Zoe, with my parents, testing what happens when I show up more authentically, when I express preferences directly, when I allow vulnerability alongside strength. And what have you been discovering through those experiments? Dr. Chin asked. I thought about recent interactions, the boundary I'd set with Elena around the fellowship application review, the direct communication with my mother about Easter plans, the authentic sharing with Zoe about my writing aspirations. I'm finding that authentic connection is actually possible, that when I show up genuinely rather than strategically, something deeper often emerges. Not always, not perfectly, but enough to suggest a different way of relating is viable. Dr. Chin nodded encouragingly. That's valuable data, contradicting the core belief that performance is required for connection. Each experience of being accepted in authenticity rather than achievement creates evidence for this new understanding of relationship, one based on mutuality rather than transaction, on being rather than doing. As our session continued, we explored other dimensions of this shift, how it might influence not just who I was attracted to in future relationships, but how I expressed that attraction, how I navigated early dating experiences, how I communicated needs and boundaries as connections developed. By the time our hour ended, I felt both challenged and inspired by these possibilities, the potential to approach romantic connection from a foundation of authentic self-worth rather than anxious performance. You're seriously not interested in meeting him? Elena asked incredulously, pausing with her fork halfway to her mouth. We were having dinner at a small Mediterranean restaurant in the South End, the early evening sunlight slanting through windows onto tables crowded with small plates of hummus, tabbouleh, and baba ganoush. It's not that I'm not interested, I clarified, considering how to explain my hesitation. Jason sounds thoughtful and interesting based on what you shared. It's more that I'm not sure I'm ready for a setup right now. I'm still processing a lot about my relationship patterns, still practicing showing up authentically in existing connections. Elena studied me over her glass of wine, her expression curious rather than judgmental. That makes sense. But isn't dating also an opportunity to practice those new patterns? To approach connection differently than you did with David? Her question was reasonable, reflecting the logic I'd been considering myself in recent weeks. As spring had deepened toward summer, as the city had come alive with energy and possibility, I'd found myself more open to the idea of new romantic connections. Not from the anxious need that had driven previous relationships, but from a genuine curiosity about what might be possible from this evolving foundation of authentic self-worth. You're not wrong, I admitted. I've been thinking along similar lines. It's just the idea of a setup feels like pressure to perform in a specific way, to meet not just his expectations, but yours as the matchmaker. I'd rather connection unfold more organically, where I can practice being genuine without that additional layer of anxiety. Elena nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. I hadn't thought about it that way, but that makes complete sense. The last thing I want is to create pressure that triggers your performing pattern. She smiled ruefully. Though for what it's worth, Jason isn't my friend. He's Martin's colleague, so there's less invested matchmaking energy than you might think. I appreciated her understanding, the ease with which she accepted my perspective without pushing or withdrawing. It was one of many small ways our friendship had evolved as I'd practiced more direct communication, more authentic expression of preferences and boundaries. Tell me more about him anyway, I suggested, genuinely curious despite my hesitation. What makes Martin think we'd connect? As Elena shared details about Jason, his work as an architectural historian, his passion for urban preservation, his thoughtful approach to friendship, according to Martin, I found myself both interested in who he seemed to be and aware of my habitual response to such information. In the past, I would have immediately begun constructing a performance designed to appeal to someone with these qualities, emphasizing my own interest in history and architecture, preparing anecdotes that would showcase my intellect and cultural awareness, strategizing how to present my most impressive self. The awareness of this pattern didn't eliminate it entirely, but created space to notice and potentially choose differently, to consider what authentic connection might look like rather than strategic performance. He does sound interesting, I acknowledged when Elena finished, and I appreciate you thinking of me. Maybe instead of a formal setup, we could all get together casually sometime. You and Martin, me, Jason, maybe others too. That feels less pressured, more conducive to genuine interaction. Elena brightened at the suggestion. I love that idea. Martin's been talking about hosting a small gathering at his place when the weather's consistently warm enough for the roof deck. We could include Jason in that group without any explicit matchmaking energy. Perfect, I agreed, relieved by this compromise that acknowledged both my interest in new connections and my concern about context that might trigger old patterns. As our conversation shifted to other topics, Elena's fellowship application, she'd been selected as a finalist. My recent writing progress, our shared frustration with the MBTA's perpetual delays, I felt a quiet appreciation for this evolution in our friendship. My increased authenticity, my willingness to express preferences directly rather than automatically accommodating, hadn't diminished our connection. If anything, it had deepened it, creating space for more genuine engagement rather than the appearance of perfect alignment. Later, walking home through the mild May evening, I reflected on the possibility of new romantic connections emerging from this foundation of authentic self-worth rather than anxious performance. What might it be like to approach dating not as an assessment of my value, a series of tests I had to pass through perfect impression management, but as an exploration of genuine compatibility, a discovery of whether authentic connection was possible with a particular person? The thought was both liberating and slightly terrifying. The strategic performance of calculated appeal had been exhausting but familiar. Authentic presence with all its vulnerability and uncertainty represented new territory, one where the old maps no longer applied. But perhaps that was precisely the point, to discover what might be possible when I released the script of earned love and allowed genuine connection to emerge from authentic presence rather than perfect performance. 2 weeks later, I found myself on Martin's roof deck in the South End, surrounded by the gentle hum of conversation and laughter as the sun began its gradual descent toward the horizon. The gathering was intimate but lively. About 15 people spread across comfortable outdoor furniture, sharing bottles of wine and platters of food as fairy lights twinkled overhead and the Boston skyline provided a stunning backdrop. Elena had kept her word about including Jason without explicit matchmaking energy. He was present. I'd identified him through Elena's discreet indication when I arrived, but there had been no awkward introduction, no obvious maneuvering to place us together. He was simply one among several interesting people at a pleasant gathering, an approach that significantly reduced the performance pressure I might otherwise have felt. As the evening progressed, I found myself engaged in various conversations, discussing favorite bookstores with Martin's sister, debating the best ice cream shops in the city with a couple who lived in Elena's building, comparing notes on recent art exhibitions with a woman who worked at the MFA. Throughout these interactions, I practiced what I'd been learning, showing up authentically rather than strategically, expressing genuine thoughts and preferences rather than calculated responses, allowing my actual personality to emerge rather than a carefully curated presentation. It wasn't perfect. There were moments when I caught myself performing, when I edited responses to maximize positive impression, when I felt the familiar anxiety about whether I was being likable or interesting enough. But awareness created choice, the possibility of noticing these patterns and gently redirecting toward greater authenticity. Eventually, through the natural flow of the gathering, I found myself in conversation with Jason, a tall, thoughtful-looking man with kind eyes and an easy manner that suggested comfort with himself. We'd both gravitated toward the edge of the roof deck where a small herb garden created a fragrant corner slightly removed from the main congregation of guests. "Are you a plant person too?" he asked, noticing my interest in the neatly arranged pots of basil, rosemary, thyme, and mint. "Aspirationally," I admitted with a small laugh. "I love the idea of growing things, but my track record with keeping plants alive is questionable at best. My apartment is where herbs go to die, unfortunately." In the past, I might have modified this response, claimed more expertise than I possessed, turned the admission into a more flattering anecdote, worried that acknowledging this minor failing might somehow diminish my appeal. Instead, I offered the simple truth, neither self-deprecating nor defensive, just authentic. Jason smiled, a genuine expression that reached his eyes. "I respect the honesty. I was a plant killer myself until my sister intervened with some foolproof options and a watering schedule that even I could manage. Now I have a few survivors, though nothing as ambitious as Martin's garden here." His response, appreciating honesty rather than performance, created an immediate ease between us, a foundation for conversation that felt genuine rather than strategic. As we continued talking, moving naturally from plants to neighborhoods to our respective work, I noticed how different this interaction felt from early conversations with David and previous partners. I wasn't monitoring every response for optimal impression. I wasn't anxiously assessing his reactions for signs of approval or disapproval. I wasn't strategically presenting a curated version of myself designed to secure his interest. I was simply present, engaged, authentic in both my enthusiasm and my uncertainty, my knowledge and my curiosity. And remarkably, this authenticity seemed to facilitate connection rather than threaten it. When I expressed genuine interest in his work, preserving historically significant buildings in Boston's rapidly developing neighborhoods, his passion for the subject emerged more fully. When I acknowledged limited knowledge of architectural history, but shared my love of certain buildings' aesthetic impact, he offered information that was informative rather than condescending. When I mentioned my dual work in publishing and bookselling, I described both the satisfactions and frustrations honestly rather than presenting an idealized professional narrative. "So you're a writer as well?" he asked when I mentioned the essay contest recognition. "I am," I nodded, though that identity has been complicated over the past year or so. I stepped away from writing during a relationship that required a lot of emotional energy, and I'm finding my way back to it now. It's been both challenging and rewarding to reclaim that part of myself. Again, this was a more authentic response than I might have offered previously, acknowledging complexity rather than presenting a neat narrative of consistent accomplishment. And again, the authenticity seemed to deepen rather than diminish the quality of our interaction. "That resonates," Jason said thoughtfully. "I went through something similar after my divorce 3 years ago. Lost connection with the photography that had been central to my life before and during the marriage. Finding my way back to it felt like recovering a vital part of myself that had been temporarily submerged. His willingness to match my authenticity with his own created a moment of genuine connection. Not the strategic exchange of calculated disclosures, but the natural recognition of shared experience, the beginning of real understanding rather than performative impression. As our conversation continued, I found myself genuinely enjoying the interaction, not just because Jason was interesting and engaging, though he was, but because I was present as myself rather than as a carefully constructed persona designed to earn approval. There was a freedom in this authenticity, a release from the exhausting vigilance of strategic self-presentation. When Elena eventually joined us, bringing fresh glasses of wine and her characteristic energy, the conversation expanded to include her without disrupting the genuine connection that had been established. And when the gathering eventually began to disperse as the night air cooled and the hour grew late, the exchange of contact information between Jason and me felt natural rather than loaded with anxiety about performance and evaluation. "I'd love to continue our conversation sometime," he said as we both prepared to leave. "Maybe over coffee or a walk in the public garden." In the past, I would have immediately analyzed this invitation for its precise level of interest, would have calculated the optimal response to maintain his regard without seeming too eager, would have begun planning the perfect performance for this potential date. Instead, I simply checked in with my authentic response. Did I genuinely want to continue the connection? And replied accordingly. "I'd like that," I said honestly. "I've enjoyed talking with you tonight." His smile suggested he felt the same authenticity in the exchange, not the complicated dance of strategic impression management, but the simple expression of genuine interest in continued connection. As I walked home later that night, the mild air carrying the scent of flowering trees and the sounds of a city transitioning from evening to late night, I reflected on how different this interaction had felt from my previous approach to new romantic possibilities. There had been genuine interest, authentic exchange, real enjoyment of the connection, but without the anxious performance, the strategic calculation, the sense that my worth depended entirely on securing and maintaining this person's approval. I had simply been myself, imperfect, authentic, genuinely engaged, and that had been enough to establish a connection worth potentially exploring further. Not because I had performed perfectly or strategically managed impressions, but because actual compatibility can only emerge from genuine interaction between authentic selves. Whether this particular connection developed further or not felt secondary to this fundamental shift in approach. This emerging capacity to show up as myself rather than as a carefully constructed persona designed to earn love through perfect performance. "So you met someone interesting," Dr. Chun observed during our next session, responding to my mention of the gathering at Martin's apartment. "I did," I confirmed. "But what feels more significant than Jason specifically is how differently I approach the interaction, with more authenticity, less strategic performance, more presence as myself rather than as whoever I thought would be most appealing." Dr. Chin nodded encouragingly. "And how did that authentic approach feel compared to your previous pattern of strategic self-presentation?" "Both more challenging and more liberating," I said, reflecting on the experience. "More challenging because there's genuine vulnerability in being seen as I am rather than as a carefully curated persona. But more liberating because I could actually enjoy the connection rather than constantly monitoring and adjusting my performance. I was present in the interaction rather than hovering above it, analyzing and strategizing. That presence is crucial," Dr. Chin affirmed. "When we're performing rather than authentically engaging, we miss the actual experience of connection because we're so focused on managing impressions. We're never fully there. We're always partially occupied with assessment and adjustment." Her description resonated with my experience. The exhausting vigilance that had characterized so many of my previous romantic interactions, the constant division of attention between genuine engagement and strategic impression management. How different it had felt to simply be present with Jason, to allow authentic response rather than calculated performance. "There's something else I noticed," I added. "The kind of person I find interesting seems to be shifting as I become more authentic myself. With David and previous partners, I was drawn to a certain emotional unavailability that felt familiar. People whose inconsistent attention activated my earning pattern, my need to perform for approval. With Jason, what appealed was almost the opposite. His emotional availability, his evident comfort with himself, his appreciation of authenticity rather than performance. That's a profound observation, Dr. Chin said. As we become more authentic ourselves, we often find ourselves attracted to different qualities in potential partners, qualities that support genuine connection rather than reinforcing old patterns. The familiar dysfunction loses its magnetic pull as we develop a healthier relationship with ourselves. The insight felt significant. This recognition that who I found appealing might naturally shift as my own relationship with myself evolved, as I released the belief that love must be earned through exhausting performance, as I developed greater comfort with authentic self-expression. It makes me wonder, I said thoughtfully, about the common advice to just be yourself in dating. It's always seemed simplistic, almost dismissive of how complex authentic self-expression can be when you've been conditioned to perform for approval. But maybe there's wisdom there that I couldn't access before. This understanding that genuine compatibility can only emerge from authentic interaction, not strategic performance. There is indeed wisdom in that advice, Dr. Chen agreed. Though, as you note, it's not as simple as flipping a switch from performance to authenticity. It's a process of gradually recognizing performing patterns, experimenting with more genuine self-expression, developing comfort with the vulnerability of being seen as you actually are rather than as the idealized version you think others want. I nodded, appreciating both the wisdom and the complexity of this shift. The ongoing practice of releasing strategic performance in favor of authentic presence, the courage required to allow genuine seeing rather than carefully managed impression. I'm not suggesting that this one interaction represents a complete transformation, I clarified. There are still moments when I caught myself performing, when I felt the anxiety of potential judgment, when I edited responses to maximize positive impression. But there was more authenticity than in previous similar situations, more genuine presence, more comfort with being seen as I am rather than as a perfect projection. That's exactly how growth typically unfolds, Dr. Chen affirmed. Not as dramatic overnight transformation, but as gradual shift in proportion. Fewer moments of automatic performance, more moments of conscious authenticity, less anxiety about perfect impression, more comfort with genuine expression. The old patterns don't disappear entirely. They become less dominant, less automatic, more subject to conscious choice. Her description aligned with my experience across various domains. Not just this particular interaction with Jason, but my evolving relationships with friends, family members, colleagues. The strategic performer hadn't disappeared entirely, but she was gradually becoming a smaller part of my relational repertoire, less automatically activated, more subject to notice and choice. As you continue exploring this more authentic approach to connection, Dr. Chen suggested, try to notice what supports your genuine presence versus what triggers performing patterns. Certain contexts, certain types of people, certain topics of conversation might facilitate greater authenticity, while others might activate the old strategy of earning approval through perfect performance. I considered her suggestion, reflecting on recent experiences. I've noticed that formal date-like contexts tend to trigger more performing anxiety. There's something about the explicit evaluation component that activates old patterns. More casual, activity-centered interactions seem to support greater authenticity because the focus isn't solely on impression management. That's valuable awareness, Dr. Chen nodded. You might consider prioritizing those contexts that naturally support your authentic presence as you continue exploring new connections, not avoiding challenging situations entirely, but creating conditions that facilitate genuine interaction rather than strategic performance. The suggestion made practical sense, not as permanent avoidance of certain contexts, but as intentional cultivation of environments that supported this evolving capacity for authentic connection. Not every interaction needed to be a high-stakes test of my ability to remain genuine under maximum performance pressure. I could gradually build this capacity in contexts that naturally facilitated greater authenticity. As our session continued, we explored other dimensions of this shift toward more authentic relationship, how it might influence not just initial connections, but the development of deeper intimacy, how it might transform not just who I was attracted to, but how I expressed and received care, how it might reshape not just romantic interactions, but all relationships in my life. By the time our hour ended, I felt both the challenge and the possibility of this continuing evolution. The ongoing practice of showing up as myself rather than as a strategic projection, of allowing genuine seeing rather than managing impressions, of trusting that authentic connection was possible without the exhausting performance I had once believed essential to earning love. Over the next several weeks, I had 3 more interactions with Jason: a Saturday morning walk through the public garden in Boston Common, coffee at a small cafe in Cambridge, and an impromptu meeting at a bookstore event where we both happened to attend a reading by an author we admired. Each interaction built on the foundation of authenticity established during our initial conversation at Martin's gathering. A genuine exchange between real people rather than the strategic performance I had once believed necessary to secure romantic interest. That didn't mean complete absence of the performing pattern. There were still moments when I caught myself calculating responses, managing impressions, analyzing his reactions for evidence of approval or disapproval. But these moments became opportunities for noticing and choosing, for gently redirecting toward genuine presence rather than strategic performance. And remarkably, the authenticity seemed to facilitate deeper connection rather than threaten it. When I acknowledged uncertainty about a topic rather than pretending expertise, it created space for mutual exploration rather than positioned exchange. When I expressed genuine enthusiasm rather than measured interest, it invited similar authenticity from him. When I mentioned challenges alongside successes, complexities alongside certainties, it established an interaction between real humans rather than curated personas. Whether this particular connection would develop into something significant remained to be seen. We were still in the early stages of knowing each other, still discovering potential compatibility in values, interests, approaches to life. But regardless of its specific outcome, the experience was providing valuable data about what became possible when I approached relationship from authenticity rather than strategic performance. The different quality of connection that emerged when I trusted my inherent worthiness rather than believed love must be earned through exhausting effort. During the same period, I continued exploring this more authentic approach across other relationships, with friends, with family members, with colleagues. Each context provided opportunities to practice genuine presence rather than strategic performance, to experiment with the vulnerability of being seen as I actually was rather than as the idealized version I thought others wanted or needed. The results varied. Some relationships adapted easily to this greater authenticity, deepening in response to more genuine exchange. Others experienced temporary disruption as established patterns were challenged, as the familiar dance of performance and response was interrupted by more direct expression. A few revealed themselves as fundamentally dependent on the old dynamic of strategic impression management, struggling to accommodate the emergence of a more authentic self. But across these varied outcomes, a pattern was becoming clear. The relationships with greatest potential for genuine intimacy were precisely those that welcomed authentic presence rather than perfect performance, that valued the complexity of real personhood rather than the smooth surface of strategic self-presentation. This emerging understanding came into sharp focus during a conversation with Zoe on a warm June evening. We were sitting on the small balcony of my apartment, enjoying the lingering daylight and gentle breeze as we shared a bottle of wine and caught up on recent developments in our lives. "So, it's going well with Jason?" Zoe asked, having heard about these evolving interactions through our regular conversations. "It is," I confirmed, "but in a different way than previous early dating experiences. There's less anxiety about performing perfectly, more space for genuine exchange. I'm not constantly analyzing his responses or strategizing my presentation. I'm just present, engaged, real." Zoe nodded thoughtfully. "I've noticed that shift in you more broadly, not just with Jason, but in our friendship, in how you talk about work interactions, in your descriptions of family dynamics. There's less of the careful editing I used to see, more willingness to express authentic reactions, even when they're complicated or potentially disappointing. Her observation, similar to comments Elena and Tasha had made in recent conversations, reinforced how perceptible this shift had been to those who knew me well. What I had experienced as internal change was apparently visible externally as well. A different quality of presence, a greater authenticity in expression, a reduced vigilance about perfect impression management. It's still evolving, I acknowledged. There are definitely moments when I slip back into performing mode, especially in high-stakes situations or with people who trigger old anxieties about approval and rejection. But I'm noticing those patterns more quickly, interrupting them more consistently, choosing authenticity more deliberately. And how does that feel compared to your previous approach? Zoe asked, genuine curiosity in her expression. I considered the question, reflecting on the qualitative difference between strategic performance and authentic presence. It feels more sustainable, I said finally. Performing was exhausting. This constant vigilance about impression, this endless adjustment to maximize approval. Being more authentic requires courage in moments of vulnerability, but it's ultimately less depleting because I'm not maintaining a projection separate from my actual self. Zoe nodded in recognition. That makes complete sense. It's like the difference between speaking a second language all day versus your native tongue. You can do it, many people do, but it requires constant translation, constant attention. There's a relief in expressing directly from your primary language. Her metaphor resonated powerfully. This sense of authenticity as native language, performance as perpetual translation. How exhausting it had been, this constant conversion of genuine experience into strategic presentation, this endless calculation about optimal impression rather than direct expression of actual thought and feeling. What I'm realizing, I continued, is that the relationships worth developing, romantic or otherwise, are precisely those where authenticity deepens connection rather than threatens it, where being seen as I actually am creates possibility for genuine intimacy rather than risks rejection or withdrawal. That's the filter, Zoe agreed. Not whether someone is impressed by your performance, but whether they're engaged by your authenticity. Not whether you can successfully become whoever they seem to want, but whether who you actually are resonates with who they actually are. Her articulation crystallized what I had been learning through experience. This understanding that genuine compatibility could only emerge from authentic interaction, that strategic performance might secure temporary approval but couldn't create sustainable intimacy. So with Jason, Zoe began, then paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. Is it feeling like that kind of resonance? Between authentic selves rather than strategic projections? I appreciated both her interest and her care in how she framed the question, not pressuring for a particular answer, not suggesting a specific interpretation, just genuine curiosity about my experience. I think so, I said thoughtfully. There's an ease in our interactions that feels different from previous early dating experiences. Less performance anxiety, more genuine exchange. Whether that develops into something significant remains to be seen, but the quality of connection feels healthier, more grounded in reality rather than projection and performance. Zoe nodded, satisfaction evident in her expression. That's what matters at this stage, not certainty about long-term outcome, but quality of current interaction. The foundation being established now, whether with Jason specifically or in your approach to connection more broadly, creates possibility for a different kind of relationship moving forward. As our conversation continued, shifting to other topics, Zoe's recent promotion at the hospital, our shared anticipation of an upcoming concert, plans for the 4th of July weekend. I felt a deep appreciation for this friendship that had evolved to accommodate my greater authenticity, that had deepened rather than diminished as I'd released strategic performance in favor of genuine presence. And I recognized that this evolution in friendship was providing essential practice for potential romantic relationships. This experience of being valued for authentic self rather than perfect projection. This evidence that genuine connection was possible without the exhausting performance I had once believed necessary to earn love. Later that night, after Zoe had left and I was preparing for bed, I found myself reflecting on the title of the chapter in Dr. Chen's book that had first introduced me to these concepts. You'll meet the right person when you're truly yourself. What had once seemed like simplistic advice now revealed deeper wisdom. Not a guarantee that authentic presence would magically attract perfect partnership, but an understanding that genuine compatibility could only emerge from real interaction between authentic selves. The right person wasn't someone who would be impressed by perfect performance, who would love an idealized projection that required constant vigilance to maintain. The right person, whether Jason or someone I hadn't yet met, would be someone who resonated with my authentic self, who appreciated rather than rejected the complexity of genuine personhood, who created space for real intimacy rather than strategic impression management. And becoming truly myself wasn't a singular transformation, but an ongoing practice, this gradual release of performing patterns in favor of authentic presence, this developing trust that I was worthy of connection, not because of perfect impression, but because of inherent value, this growing comfort with being seen as I actually was rather than as an idealized projection designed to earn approval. As I drifted towards sleep, I felt both the challenge and the possibility of this continuing evolution. The courage required to show up authentically in a world often oriented toward strategic performance, alongside the liberation that came from releasing the exhausting vigilance of impression management, from trusting that genuine connection was possible without the perfect performance I had once believed essential to being loved. Chapter 10. Simple Daily Habits to Put Yourself First. The height of summer arrived in Boston with characteristic intensity. Humid days that seemed to stretch endlessly into golden evenings, the city transformed by outdoor concerts in the Hatch Shell, sailboats dotting the Charles, sidewalk cafes overflowing with people soaking in the season's generosity. After the long constraint of winter, there was something almost desperate in the collective embrace of summer's abundance, as if the city were storing warmth and light against the inevitable return of cold and darkness. I felt a similar quality in my own journey. This appreciation of emerging freedom after long confinement within patterns that had limited authentic expression, this embracing of new possibilities that had opened as old constraints loosened their grip. The work with Dr. Chun was creating space for a different kind of relationship with myself and others, a gradual releasing of the belief that love must be earned through perfect performance, a developing trust in my inherent worthiness of genuine connection. I've been thinking about sustainability, I told Dr. Chun during our session in mid-July. The windows of her office were partially open, allowing the sounds of the city to provide a gentle backdrop to our conversation. Distant traffic, occasional voices, the subtle music of urban summer. What aspects of sustainability are on your mind? She asked, settling into her chair with the attentive presence that had created such safety for exploration over these months. The sustainability of these changes I've been experiencing, I clarified. The shifts in how I approach relationships, in how I understand my own worth, in how I engage authentically rather than strategically. I can feel their value, their potential to transform connection, but I'm also aware of how easily I can slip back into old patterns, especially under stress or in triggering contexts. Dr. Chin nodded thoughtfully. That's an important consideration. Insight alone rarely sustains transformation. We need practices that gradually rewire neural pathways, that make new patterns as accessible as the familiar ones they're replacing. Exactly, I agreed. I've been noticing how quickly I can shift from authentic presence to strategic performance when I'm tired, overwhelmed, or facing situations that activate old insecurities. The awareness is there. I can usually recognize when it's happening, but the automatic reversion to familiar patterns can be so immediate, so compelling. That's a normal experience in this kind of work, Dr. Chen assured me. The patterns you're addressing were developed over decades, reinforced through countless repetitions. They became default responses precisely because they served adaptive functions in specific contexts, helping you secure conditional approval when more authentic expression felt risky or was actively discouraged. I appreciated her framing. The recognition that these patterns hadn't emerged from personal failing, but from adaptive response to particular relational environments. It allowed me to approach change with compassion rather than self-criticism, to understand backsliding as natural oscillation rather than evidence of fundamental flaw. So how do I make these new approaches more sustainable? I asked, how do I strengthen these emerging patterns so they become as accessible as the familiar ones, especially in challenging situations? Through deliberate practice, Dr. Chen said. Just as athletes or musicians develop new skills through consistent, focused repetition, we develop new relational capacities through regular practice, creating neural pathways that gradually become as accessible as the habitual ones. What kind of practice? I wondered, try to envision what this might look like in daily life. I'm thinking specifically about practices of self-care and self-prioritization, Dr. Chen explained. Simple habits that strengthen your relationship with yourself, that reinforce the understanding that you're worthy of care and attention, not because of what you produce or provide, but simply because you exist. The suggestion resonated immediately. How often had I prioritized others' needs above my own, treated self-care as indulgence rather than necessity, positioned myself last in the hierarchy of legitimate concerns? This pattern of self-neglect was intimately connected to the belief that love must be earned through service and sacrifice, that my worth depended on what I offered others rather than my inherent value as a human being. I can see how that connects to everything we've been exploring, I acknowledged. The habit of putting myself last is directly related to the belief that I'm only worthy of care or attention when I'm providing value to others. Changing that pattern in practical, daily ways would reinforce this shift in core belief. Precisely, Dr. Chen nodded. And these practices don't need to be dramatic or time-consuming. Often the most sustainable changes come through small, consistent actions that gradually shift your relationship with yourself. Simple habits that, practiced regularly, create new neural pathways reinforcing your inherent worthiness of care. What might those look like? I asked, try to envision specific practices that could support this shift in self-relation. They're highly individual, Dr. Chen said. What feels nourishing and sustainable for one person might feel burdensome or irrelevant to another. The key is identifying practices that genuinely support your well-being and can be integrated into your daily life without becoming another form of performance or achievement. She reached for a notepad and pen, offering them to me. Let's start by exploring what activities or experiences help you feel centered, nourished, genuinely connected to yourself. Not what you think should be restorative based on external advice, but what actually creates a sense of return to self in your lived experience. I accepted the notepad, appreciating her emphasis on authentic experience rather than prescribed solutions. After a moment's reflection, I began writing a list of activities and experiences that genuinely supported my well-being rather than merely checking boxes of conventional self-care. Early morning writing before the day's demands begin, walking alone, especially near water, reading purely for pleasure, not professional development, unstructured time with close friends where nothing needs to be accomplished, physical movement that feels like play rather than obligation, creating boundaries around technology use, simple, nourishing meals prepared with attention rather than haste, small moments of beauty noticed and appreciated, regular rest that isn't contingent on complete exhaustion. As the list developed, I noticed a pattern emerging. These weren't dramatic interventions requiring significant time or resources, but simple practices that created space for genuine presence with myself, that interrupted the habit of perpetual doing in service of others, that allowed being to take precedence over constant performance. This is a beautiful list, Dr. Chen observed when I shared it with her. Notice that many of these practices involve slowing down, creating space for presence rather than constant productivity, allowing yourself to experience pleasure and rest without justification through service or achievement. I nodded, seeing the connection between these activities and the core belief work we'd been doing. They all challenge the assumption that I'm only worthy of care or attention when I'm producing value for others. They create practical experiences of caring for myself simply because I exist, not because I've earned it through service or achievement. Exactly, Dr. Chen affirmed. And practice consistently, these small habits can gradually rewire neural pathways, creating lived experiences that contradict the belief that your worth depends entirely on what you provide others, reinforcing the understanding that you're inherently deserving of care and attention. As our conversation continued, we explored how these practices might be integrated into daily life, not as additional obligations to perfect, not as performances to document and display, but as simple habits that gradually shifted my relationship with myself, that created practical foundation for the theoretical insights we'd been developing about inherent worth rather than earned value. By the time our session ended, I had a clear sense of direction, not a rigid plan to execute perfectly, but an understanding of how small, consistent practices might support the sustainability of these emerging patterns, might gradually make authentic self-relation as accessible as the familiar habits of self-neglect and other prioritization. Remember, Dr. Chan said as I gathered my things to leave, the goal isn't perfect implementation. It's consistent practice, with compassion for the inevitable oscillation between new patterns and familiar ones. Each return to these habits of self-care strengthens neural pathways that support your inherent worthiness, making authentic self-relation increasingly accessible, especially in challenging circumstances. I nodded, appreciating both the aspiration and the realism in her guidance. This understanding that transformation unfolds through practice rather than perfection, through consistent return rather than uninterrupted progress. As I left her office and stepped into the bright July afternoon, I felt a quiet determination to begin this practical dimension of the work we'd been doing, to translate theoretical insight into lived experience through simple habits that reinforced my inherent worthiness of care. The following morning, I woke earlier than usual, not from anxiety or obligation, but from a deliberate choice to create space for myself before the day's demands began. The early light had a particular quality, gentle clarity that felt like an invitation to presence rather than productivity. Instead of immediately reaching for my phone, checking messages, scrolling news, beginning the day with external input, I allowed myself to simply lie still for a few minutes, noticing my breath, feeling the comfort of my bed, appreciating the quiet of early morning. This small act of presence with myself, rather than immediate attention to others' needs, felt surprisingly radical, a tiny rebellion against the habit of putting everyone and everything else first. I then moved to my small desk by the window, where I'd placed a notebook and pen the night before. For 20 minutes, I wrote without purpose or evaluation, not crafting something for others' consumption, not strategizing professional advancement, just allowing words to flow from authentic experience rather than calculated effect. Sometimes coherent reflections emerged. Other times, the writing was more fragmented, capturing impressions and questions without clear resolution. The value wasn't in the product, but in the process. This practice of attending to my own interior experience before turning outward to meet external demands. Afterward, I prepared a simple breakfast, nothing elaborate, but made with attention rather than haste, eaten at my small table rather than standing or working simultaneously. Again, the act felt quietly countercultural. This prioritization of nourishment and presence over immediate productivity or service to others. As I continued through my morning routine, shower, dressing, gathering what I needed for the day, I maintained this quality of presence, this small but significant shift from automatic rushing to deliberate attention. Not dramatic or time-consuming, but creating tiny experiences of caring for myself, not because I'd earned it through service or achievement, but simply because I existed and was worthy of basic attention. By the time I left my apartment and began walking toward the T station for my commute to the publishing house, I felt subtly different, more centered, more present, less immediately reactive to external demands. The practice hadn't been perfect. My mind had drifted to work responsibilities and others' needs multiple times. But each gentle return to self-attendance had reinforced the emerging neural pathway, had created lived experience of the theoretical insight that I was worthy of care, not because of what I produced or provided, but simply because I existed. "You seem different today," Jonathan observed when we met that afternoon to discuss manuscript evaluations. "More, I don't know, centered somehow." I was surprised by his comment, not expecting such subtle internal shifts to be externally perceptible, especially in a professional context where our interactions typically focused on concrete tasks rather than personal presence. "I've been experimenting with some new morning practices," I said, not elaborating further. "Nothing dramatic, just small habits that help me start the day more consciously." Jonathan nodded, seeming to understand more than my brief explanation conveyed. "I started something similar last year after my doctor basically ordered me to address my stress levels. Just 15 minutes of quiet before diving into email changed everything. Not just how I felt, but apparently how I came across to others as well." His response reminded me that these patterns of self-neglect weren't unique to me or rooted solely in my particular history. They were also culturally reinforced, especially in professional environments that often rewarded constant availability and productivity above sustainable well-being. Even someone like Jonathan, successful, confident, apparently secure in his professional identity, had struggled with similar challenges, had needed external intervention to prioritize basic self-care above perpetual productivity. As our meeting continued, focus on the manuscripts we were evaluating for potential acquisition, I noticed myself engaging differently, still thorough and attentive, still offering considered opinions about literary merit and market potential, but less anxiously performing expertise, less concerned with projecting perfect competence, more authentically present with both the material and the conversation. It wasn't a dramatic transformation. There were still moments when I caught myself managing impressions rather than expressing genuine thoughts, still instances where I calibrated responses to maximize approval rather than communicate authentic perspective. But the proportion had shifted slightly. More genuine engagement, less strategic performance, more authentic presence, less anxious impression management. And remarkably, this greater authenticity seemed to enhance rather than diminish the quality of our professional interaction. My more considered opinions, even when they included expressions of uncertainty alongside definitive assessments, contributed substantively to the decision-making process. My occasional questions, acknowledging limits of knowledge rather than pretending comprehensive expertise, created space for mutual exploration rather than positioned exchange. By the time our meeting concluded, I felt a quiet confirmation of what I'd been learning through other relationships, that authentic presence often facilitated deeper connection than strategic performance, that genuine engagement could enhance rather than threaten professional effectiveness, that bringing my actual self to interactions might create more value than projecting a carefully curated persona designed to impress. Over the following weeks, I continued experimenting with simple habits that created practical experiences of self-prioritization, small, consistent practices that gradually shifted my relationship with myself from neglect to care, from last place to equal consideration, from worth contingent on service to inherent value independent of productivity. Some mornings, I woke early for writing or quiet reflection. Other days, when fatigue signaled legitimate need for rest, I allowed myself additional sleep without the guilt that had previously accompanied any prioritization of physical well-being over immediate productivity. Some evenings, I took walks along the Charles River, allowing the rhythmic movement and water views to create natural meditation. Other times, when weather or energy levels made that impractical, I found other ways to create space for presence, reading purely for pleasure, practicing simple mindfulness while preparing dinner, creating boundaries around technology used to allow genuine rest. These weren't dramatic interventions requiring significant time or resources. They were simple habits integrated into daily life. Small practices that created lived experiences of caring for myself, not because I'd earned it through service or achievement, but simply because I existed and was worthy of basic attention. The implementation wasn't perfect. There were days when external demands or internal resistance interrupted these practices, when familiar patterns of self-neglect reasserted themselves with compelling force. But each return to these habits of self-care strengthened the neural pathways supporting authentic self-relation, made the experience of inherent worthiness increasingly accessible alongside the familiar sense of value contingent on performance. What surprised me most was how these small shifts in self-relation influenced my interactions with others. Not diminishing connection through self-absorption, as I might once have feared, but actually enhancing engagement through greater authenticity and presence. When I wasn't depleted by perpetual self-neglect, I had more genuine attention to offer. When I wasn't anxiously performing to earn connection, I could be more authentically present in relationship. When I wasn't positioning myself as last in the hierarchy of legitimate concerns, I could engage others from balance rather than depletion. This influence extended across various relationships, professional colleagues, friends, family members, and the developing connection with Jason, which continued evolving through regular interactions that felt increasingly comfortable in their authenticity. Not every relationship responded positively to these shifts. Some seemed predicated on my familiar patterns of performance and accommodation, struggling to adapt to more genuine engagement and appropriate boundaries. But those with greatest potential for meaningful connection actually deepened as I brought more authentic presence and legitimate self-consideration to our interactions. "I want to show you something," Zoe said one evening in early August. We were sitting in her apartment, the windows open to catch whatever breeze might offer relief from the summer heat. Tall glasses of iced tea sweating on the coffee table between us. She reached for her phone, scrolled briefly, then held it out to show me a photo. "This is from Martin's gathering in May, when you first met Jason." I glanced at the image, momentarily confused by her purpose in sharing it. The photo showed a group of people on the roof deck, me among them, engaged in conversation with Martin's sister, a glass of wine in hand, apparently unaware of the camera. Nothing about the image seemed particularly noteworthy or revealing. "Okay," I said, unsure what she wanted me to notice. "Now look at this," Zoe said, swiping to a different photo. "This is from 3 years ago, at Elena's birthday celebration." This image showed another social gathering, me and a group of friends, smiling for the camera, perfectly groomed and positioned for optimal appearance. Again, nothing about the photo seemed inherently remarkable, though the contrast with the first image was noticeable. One candid and unposed, the other deliberately composed, one capturing genuine engagement, the other strategic presentation. "I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be seeing," I admitted, though I had some suspicion of where she might be heading. "Look at your face in both photos," Zoe said gently. "Your expression, your posture, your entire quality of presence. In the older photo, you look perfect, hair just right, smile carefully calibrated, position optimized for the camera. In the recent one, you look real, engaged, present in the conversation rather than performing for documentation." I studied the images again, seeing what she meant. The difference wasn't dramatic. I hadn't transformed into an entirely different person, but there was a noticeable shift in quality of presence, a subtle but significant change from strategic self-presentation to authentic engagement. "The thing is," Zoe continued, "I didn't notice this contrast until I happened to be looking through old photos recently and was struck by how differently you appear now compared to a few years ago. Not in your physical features, but in your presence. Less carefully composed, more genuinely engaged, less performing for external evaluation, more authentically inhabiting the moment." Her observation created a complex mix of emotions. Appreciation for this external confirmation of internal shifts, surprise that changes I experienced subjectively were visibly perceptible to others, a tinge of embarrassment at having my former performing patterns so clearly documented, alongside relief at their gradual release. "I hadn't realized it would be visible in photographs," I said, still studying the images. "But I can see what you mean. There is something different about how I'm showing up. Less concern with how I'm being perceived, more genuine engagement with what's actually happening." Zoe nodded. "It's not just visible in photos," she said. "It's apparent in how you engage in conversation, how you express opinions, how you respond to suggestions or invitations. There's less of that slight hesitation while you calculate the optimal response, more direct expression of your actual thoughts and preferences. Her observation, similar to comments Elena and Tasha had made in recent conversations, reinforced how perceptible these shifts had been to those who knew me well. What I experienced as internal change was apparently visible in my external engagement. A different quality of presence, a greater authenticity in expression, a reduced vigilance about perfect impression management. Is it weird that I'm slightly embarrassed looking at the older photo? I asked, not because of how I look physically, but because I can see so clearly now how carefully I was performing rather than genuinely engaging. How much energy was going into strategic self-presentation rather than authentic presence. Not weird at all, Zoe assured me. It's like looking at evidence of how constrained you were without even realizing it. How much of your attention was directed toward managing others' perceptions rather than experiencing your own life. That recognition can be uncomfortable, even as it confirms how much has shifted. She was right. There was discomfort in this clear documentation of former patterns, this evidence of how much energy had been directed toward strategic performance rather than genuine engagement. But there was also relief and appreciation for the gradual release of those constraints, for the increasing freedom to be present rather than perpetually performing, for the subtle but significant shift toward authentic engagement rather than calculated self-presentation. What prompted you to show me these? I asked, curious about her motivation in highlighting this contrast. Two things, Zoe said thoughtfully. First, I thought you might appreciate external confirmation of changes you've been working toward. Visible evidence that the internal shifts you've been describing are creating perceptible differences in how you engage with the world. I nodded, acknowledging the value in this confirmation. It was one thing to notice subjective changes in my experience of relationship. It was another to receive external validation that these shifts were visible to others, were creating tangible differences in my quality of presence. And second, Zoe continued, I wanted to acknowledge how much I appreciate this more authentic version of you. Not that I didn't value our friendship before, but there's a depth of connection possible now that wasn't available when so much of your energy was directed toward performance rather than genuine engagement. Her words created a moment of unexpected emotion, appreciation for this explicit acknowledgement, alongside poignancy about the limitations of former patterns. How much genuine connection had been constrained by my anxious performance, by my belief that love and approval could only be earned through strategic self-presentation rather than authentic presence. Thank you, I said simply, not trusting myself to elaborate without revealing more vulnerability than felt comfortable in that moment. Zoe nodded, understanding apparent in her expression. I'm not sharing this to suggest you were somehow inadequate before, she clarified. We all have our strategies for navigating relationships, our adaptive patterns developed in response to particular experiences. I just want you to know that the changes you've been working toward are not only visible, but genuinely enriching to those of us who care about you. Her clarification eased any hint of shame that might have emerged from this recognition of former patterns. This wasn't about judgment or criticism. It was about appreciation for growth and evolution, for the gradual release of constraints that had limited authentic connection, for the increasing freedom to engage genuinely rather than strategically. As our conversation shifted to other topics, plans for an upcoming weekend trip to Cape Cod, Zoe's recent promotion at the hospital, our shared frustration with the summer humidity, I found myself engaging with a quality of presence that would have been difficult to sustain in earlier periods. Not performing friendship perfectly, not strategically managing impressions, not calculating responses to maximize approval. Just authentically present in the interaction, genuinely engaged with both the content of our conversation and the quality of our connection. Later that evening, after returning to my apartment, I found myself reflecting on Zoe's observation about the visible changes in my quality of presence. How remarkable that shifts I experienced subjectively were perceptible to others, not just in photographs, but in the moment-to-moment quality of engagement, in the subtle but significant difference between strategic performance and authentic presence, and how affirming that these changes were experienced as enhancing rather than diminishing connection, creating possibility for deeper relationship rather than threatening the approval I had once believed dependent on perfect performance. This contradicted the core fear that had maintained former patterns, that if I released strategic self-presentation in favor of authentic presence, I would lose the connection and regard I desperately wanted to maintain. Evidence was accumulating in the opposite direction, that genuine engagement often facilitated deeper connection than strategic performance, that authentic presence could enhance rather than threaten relationship, that bringing my actual self to interactions might create more meaningful connection than projecting a carefully curated persona designed to impress or accommodate. This evidence wasn't limited to long-standing friendships like those with Zoe, Elena, and Tasha, where established trust might facilitate acceptance of greater authenticity. It extended to newer connections like the developing relationship with Jason, where authentic engagement from the beginning had created foundation for genuine, knowing rather than strategic impression management. It influenced professional relationships at both the publishing house and the bookstore, where authentic presence often enhanced rather than undermined effectiveness and regard. It even affected family dynamics, where more direct expression of preferences and boundaries was gradually shifting interactions from automatic patterns to more conscious engagement. Not every relationship responded positively to these changes. Some seemed fundamentally dependent on my performance of particular roles or compliance with specific expectations. But increasingly, I was recognizing that relationships requiring strategic performance rather than welcoming authentic presence might not be worth the energy required to maintain them. That connections capable of evolving alongside my own growth were more deserving of investment than those demanding rigid adherence to familiar patterns. As I prepared for bed that night, moving through my evening routine with the deliberate attention I'd been practicing rather than automatic rushing, I thought about the simple habits that had been supporting these shifts in self-relation and connection. None were dramatic interventions requiring significant time or resources, just small, consistent practices that created lived experiences of caring for myself, not because I'd earned it through service or achievement, but simply because I existed and was worthy of basic attention. Early morning, writing before external demands began. Walking alone, especially near water, allowing movement and natural beauty to create meditative space. Reading purely for pleasure rather than professional development or social capital. Unstructured time with close friends where connection rather than productivity was primary purpose. Physical movement motivated by enjoyment rather than obligation or appearance. Technology boundaries that protected space for genuine presence rather than constant reactivity. Simple meals prepared and eaten with attention rather than haste. Small moments of beauty noticed and appreciated. Regular rest that wasn't contingent on complete exhaustion or justified through increased productivity. These practices weren't implemented perfectly. There were still days when external demands or internal resistance interrupted them, when familiar patterns of self-neglect reasserted themselves with compelling force. But each return to these habits of self-care strengthened the neural pathways supporting authentic self-relation, made the experience of inherent worthiness increasingly accessible alongside the familiar sense of value contingent on performance. And remarkably, these small shifts in self-relation were visibly influencing my quality of presence in relationships, creating space for more authentic engagement, reducing the automatic vigilance of impression management, allowing genuine connection rather than strategic performance. Not through dramatic transformation, but through consistent practice of simple habits that gradually rewired neural pathways, that made new patterns increasingly accessible alongside familiar ones, that created lived experiences reinforcing my inherent worthiness of care and authentic connection. As I drifted toward sleep, I felt both the challenge and the possibility of continuing this evolution. The ongoing practice of caring for myself, not because I'd earned it through service or achievement, but simply because I existed and was worthy of basic attention. The gradual release of strategic performance in favor of authentic presence, of anxious impression management in favor of genuine engagement, of worth contingent on productivity in favor of inherent value independent of external validation. The path wasn't about perfect implementation of idealized self-care or complete elimination of performing patterns. It was about consistent practice, about compassionate return after inevitable departures, about gradually increasing the proportion of authentic presence to strategic performance through simple habits that created lived experiences of my inherent worthiness rather than value contingent on perpetual service and achievement. Simple daily habits to put myself first, not from selfishness or narcissism, but from recognition that authentic self-relation was foundation for genuine connection, that caring for myself was prerequisite for sustainable care of others, that treating myself as worthy of basic attention wasn't indulgence, but essential practice in challenging core beliefs that had limited authentic expression and genuine intimacy. One small habit at a time, one consistent practice of self-prioritization, one lived experience of inherent worthiness rather than value contingent on performance. Gradually rewiring neural pathways, slowly shifting from strategic presentation to authentic presence, creating foundation for genuine connection rather than the appearance of perfect relation. A simple revolution, unfolding one small habit at a time. Epilogue. The journey continues. Fall returned to Boston with its particular magic. Trees along Commonwealth Avenue transforming into canopies of gold and crimson. Students flooding back to campuses with fresh notebooks and possibilities. The air carrying that distinctive crispness that signals both ending and beginning. The city seemed to settle into a more contemplative rhythm after summer's exuberance, an invitation to reflection and integration before winter's quiet descent. 1 year had passed since that rainy night when I'd stared at my phone waiting for David's message, since the moment when something inside me had finally broken, or perhaps begun to mend. 12 months of exploration and discovery, of challenging core beliefs and experimenting with new patterns, of gradually shifting from strategic performance to authentic presence, from worth contingent on service to inherent value independent of productivity. It was an autumn morning much like the one when this journey began that I found myself sitting on a bench in the public garden, a travel mug of coffee warming my hands against the early chill. The swan boats had been stored away for the season. The flowers were fading toward dormancy, but there remained a vibrant beauty in this transition. Leaves drifting onto still ponds, morning light filtering through branches increasingly visible as their coverage thinned, the garden preparing for rest without losing its essential character. I'd come to this particular spot deliberately, wanting to mark this anniversary with quiet reflection rather than dramatic ceremony. So much had shifted in these 12 months, not through sudden transformation, but through consistent practice, through compassionate return after inevitable departures, through gradually increasing the proportion of authentic presence to strategic performance in my relationships with others and myself. Mind if I join you? I looked up to see Jason approaching, his familiar smile warming his features as he carried 2 paper bags that promised breakfast pastries from our favorite bakery. We'd planned to meet here to share this morning reflection before continuing with our respective days. His at the Historical Preservation Office, mine at the publishing house. Please do, I said, moving slightly to make room on the bench. I see you've come prepared. You know I never miss an opportunity for pain or chocolate, he said, settling beside me and opening one of the bags to reveal the promised pastries. And it seemed like the right offering for this particular anniversary. I smiled, accepting both the pastry and the acknowledgement of significance. Over the past months, as our relationship had developed from initial interest to deeper connection, I'd shared with Jason many aspects of this journey, not presenting a perfectly composed narrative, but gradually revealing the complexities, setbacks, and insights that had shaped this year of growth. His response had consistently been one of genuine interest and appreciation rather than judgment or hasty reassurance. creating space for authentic sharing rather than strategic disclosure. Our relationship itself reflected many of the shifts I'd been working toward, built on authentic presence rather than strategic performance, on genuine knowing rather than idealized projection, on mutual respect for both connection and autonomy. It wasn't perfect. We had disagreements and misunderstandings, moments when old patterns emerged on both sides. But there was a fundamental quality of seeing and being seen that felt profoundly different from my experience with David and previous partners, a foundation of genuine recognition rather than strategic impression management. "How does it feel?" Jason asked after we'd both taken appreciative bites of our pastries, the buttery layers and chocolate creating momentary communion with simple pleasure. Being here a year later, looking back at where you started, I considered his question, allowing space for authentic response rather than calculated effect. "Complex," I said finally. "There's pride in the growth that's happened, appreciation for the insights that have emerged, but also recognition of how ongoing this journey is, how these patterns developed over decades don't transform completely in a single year, how I still slip into performing mode in certain contexts or under particular stresses." Jason nodded, his expression reflecting understanding rather than disappointment at this nuanced assessment. "That seems both realistic and hopeful," he said. "Not expecting perfect transformation, but acknowledging genuine evolution. That's what Dr. Chun helped me understand." I agreed. That change isn't about perfect implementation of ideal patterns, but about gradually shifting proportions. More moments of authentic presence, fewer instances of strategic performance, more experiences of inherent worth, less reliance on value earned through service and achievement. We sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes, watching a family of ducks navigate the pond's increasingly chilly waters, appreciating the play of morning light through leaves not yet fallen. There was an ease in this shared quiet that would have been difficult for me to sustain a year earlier. This comfort with simply being together without performing connection, this trust that silence didn't represent dangerous disengagement, but could hold its own form of communion. "I've been thinking about what you shared from your last session with Dr. Chun," Jason said eventually, "about how different types of relationships served as laboratories for practicing these new patterns. Friendships, family connections, professional interactions, our relationship. How each context presented different challenges and opportunities for authentic presence rather than strategic performance." I nodded, recalling that conversation with Dr. Chun. Her observation that various relationships had provided distinct environments for experimenting with new patterns, for practicing authentic expression in different contexts with particular risks and possibilities. Some were easier than others, I acknowledged. Long-standing friendships like those with Elena, Zoe, and Tasha had established trust that made authenticity feel safer, even as our patterns had certain fixed qualities that required deliberate disruption. Professional relationships at the publishing house and bookstore had clearer boundaries, but also specific expectations that sometimes triggered performing patterns. "And family relationships?" Jason asked gently, knowing this remained among the more challenging contexts for authentic presence. "Still the most difficult," I admitted. "The patterns with my parents were established earliest, are most deeply neurologically embedded. I've made progress, expressing preferences more directly, setting boundaries more consistently, revealing complexities rather than presenting only achievement and competence. But the automatic reversion to performing perfect daughter still happens, especially under stress or during extended interaction." "And yet you keep practicing," Jason observed, appreciation evident in his tone. "Keep returning to authentic expression even after those inevitable slides into familiar patterns." His acknowledgement touched something important. Recognition not of perfect transformation, but of consistent practice, of compassionate return after departures into old habits, of ongoing commitment to this evolution despite its challenges and setbacks. This felt like genuine seeing, appreciation of the actual journey rather than idealized outcome. "What about you?" I asked, genuinely curious about his experience of our developing relationship. "How has it been connecting with someone actively working on these patterns. It can't always be easy, being with a person who's still learning to trust authentic presence over strategic performance. Jason considered the question with characteristic thoughtfulness. It's been illuminating, he said finally, not just witnessing your journey, but recognizing similar patterns in myself. Different manifestations, different origins, but familiar dynamics of performance versus authenticity, of value contingent on productivity versus inherent worth. His observation reminded me of something Dr. Chun had emphasized throughout our work, that these patterns weren't unique to me or rooted solely in my particular history, but reflected broader cultural conditioning, especially for women socialized to derive value primarily from service and relationship maintenance. Even someone like Jason, emotionally aware, comfortable with vulnerability, secure in his professional identity, had his own versions of these dynamics, his own oscillation between authentic presence and strategic performance. I think that's one reason we connect, I suggested. Not because either of us has perfectly resolved these tensions, but because we're both aware of them, both committed to increasing our capacity for authentic presence rather than strategic performance, both willing to acknowledge the inevitable imperfection of that process. Jason nodded, his smile suggesting recognition of this shared commitment. It creates a particular kind of safety, he said, not the false security of idealized projection, but the genuine trust that emerges from being seen and accepted in both growth and struggle, in authentic presence and occasional performance. As we continued talking, finishing our pastries and coffee as the garden gradually filled with morning visitors, runners circling the pathways, parents with young children feeding ducks, tourists capturing the autumn beauty with cameras and phones, I felt a deep appreciation for this relationship, developing from such different foundation than previous connections. Not perfect or free from challenge, but built on genuine knowing rather than idealized projection, on mutual growth rather than static performance, on authentic presence with all its vulnerability and power. When we eventually parted ways, Jason heading toward his office in Back Bay, me walking to the T station for my commute to the publishing house, there was none of the anxious assessment that had characterized separations with David. No analysis of precise word choice in our goodbye. No calculation about optimal timing for follow-up communication. No strategic planning for impression management in our next interaction. Just genuine appreciation for connection experienced. Authentic interest in connection continuing. As I descended into the Park Street station, joining the stream of morning commuters navigating the familiar route, I reflected on the multiple dimensions of change that had unfolded in this year of exploration and practice. There were the visible shifts that even casual acquaintances had noted: greater directness in communication, increased comfort with setting boundaries, reduced vigilance about perfect impression management. There were the professional developments that colleagues had observed: more authentic contribution in meetings, less anxious performance of expertise, greater capacity for genuine collaboration rather than strategic positioning. But perhaps most significant were the internal shifts that only I could fully appreciate. The gradually increasing proportion of moments when I experienced my worth as inherent rather than contingent on service or achievement, when I engaged authentically rather than strategically in relationships, when I cared for myself not because I'd earned it through productivity, but simply because I existed and was worthy of basic attention. These changes weren't complete or consistent. There was still context that triggered automatic reversion to familiar patterns, still relationships where strategic performance felt safer than authentic vulnerability, still moments when I experienced my value as entirely dependent on what I produced or provided rather than my inherent worth as a human being. But the proportion was shifting, the new neural pathways strengthening through consistent practice, the capacity for genuine presence and authentic connection gradually expanding alongside, not yet replacing, the familiar strategies of performance and impression management. As the T carried me toward the publishing house where the day's work awaited, I thought about the ongoing nature of this journey, how it wasn't a destination reached, but a direction maintained, not a perfect state achieved, but a practice continually renewed, not an ideal endpoint, but a path persistently chosen despite inevitable departures and returns. The work with Dr. Chun had entered a new phase in recent months. Less frequent sessions focused on maintaining and deepening changes rather than initiating transformation. More emphasis on sustaining practices than introducing new concepts. Greater attention to integration than exploration. But the fundamental commitment remained to gradually increasing the proportion of authentic presence to strategic performance in my relationships with others and myself, to consistently practicing the understanding that I was worthy of care and connection, not because of what I produced or provided, but simply because I existed. This commitment extended to my professional life, where I'd recently accepted a promotion at the publishing house that included greater responsibility for manuscript acquisition and development. The role involved more visibility and evaluation, context that might once have triggered overwhelming performance anxiety and impression management. Those responses hadn't disappeared entirely. There were still moments of strategic calculation and self-presentation, but they existed alongside a growing capacity for authentic engagement, for bringing my genuine literary perspective and ethical values to decisions affecting authors and readers, for leading from authentic presence rather than anxious authority. It influenced my creative work as well, which had flourished in unexpected ways during this year of exploration. The essay that had won recognition in the literary contest had led to opportunities for additional publication, including a regular column in a respected online literary journal, where I explored themes of authenticity, connection, and growth. My writing itself had evolved. Less strategic calculation of effect, more genuine expression of complex experience, less concern with perfect impression, more commitment to authentic voice, less anxiety about universal approval, more trust in meaningful connection with readers who resonated with particular perspectives. And it shaped my approach to the developing relationship with Jason, which continued evolving with a quality of presence and genuine knowing that felt profoundly different from previous romantic connections. Not idealized or without challenge, but built on authentic engagement rather than strategic performance, on mutual growth rather than static roles, on the vulnerability and power of being genuinely seen and accepted rather than perfectly presented and approved. As the tea approached my stop, and I prepared to emerge into the day awaiting me, with its particular challenges and possibilities, its inevitable oscillation between old patterns and new capacities, its consistent opportunities to practice authentic presence rather than strategic performance, I felt both the ongoing nature of this journey and the significant distance already traveled. Not a perfect transformation, but a persistent direction. Not an ideal endpoint, but a path consistently chosen despite inevitable departures. Not a complete resolution of tensions between authenticity and performance, between inherent worth and value earned through service, but a gradual shifting of proportions. More moments of genuine presence, fewer instances of strategic management, more experiences of intrinsic value, less dependence on worth contingent on productivity, more authentic connection, less anxious performance. The essence of what I'd learned through this year of exploration and practice, what I continued learning through daily implementation of its insights. I no longer needed to cry for someone else's attention or approval. I no longer needed to organize my existence around earning love through perfect performance. I no longer needed to dismiss my own needs and desires as less legitimate than others' expectations and preferences. I could simply be authentic, imperfect, genuinely engaged with both others and myself, inherently worthy of care and connection not because of what I produced or provided, but simply because I existed, and in that understanding, implemented imperfectly but practiced consistently, experienced intermittently but pursued persistently, lay of freedom I had only begun to explore, a capacity for genuine connection I was still learning to trust, a way of being in the world that honored both my own inherent worth and others' authentic presence. Not the end of the journey, but a significant milestone. Not a perfect resolution, but a meaningful evolution. Not an ideal state achieved, but a practice worth continuing. One small choice, one authentic moment, one genuine connection at a time.